Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. They say exercise is king, nutrition is queen. Put them together, and you have got a kingdom. Welcome you all to the second day of the annual scientific sessions of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. And now we are here to begin with the third symposium on food security and nutritional well-being. Let me invite the symposium chair, Professor Anoma Chandrasekhara, Professor, Department of Applied Nutrition, Wayamba University of Sri Lanka, to the head table, and the speakers, Professor Jivika Viraheva and Professor Buddhimarambe, will join online.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the first symposium in the second day of annual sessions of Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. Now we all know this is one of the important session because we are celebrating our 50th anniversary. And our symposium is food security and nutritional well-being. And we have two eminent professors to speak in this symposium. Senior Professor Jivika Viraheva and Senior Professor Buddhimarambe. It is well understood fact that food security is a key component of the nutrition security. And during this challenging era of world pandemic, maintaining proper nutrition is a critical factor. Therefore, in this 50th anniversary annual session of Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, we will discuss two topics in this symposium. The first one is food security and nutritional well-being in Sri Lanka, implications for food price policies, and sustainable agriculture and food security. After these two lectures, we will have a panel discussion. So if you have any questions, any comments, please drop them in the question and answering box. So without taking much of time, I will first introduce our first plenary lecturer, Professor Jivika Viraheva. Professor Jivika Viraheva is the Senior Professor of Agricultural Economics attached to the Department of Agricultural Economics and Business Management of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. She obtained her BSc and MPhil from the University of Peradeniya and PhD from the University of Guelph, Canada. She has served as the head of the Department of Agricultural Economics and Business Management of the Faculty of Agriculture and chairperson of the Board of Study in Agricultural Economics at the Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture of the University of Peradeniya. And she has served as an honorary fellow at the Faculty of Veterinary and Agricultural Sciences, University of Melbourne, Australia. She is the chair of Sri Lanka Forum of University Economics in 2021, a collaborator of the International Food Policy Research Institute, a Hewlett Fellow of the International Agricultural Trade Research Consortium, and she was a fellow of the Canadian Agricultural Trade Policy Research Network and a recipient of an Endeavour Fellowship awarded by the Government of Australia. So I cordially invite Senior Professor Jivika Viraheva to deliver her plenary lecture.
Okay, the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, particularly Chandima Vikramatilaka and Professor Terence Madhujit for giving me this opportunity to say a few words about food security and nutritional well-being in Sri Lanka, placing special attention on food price policies implemented by the government of Sri Lanka. I'm Jiripa Viriheva, attached to the Department of Agricultural Economics and Business Management, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. I have divided my speech into 5 segments. First, I will share with you the food and nutrition security status of Sri Lanka as I see it. By training, I'm an agricultural economist. So I would like to share with you the way that I look at this situation. And then I will show you how I look at the connections among food prices and food security. And then I will move on to determination of food prices in Sri Lanka, trends and patterns of our food prices vis-a-vis what is prevailed in the world market. And finally, I will talk about how we redesign our food policies so as to improve food and nutrition security status of Sri Lanka. Okay, so let's look at the food and nutrition security status of Sri Lanka in terms of numbers. So when I looked at statistics for the period 2018 to 2020, what I noticed is that 1.4 million people in Sri Lanka are undernourished. So this is alarming. And if you look at our preschool children, 0.3 million are wasted and 0.3 million are stunted. And we are pretty bad with respect to the situation of hidden hunger, and 1.8 million women in reproductive stage are anemic. But surprisingly, obesity is becoming a problem in Sri Lanka, and 1.8 million adults who are obese are present in Sri Lanka. So you can see that we are facing the triple burden of malnutrition. Some are undernourished, some are suffering from hidden hunger, and some others are becoming overnourished. If you look at Sri Lanka with the rest of the world, of course, we can see that the prevalence of undernourishment figure shows that we are getting better over time, and a similar pattern can be seen in the world as well as in Central and Southern Asia. And if I may be specific on numbers, 6.8% of the population is undernourished in Sri Lanka, as opposed to 8.9 as the world average, and 2.2 as the Central and Southern Asian average. So we are not that bad with respect to undernourishment. And according to the Global Nutrition Report, we are having one big serious problem, that is anemia. However, if you look at the 13 targets for maternal, infant, and young child nutrition, we can say that we are not doing well with respect to 11 targets. We haven't seen any progress with respect to anemia and childhood wasting, and we are doing all right. In fact, on track with respect to childhood overweight and exclusive breastfeeding. So that is the status with respect to nutritional outcomes. If you look at food security outcome, I may share with you information with respect to food availability, food access, and food utilization. We can see that according to the FAO stat, food availability has been increasing over the years, and the prevalence of undernourishment, as I showed you before, has been declining but we have issues with respect to food stability and food utilization. So there are so many indicators to measure these pillars. And if you take a cereal import dependency ratio, you can see that our food stability situation fluctuates a lot. So does food utilization measures. Okay. So what causes such inadequacies with respect to availability, access, stability, and utilization? So there are so many determinants, but I feel that food prices play a huge role in the Sri Lankan context. Food prices, which are partly due to the policy framework of the government, directly influence food stability and indirectly influence food availability through local production, imports and exports, and also accessibility to food. Food prices determine the prices of the resources used for food production, like labor, land, and the managerial skills, and the returns to these factors are the income of the households. So that has a direct bearing on food access. So food prices, of course, have some significant effects on overall food and nutrition status of a country. So if you look at what the government of Sri Lanka did over the past 70, 80 years, you can see that the government actually implemented so many projects, programs, and policies to regulate food and nutritional security status in Sri Lanka. But what we can see is that the government has consistently intervened in food prices to achieve its own objectives. So time to time, we can see that there were direct cash transfer programs, in-kind programs, poverty alleviation programs, various nutritional programs like school midday meal program. But what we can see consistently, as I said earlier, are the price intervention. And if you look at the situation as of recent years, you can see that the government intervenes in food markets in many different ways. Sometimes the government directly intervenes in regulating prices. We can see in Sri Lanka ceiling prices as well as floor prices. Floor prices are to help producers, particularly for paddy. We are having a guaranteed price to keep prices at a higher level, and also for essential food items, we have been having ceiling prices up until 2021. Recently, we got rid of most of these ceiling prices. And we have so many regulations with respect to food imports. We are having restrictions in various forms. We have import tariffs, para tariffs, and there's a special class of tariffs known as special commodity levies, and these are present in many essential food items, and also certain products cannot be imported into Sri Lanka due to prohibitions such as turmeric and black gram. And also we have regulations to control exports of food and beverages as well. So tea and cashew are good examples. And sometimes government intervenes in purchasing harvest directly from the farmers. So likewise, the government of Sri Lanka intervenes in our food markets in many different ways. But food prices are not only due to moves of this sort. Of course, I forgot to tell you the most recent intervention by the government is the organic agriculture move. So what I was about to say is that other factors like climate and the monopoly power of the intermediary and the behavior of market agents like hoarding, stocking, panic buying, all these things influence food prices. Of course, climate is the number one determinant of our food production, and during the times of bad climate, food prices go up due to the shortage in supply of food. And during the times where we have good climate, we get higher production and prices go down. So climate actually sometimes save us, but some other times it becomes one of the biggest hindrances. And in the recent past, you can see that for vegetables, of course, the climate was really bad, and one of the reasons why vegetable prices are so high in the market is mostly due to the bad weather. But why tea market is doing well is due to good weather. So of course, climate affects different. Professor Chandrasekhara, this is Jivika.
Yes, Professor Jivika.
Yeah, the video ended abruptly, right?
Yes, so
that is not the end. I can conclude if you want me to, or if you have time.
yes, yes,
Can I?
please. Yes, please.
Yeah, okay.
Can you continue from the point where you stop?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. Professor Jivika, can you share the screen and continue?
Yeah. Can you confirm whether this is the last slide that you saw? So I was talking about organic agriculture move and how it affected.
Yes, yes.
I did.
Okay,
I was here, right? Somewhere here. Yeah. Okay. All right. So what I was telling was that, of course, the government intervened in our food markets in many different ways. We had direct price policies, trade policies, which are mostly indirect, and also various kinds of production policies like government procurement, and this organic fertilizer move is also contributing to the determination of food prices in Sri Lanka. Yeah, but the other factors also influence food prices. I want to highlight the fact that it is not only government interventions that have bearings on food prices, but also climate, the actions of various value chain actors influence food prices. So I wanted to compare how the food prices in Sri Lanka uh, fared in the recent past with the international market prices. So what I did was that I took prices prevailed in Colombo retail market, which were obtained from Hardy, and compared them with international food prices, which were obtained from the pink sheets of the World Bank. And also I compared the Colombo Consumers Price Index with the FAO Food Price Index. And thereafter, I looked at how food inflation changed over the recent past compared to core inflation and headline inflation. Okay, so I will quickly go through a few diagrams comparing the prices prevailed in Sri Lanka and the prices prevailed in the world market. Okay, so these blue lines show prices prevailed in different years from 2014 to 2021, and the very last column shows the average price. And you can see that samba rice prices were much higher than the average prices, and even higher than 22 prices in Sri Lanka. But this has not been the case in the world market. You can see that Thai rice price had gone up dramatically in 2020, but not in 2021. So I'm trying to see whether our prices move ahead with the international market prices. Okay, so here are the coconut prices. Coconut prices were slightly higher in 2021, and the same story can be seen in the international market with respect to coconut oil. And here I'm comparing green beans and soya beans, and you can see a huge increase in international soybean prices in 2021, but our bean prices, even though these two things cannot be compared directly, our prices didn't go up much in 2021. And banana prices actually lower in 2021, and even in the international market, you do not see much of a fluctuation in banana prices. And here are orange prices in Sri Lanka and in the world market. And you can see that orange prices were lower than the average in 2021 in both regions. And thereafter, what I did was I looked at the general price levels. So those were individual prices. So I took the general price level in Sri Lanka as opposed to the general price level in the international food markets. Okay, so what you can see here in orange is the price levels of Sri Lanka, and what you see in blue is the price level in the international market. So you can see that local price levels have always been higher than those of the international prices. Okay, so in 2014 we had the same index values, but thereafter you can see that world market price levels were consistently lower than the Sri Lankan price levels. And people generally say that our prices fluctuate lesser than the international market prices, but it has been the opposite. You can see that coefficient of variation is higher in Sri Lankan price index compared to the world market price index. And this actually can have significant effects on cost of diet, because anyway, cost of diet is quite high in Sri Lanka when you look at a healthy diet. Okay, according to the status of food and nutrition security report of 2020, you can see that 53.8% of our population cannot access a healthy diet. Okay, so this is opposed to 6.8% for nutrition adequate diet and 0.1% for energy sufficient diet. So if you are really aiming to feed our people with healthy diets, you have to keep this in your mind. Okay, so with respect to headline core and food inflation, we all know that food prices escalated at a much faster rate compared to the other prices, and in December 2021, it rose to 22%. So quite high prices prevailed in the Sri Lankan market. Okay, so what can we do, and what is happening in various food markets? So you can see that we have unnecessarily intervened in paddy, other food crops and vegetable food markets, and this organic agriculture move and also home gardening program. I think they have really disturbed the market mechanism to greater degree. And what we could have done was to provide access to high quality seed and planting materials, and the private agents would have picked up with that provision. And dairy and sugar, we have set very unrealistic targets, and these products were imported in significant quantities. Like we locally produced only about 20 to 30% of our dairy and sugar requirement, but the government of Sri Lanka tried to make Sri Lanka self-sufficient in these products, which made the products very expensive. And our policy framework with respect to edible oil, including fresh coconut, has been pretty ad hoc and inconsistent. And with respect to maize market, there are significant effects due to the organic agriculture move, and that actually had spilled over effects on chicken and egg markets. Okay, and recently we took out ceiling prices on rice, milk, and sugar, and I consider this as a big move, because we have been unnecessarily giving support to food consumers. But if you just remove ceiling prices, there is highly likely that vulnerable groups would be badly affected. So you should not remove ceiling prices overnight, and when you go for such a move, you will have to take precautions for the vulnerable groups. So what I would like to recommend is scientific evidence-based policy making. So like any other science, when it comes to policy making, there is a science, and you will have to look at what can be the repercussions of different policies. But without doing any serious scientific research, we can see that a liberal and a predictable trade policy is conducive to achieve food and nutrition security of a nation, and experiences in other countries show this, and this has to be the general direction. But of course, there can be different policies and programs for different sectors. And we have experienced the cost of untargeted policies. We had this ceiling price on various essential food items, and what we need is a good safety net program for vulnerable groups, and to let markets to provide solutions to the rest. And food safety regulations are must if you are depending upon a market mechanism. But what our government did was that we went ahead with some stringent controls like bans and uh, variable import levies in place of good food safety regulations. So those are my views with respect to way ahead. And again, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the opportunity given, and I'll be happy to answer if there are questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Verahavar. Please stay with us for the end of the second speech, and then we will take all questions together.
Yeah.
So, yes, thank you. So our second speech, the symposium lecture will be delivered by Senior Professor Buddhi Marambe on sustainable agriculture and food security. We know he's an eminent academic, worked in Department of Crop Science of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. He has more than 34 years of experience as an academic at the Department of Crop Science. His research interests include weed science, climate change, and food security. He has published more than 150 research publications, and he also has won the Presidential Award and National Research Council Merit Award for Scientific Research. Professor Marambe is the chairman of the National Invasive Species Specialist Group and a member of the National Experts Committee on Climate Change Adaptation of the Ministry of Environment since 2012. And he was also a member of the government delegation in climate negotiations at the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change during the past 8 years. He was also the Assistant Secretary of Lanka Organic Agriculture Movement for the period 2001 to 2003. So I cordially invite Professor Buddhi Marambe to deliver his lecture. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much, the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, for inviting me to deliver this symposium lecture at your annual scientific sessions. I consider it as a privilege. Today, I'm going to talk to you about two important terminologies: sustainable agriculture and food security. Terminologies that are very close to our heart by being in the field of agriculture. I'll be taking you through a short journey about the evolution of agriculture, not to go into the ancient history, which we are proud of, but let's keep it aside. Let's learn a lesson out of that while being proud. But let's look at the recent developments since gaining independence from British colonial rule. And that is the important part, I think, for us to look at in the present day scenario and also look at what is in store for us in the future. So let me move ahead. I consider it's my job, it's not my job today to define sustainable development or sustainable development goals of the United Nations for this learned audience, I must tell you, but this simple diagram will explain how sustainable development can take place, can happen, and while making sure there's harmony between certain components. We have to make sure people are in, there's prosperity, there's peace, there's partnership, while considering the whole planet in terms of sustainable development. And that's a message I think always for the society. And mind you, sustainable agriculture is no different. And Sri Lanka has been going through this sustainable development path for a long time period right now. In 2019, we produced a very important document, that's the 2030 vision and the strategic path to show the world how Sri Lanka is going to achieve sustainable development goals. In this path, as identified with the second bullet point on what you see on the screen, the important point is to show the important point that we have made very clear is that Sri Lanka will be following a middle path based on balanced, inclusive green growth. Something important to be kept in mind always when we talk about sustainable development, sustainable agriculture, and of course, food security. Before even this document came into effect, the Parliament of Sri Lanka enacted an important document, important legal framework that will make sure the SDGs are achieved with improved institutional and policy coherence. The document, the legal document is called Sustainable Development Act number 19 of 2017. It went further by giving provision to establish Sustainable Development Council to coordinate these activities. And the Sustainable Development Council that was established in late 2019, in 2020, when the new government came into power and we adopted the national policy framework called Vistas of Prosperity and Splendor, look at it very carefully. Of course, this is a document that was developed through extensive stakeholder consultation, and it was made clear that this national policy framework is also aligning with the sustainable development path that Sri Lanka has already taken. So it's a wonderful thing, things are working well. When it comes to agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture, by being an important ministry of government of Sri Lanka, under its main agency or department, Department of Agriculture, also established a Sustainable Agriculture Research and Development Center at Makandura, showing signs and giving indication how committed we are as Sri Lanka in the development pathway, looking at sustainable development goals, even in an important field like agriculture. That's why Department of Agriculture since 2016 start promoting good agricultural practices. It's a certification program free of charge provided by the Department of Agriculture, and also focusing more on food safety monitoring, which also considered as important component where a lot of people blame the green revolution, saying that our food safety has lost in the middle of the development pathway that we have adopted over the past several decades. So these are all important activities, ladies and gentlemen, that have taken place in this country with respect to sustainable development and sustainable agriculture. But while saying so, it is important to look at the evolution of agriculture in the global scenario. You can do parallels, draw parallels with respect to Sri Lankan agriculture by looking at this simple diagram as well. Starting from 9000 BC to the present day scenario, you can see how agricultural practices evolve in bringing in technology into effect so that the agriculture prosper at a very rapid pace. When you look at this, when you look at the time periods very closely and carefully, the unfortunate scenario, as you all will agree with me, is that Sri Lanka or Sri Lankans have always been late adopters, unfortunately. But though we were late adopters in terms of mechanization and so on, talking about precision agriculture and so on, in the recent past, we have shown a rapid or dramatic progress with respect to development of, or with respect to acquiring technology and adopting technology in the practical scenario in order to make sure the agriculture will develop. So this is the evolutionary path, and you can, as I told you, definitely have our own parallels with respect to this, though we were late, as I told you, in certain cases. Every time when we talk of development, where Sri Lanka also have achieved sustainable agriculture development, I will show you some examples which are extremely important to look at, especially in terms of matching it with the current or recent policy decisions that are taken. Every time agricultural productivity or food production is spoken of, the resources or the requirement for agriculture come into picture, and the constraints are the ones that have been discussed heavily. Land is a very prime and important requirement for agriculture, and it is limited right now. We know all that very well because of the population pressure. To let you know about those things later, and also to inform the current statistics with respect to agriculture, we all know the world land area is about 13,000 million hectares. Out of that, about 37.6% is devoted to agriculture. Out of that 37.6%, which total to about 4,889 million hectares, merely 1.5% of that agricultural land is devoted to organic agriculture, only 72 million hectares by 2019, the year where the most recent data are being made available at the international scenario. Now, why I speak of organic agriculture this time is because I'm going to bring this point back again. So I just want everyone to understand the situation in the global scale that we have. More importantly than the land availability, the important thing to understand is over the years, The example that is shown in this graph is to let you know from 1961 to 2018, how the per capita agricultural land availability has changed. This is important in terms of production and productivity enhancement. It is because this decline, dramatic decline that people have observed in the recent past, as well as the scientists were able to foresee even during 1950s, had made sure Sri Lanka and the world take necessary actions to increase or to enhance the productivity, in other words, production per unit land area, to make sure global food production increases so that we can meet the food demand of ever increasing global population. Mind you, Sri Lanka has a very low population growth rate, but our population also increases steadily, and that we have increasing population every time. We have to produce. If at all we want to maximize the contribution of agriculture to food security. If not, definitely we will be having to import the food to meet the gap of the food requirement of the country by spending colossal sums of money. That's an important foreign exchange trend which we cannot afford to, as happening right now. Now look at this figure once again. Bhutan and the global averages look the same. They are relatively higher when you compare with Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, which are at the rock bottom level in terms of per capita land availability for agriculture. In Sri Lanka in 1961, the per capita land availability was about 0.17 hectares. Now it has declined to about 1.3. Will continue to decline. And if you want to get maximum production, then of course you have to enhance productivity. How can we do it? Mostly by technological advancements. That's where the answer is. So let's talk about those things in a while. And this, because of this scenario, this situation, the word food security, took the attention of the global community starting from 1996, where the FAO started defining food security very firmly, bringing in scientific background. It strengthened it further in 2009 by highlighting the fact that nutrition is a key component of food security. We speak about food and nutrition security even right now, but of course nutrition security is part of the food security. As we know, these 6 components have to be fulfilled in order to make sure food security of a nation is met. A difficult task, a complex situation, but this is what we are striving for always, trying to maximize the contribution of agriculture, especially in terms of production and productivity, looking at the nutritional concepts and looking at the affordability and the quality and safety aspects as well, apart from the availability and access, as I have mentioned in this slide. Now, to bring some examples to show how Sri Lanka has performed in the past in achieving food security, I thought to bring in rice, paddy, which is our major staple, to picture and to show you how far we have achieved, or we have been able to achieve, or how far our investments have given good returns. I thought this is a classic example that, bringing in data from 1950 to 2020. I must thank Department of Agriculture and also the former Director General of Agriculture, Dr. W.N.W. Veerakon, for giving me this slide so that I'm in a position to use it right now. Now, if you look at the blue line very clearly says about the rice production in this country over the years. The red line categorically very clearly says the rice requirement. And if you look at very carefully, thanks to the technological infusion, and except in years where there are natural calamities, especially like in the case of climate change. Of course, I cannot call it a natural calamity because climate change is mostly human induced. So natural as well as human induced changes that have taken place in the environment, which have created a negative impact on agriculture. But apart from those things, and also erroneous policy decisions that have taken place, we have seen very clearly since 2007, Sri Lanka has been producing more rice that we can consume. This is an important aspect because rice is our major staple. As I told you, we have to fulfill that requirement, and if we have been able to produce more from what we require using our own technological advancement plus the imported technologies, this combination has worked well. That's an important message that we have to get. In years that have shown a dip in terms of production, very soon we have recovered thanks to the scientists, thanks to the practitioners, especially adopting the technologies that have been recommended. So this is one classic example to show you how the evolution has taken place with respect to agriculture in Sri Lanka, thanks to everyone who have contributed in achieving this effort. And to move further, to give you one such example, how and why we have achieved such developments in the paddy production sector. I'm not telling everything in the other sectors have happened in the similar way, but the important thing is we have moved towards high-end technologies. For example, new improved varieties that our breeders have bred have been adopted by the farming community in Sri Lanka, and about 98% of the cultivated paddy extent in this country has been cultivated to new improved varieties. This is an important message that we all have to understand, and how it has been moved forward and how Sri Lanka has evolved with respect to agricultural development. I'll be just ignoring my duty if I do not bring in examples from the other sectors as well. The top two photographs very clearly give the results of the efforts of the scientists in Sri Lanka, especially at the Field Crop Research and Development Institute. I must thank the Rice Research and Development Institute and other rice research stations in this country for developing the rice sector, naturally with very good high yielding varieties. And we all know with respect to maize and chili, people are inclined to use imported hybrid varieties. But we have been achieved a breakthrough with respect to development of hybrids in Sri Lanka, where our own scientists have now developed about 5 maize hybrids and 2 chili hybrids as well. I must tell you about this chili hybrid, the MICH hybrid 1, which was released in 2015, about 6 to 7 years ago, has been able to achieve about 60 tons per hectare, more than 60 tons per hectare at the research level, and even more than 35 tons per hectare in the farmer field level. This is an important thing, important breakthrough, and the scientists have also found that this MICH hybrid 1, a product of our own, which are now being produced through private-public partnership, a great effort ahead, leap jump forward in terms of policies. I must tell you, we'll be able to fulfill the dry chili requirement of this country in the near future, because it's produces good quality dry chili with a higher green chili yield as well, because right now about 50,000 tons of dry chili requirement per year, being to almost 95% of that requirement being imported. So very soon we'll be able to go ahead achieving this import substitution, the target that we have, and very important achievement as well. We have moved towards other technology as well. The bottom figures, 2 figures, the micro irrigation to make sure that water use efficiency is high, and using leaf color charts to make sure the fertilizer use efficiency, especially the nitrogen fertilizer use efficiency, is going to be higher, going to be more productive. And very recently, Department of Agriculture also introduced this mobile soil kits, which have been shown in the center figure, that will make sure fertilizer applications, the productivity of fertilizer being used, water productivity, and so on will be improved further, because we'll be going through soil test-based fertilizer application in the future, which have already been started in the recent past, thanks to the efforts of the Department of Agriculture. And we are talking about youth involvement in agriculture. We know when the technological advancements is there, technology is affordable, is accessible, youth will always move into high-end technologies and make sure agriculture will develop further. I'm happy to tell you, this is a photograph taken in Ambepusa, where youth groups have established their own polytunnels to make sure agriculture prosper, and they also prosper in terms of their livelihood. These are the developments, ladies and gentlemen, that have taken place until recent past, thanks to all the decisions taken by the government as well as implemented by the DOA, the extension officers at the national and the provincial levels, and also the farming communities. But I have to bring up a very important issue that has taken place in the recent past, probably, as far as I think, has ignored all the developments that have taken place in the past. Very unfortunate. thinking of future, but not learning lessons from the past or from other countries. What I'm going to present from now on is not to criticize the government of Sri Lanka, but whenever the time a policy decision has been made, which does not move along on the correct path, at least in terms of implementation, is the job of us as scientists, academia researchers, to let the government know, to let the people who advise the government know that we have to correct course in order to move towards this sustainable development pathway. We all know that on 27th April, Cabinet of Ministers took a very important decision, a very sound scientific policy, based policy in terms of concept that we have to move towards socio-economic, green socio-economy with sustainable solutions for climate change. Very important. Among those 20, the first important point that they have identified is to completely ban the import of synthetic fertilizer and pesticides. We all know since green evolution took place, since our own scientists started developing new varieties, anticipating higher yields, when in order for a plant to give higher yield, it requires more nutrients naturally. You and me are here because our parents fed nutrients or fed food with good quality nutrients at the correct time and at the correct quantities to make us be here today, even for me to seek and for without going through scientific evidences and so on, I must tell you. And on 6th May 2021, supporting this decision taken by the Cabinet of Ministers, there was an extraordinary gazette notification banning importation of synthetic fertilizer and pesticide. A leverage was given on another gazette notification issued on 31st July 2021, especially for special crop production technologies like in greenhouses and so on, floriculture and so on. And then on 30th November, after going through a hassle while understanding the difficulties and understanding the ground realities, the government of Sri Lanka decided to repeal both these gazette notifications so that the ban imposed on import of synthetic fertilizer and pesticides are no more. But it took its toll because it took quite a long period of time for people to understand the reality in the field. But let me try to bring a few important points to let you know why and what erroneous information that have been fed into the government or people who took the policy decision did not think well with respect to what's happening in terms of synthetic fertilizer and pesticides in this country, so that they have taken the decision very unfortunately. We all know synthetic fertilizer and pesticides are imported to the country through import permits issued by either National Fertilizer Secretariat or Register of Pesticides. Now, import of synthetic fertilizer, mind you, for a given year is totally determined. The quantity is totally determined by the National Fertilizer Secretariat, that is Government of Sri Lanka. And pesticide importation determined by Register of Pesticide, Government of Sri Lanka once again. And especially in terms of synthetic fertilizer, the quantity to be imported will be decided by the NFS based on the recommendations given by the relevant state departments and research institutes, considering the cultivated extent or anticipated cultivated extent. So that means it's a fixed value for a given year. And once that fixed value is being determined, it's the National Fertilizer Secretariat that will allow the state-owned business agencies as well as private sector to import fertilizer based on a quota system. And since 2005, until the decisions were changed recent past, whenever the time the fertilizer subsidy program is there, fertilizer for paddy was only imported by two state-owned agencies, not by the private sector. You have to keep that in mind as well. And then when you look at the import of synthetic pesticides, there was a slightly different scenario with respect compared to fertilizer, because fertilizer, there was a very clear-cut decision on the quantity to be imported even again a given year. But in terms of pesticides, they always looked at the past 2 to 3 years, the pest incidences, how much the cost or whatever the volumes that have been imported and used in practice in Sri Lanka, and also consider the extent of cultivation and the fertilizer that is being intended to use, subsidized fertilizer, intended to be used in paddy because they are given free of charge in the recent past. Sometimes farmer may think of using part of the fertilizer for a different crop which is not intended for. For that different crop where they have used fertilizer, it may be overused, but there may be underuse with respect to the intended crop, like in the case of paddy. So overall, the quantity will be determined, but of course, overuse or less use can be determined depending on how the farmers act and react to the scenarios that he or she faces. That is important thing to be kept in mind. Then look at this organic agriculture scenario. Remember, I showed you a data a little while ago that only 1.5% of the agricultural land in the global scenario being used for organic agriculture. If you take Sri Lankan situation, we are slightly higher in terms of percentage agricultural land. About 2.5% of the agricultural land is being used for organic agriculture, where in the global scale, it's only 1.5%. But the important thing to understand is that in the recent past, the extent at which organic agriculture has taken place has declined by about 27%. Has the government considered this situation? Why this has taken place? Is it because of low yield? Is it because of low return to investment, or because of other scenarios, for example? Now, this is why I said it's an ill-fated decision, very unfortunately, without considering the scientific facts. If at all organic agriculture has prospered and proliferated, why is that still, even several decades after introduction of organic agriculture in the global scale, why is that is still only 1.5% of the total land area, even if you consider the heavy demand, as many people call it, which is there in many other countries for organic products. Now, if you look at it very carefully once again, if you look at the agricultural land area, there are only 16 countries based on the most recent information that has allocated more than 10% of their agricultural land for organic agriculture. I don't think there is no other better explanation to be given. Moving further, colleagues, it's important to look at the situation in Cuba and Bhutan, where we always speak of. Every time when we talk of organic agriculture, these two countries come into picture. The gurus who advise probably the government of Sri Lanka with respect to this unnecessary move that we have made, must have brought in these examples. I just assume in this case, bear with me for doing that. But the situation is very pathetic when you look at the organic agriculture status in these two countries. Bhutan in particular is the first country probably who announced internationally in 2014 telling that they are going to go organic by 2020. Unfortunately, by 2018, they had to put the whole process in the reverse gear. They found that 2020 is too close, 6 years is too close. 6 years are too close, of course. We consider only one season, 3 months to do this conversion. So they found 6 years. Even after 6 years, they are not going to achieve it. And they have now shifted their goal post to 2013 and thinking to shift this further, because in just 3 years, they found that 50% of the food requirements in Bhutan are being imported. That's a pathetic scenario, thanks to organic agriculture. Look at Cuban agriculture, for example. People talk of Havana, people talk of city areas in Cuba, saying that they are good at doing their organic agriculture. But the important thing to understand is when the World Food Program was requested to extend assistance to meet the food requirements of Cuba, this is what the report says. In 2020, Cuba has been importing 70 to 80% of its own food needs. It's because of the drive that they had towards moving into organic agriculture, because of limitations that they experienced, trade embargoes that they had, because they had problems in bringing in the most important agricultural inputs to support their agriculture. So this is the end result. Very unfortunately, we have to understand the reality, learn lessons from those to make sure the food security of our country is safeguarded. That is where the major issue is. That's our target. That's the title and the theme of my presentation as well. But of course, the sustainable development pathways, no overuse, no misuse, for example, is the correct and judicious use of agricultural inputs. We now talk about Europe. Europe is the country where people bring in always examples saying that the demand for organic agricultural products are increasing in Europe. So we have to cater to that demand. Let's cater to that demand, for example, in terms of earning foreign exchange, but looking at countries' own food security and with the efforts to maximize the contribution of agriculture towards it is a totally different ballgame. Now look at what Europe did very recently. They have a European Green Deal. If at all they are going to move towards organic agriculture, sustainable agriculture, or whatever, they have been very, very clear that what they are trying to do is at least 25% of the EU's agricultural land will be under organic farming by 2030. They gave 10 years ahead to make sure at least 25%. is going. Many scientists even calculated and showed about 1 million metric tons of rice will be required to support the food demand of Sri Lankans in 2022. Maize is an entirely different story. I'm not going to bring it to the picture because of the time constraints that I have. But we know that the monthly rice requirement in this country is about 195,000 to 200,000 per month, monthly requirement. Annual, say about 2.3 million to 2.4 million metric tons. What the scientists told even at the very beginning was we may have to import about 1 million metric tons of rice. And look what has happened in the recent past. On 10 January 2022, the cabinet approved importation of 300,000 metric tons of rice from Myanmar. And about a few days ago, Chinese government, Chinese ambassador announced that based on the request of the Minister of Trade of Sri Lanka, that China is willing to provide 1 million tons of rice starting from April of this month. Reality is bitter, but it is becoming true. We have to learn lesson at least. We will not move ahead of such drastic decisions that we have taken in the past. No more. And the scenario, even in the global scenario, is being expressed very clearly. Let me start with this figure. There's a global food security index that has been calculated to compare the food security status of countries, about 113 countries starting from 2012. That was the first time that it was released. So I just tried to collate data starting from 2012 to 2021, considering only the ranking among South Asian countries. In 2012, when the information was first released, Sri Lanka was ranked top among all the South Asian countries. 2015, 2019 were the same, but look at what has happened in 2020. Sri Lanka was pushed to second position, and just within 1 year, we have been pushed to the third position. This gives an indication how detrimental certain decisions that have been taken by the governments, whatever the government is, without looking at this real scientific background, without listening to scientists. What we have to do, ladies and gentlemen, as scientists, you and me, are to look at the real issues at the farm level. Nutritional aspects play an important role, no argument at all. But we have to look at the resource availability. We have to look at the technology being made available, whether it's being made available on time, it's accessible, and also it's affordable. We have to look at the market scenarios. We have to analyze. We always talk of post-harvest losses. Whenever the time there's a glut, we have to plan. We are planning very well for cultivation, but we have to plan for post-harvest management also at the very beginning without waiting for the last minute to look at technologies to adapt. So without looking at these things, without looking at the weather patterns, without looking at the climate status and the other abiotic stresses, we are not going to go ahead with development. We have to understand these ground realities without taking drastic decisions towards extremes by going ahead and trying to reverse whatever the agricultural development that has taken place over decades in this country. So what is in store? The recommendations from me. We have to prioritize public-private investment on agriculture, including R&D, looking at nutrition security, looking at food security separately. All those things can come into effect, and we have to carefully design the public-private partnership that we have. Looking at the seeds, as I told you, taking place right now, improve technologies, the product traceability measures, and so on. We have to strengthen the entrepreneurial capacities. You saw some slides which I showed you about how youth have come into picture whenever the time technology become attractive, made available at affordable levels, and also when there's investment power for people. Naturally, I mean, there are incentives that should come in. There are financial packages that should come in to support those knowledgeable people, not people who are in extreme poverty to do agriculture and start developing the agriculture sector. No, that is not the way to move towards. We have to think of climate resilience. We have already developed varieties thanks to the researchers. We are meeting these challenges. Remember, I told you at the very beginning as well, this challenge has to be met, and we are doing very well in terms of development and progress. Value addition, better coordination, something that is very loose, very weak, I must tell you, in most of the cases, which are strengthened further. Of course, the expert knowledge has to be brought in always. This is an important point. We have learned enough lesson Enough is enough right now. Let's at least listen to the expert and what we require, not piecemeal solution. We require an overarching agriculture policy, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure there's sustainable agriculture, of course, by achieving food security.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Marbe. And now it's time for questions. And we have received only one question for Professor Jivika, and she has answered for that question. So I have a quick question from Professor Marbe. You are with us, sir, I think?
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah, sir, now it is very obvious, and we all agree that we have to increase the agriculture productivity with new technological advances. So what are the specific barriers we have to face when we introduce these new technological advances? Any specific barriers?
Yeah, thank you very much, Anuma, Professor Chandrasekhara. There are many barriers to overcome, but then what we have seen always is the wrong policy decision that has been taken, even in terms of adoption or guiding people to adopt technologies. And that is the biggest barrier that I've seen in the past. And if you look at all the things, all the technological recommendations and the rate of adoptions, including the time of adoption, you have seen there's a delayed response from our farmers, mainly because of the advices that have been given. So all in all, if we can get the researcher and the end user, this continuum stronger or strengthened further by having a proper advisory training and extension program through correct policy decisions, I think that will be the key to success and make sure farmers adopt these technologies. That's how I look at it.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Marbe. Is there any other questions? There is no any questions. I would like to thank our two eminent speakers, Professor Jivika Verahava and Professor Buddhi Marabe, for your very enlightening speeches, very timely needed. And we have to maintain our proper nutrition, as well as we have to increase the nutrition security with the advancement of food security. Thank you very much, sir and madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And with this, we will end the symposium on food security and nutritional well-being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for chairing the session. And we are grateful to the eminent speakers for making this informative symposium a success. Now I cordially invite Professor Chandima Vikramatilaka to present the certificate and the token of appreciation to the session chair. Now let's move on to another key event of today's program, Professor T.W. Vikramanayaka oration. dedicated to Professor T.W. Vikramanayaka in appreciation of his services to the society. Professor T.W. Vikramanayaka, who was a past president of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, who was also a pioneer in forming the NSSL. Professor T.W. Vikramanayaka oration on poor dietary diversity and nutritional inadequacy, unveiling the nutrition paradox in Sri Lanka by Professor Renuka Silva, Professor of Nutrition, Department of Applied Nutrition, Wayamba University of Sri Lanka. Now, I respectfully invite the following dignitaries to the head table. Professor Chandima Vikramatilaka, the President, Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. Professor Renuka Silva, Professor of Nutrition, Department of Applied Nutrition, Wayamba University of Sri Lanka, the orator. I cordially invite Professor Chandima Vikramatilaka, the President of NSSL, to introduce and to present the medal and the certificate to the orator of Professor T.W. Vikramanayaka oration. Over to you, Madam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's my privilege to introduce Professor Renuka Silva, the orator of Professor T.W. Vikramanayaka Oration 2022. Professor Renuka Silva is the chair and the inaugural professor of nutrition in the Department of Applied Nutrition of Wayamba University of Sri Lanka. He obtained his BSc special degree in agriculture from University of Peradeniya. He was the first lecturer recruited to the Department of Nutrition of the Wayamba campus of Sri Lanka and its inception in year 1996. In year 2000, he obtained his PhD in human nutrition from University of Reading, UK. He rejoined the newly established Wayamba University of Sri Lanka. He served as the head of the department for 9 years and the Dean of the Faculty of Livestock, Fisheries and Nutrition. Currently, he is the Director of the Center for Quality Assurance of the University. Being one of the pioneer academics of the department in nutrition, he played the leading role in introducing the special degrees in nutrition, BSc Honours degree in Food Science and Nutrition, and very recently, master degree programs in human nutrition, global public health nutrition, and in dietetics at his university. He was a visiting Commonwealth Research Fellow at the University of Reading, UK, Endeavour Research Fellow at the Deakin University, Australia. Professor Silva is a registered nutritionist at the Association for Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, Nutrition Society of UK. In his 20 years of academic and research career, he excelled in higher education in nutrition research and professional development activities. After holding several positions in the Council of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, he served as the president of the Nutrition Society from 2009 to 2011. He served as a member of several technical advisory committees of Ministry of Health. He was also a consultant to the World Food Programme, World Food and Agriculture Organization, and International Food Policy Research Institute. Professor Silva's research interest spans on wider areas in nutrition, including cardiometabolic risk factors, type 2 diabetes, food security, child malnutrition, antioxidants of local foods, biodiversity and nutrition, food literacy of school children, and food consumption data. He has published more than 50 peer-reviewed articles in international journals and presented his research findings in more than 100 international and local conferences. He is also a recipient of several national and international grants and research awards, including Presidential Awards for Scientific Research. He is one of the authors who won Professor Priyani Soisa Research Award in 2021, awarded by the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. Dear Professor Renuka Silva, I respectfully invite you to accept the medal and deliver Professor T.W. Vikramanayake oration at these memorable annual scientific sessions when we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the society. You go there.
Good morning. The President of the Nutrition Society, Professor Chandima Vikramatilaka, and the council members, the past presidents of the Nutrition Society, and also the invitees for this annual sessions of Sri Lanka Nutrition Society, and also the members of the family of Professor T.W. Vikramanayake, and other attendees of this session online and also in person. Ladies and gentlemen, so it's indeed a privilege to make this Professor Thomas Walter Vikramanayake oration in 2022 to honor a founder member of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. And he is an eminent scientist in the field of nutrition in Sri Lanka. And Professor Vikramanayake obtained the MBBS degree from Colombo Medical College, and he joined the Faculty of Medicine, Colombo, in 1947 as a lecturer in physiology. He was awarded the PhD from University of Glasgow, and he served as a senior lecturer and head of the sub-department of biochemistry in the Faculty of Medicine, University of Ceylon at that time at Peradeniya. He later appointed as the founder professor of biochemistry and head of department of biochemistry at the University of Peradeniya, and he has published extensively and has publications in many prestigious international as well as the local journals. So he pioneered in developing several medical units, and especially the nuclear medicine unit at the University of Peradeniya. And later he joined University of Ruhuna, and he worked there as a professor of biochemistry until his retirement in 1984. So he has published several books, including Nutrition Through the Life Cycle. And all those, the textbooks are very popular among the students who are following medicine and in the field of nutrition. So he was a founder member of the Nutrition Society and held the post of secretary as well as the president of the Nutrition Society. And he is widely known as the father of nutrition in Sri Lanka. So I had a good fortune to work with him very briefly during my tenure as the president of the Nutrition Society and during my early career as an academic. First, I met him as soon as I returned to the country after my PhD at a workshop held in Kandy to discuss the nutrition curricula of the universities in the South Asian region. And I presented the curriculum of the Waimbei University, and he gave me a lot of support as well as a very productive and important, useful thoughts about the curriculum. Later, I invited him to Waimbei University as a keynote speaker of our student research symposium, I think in 2002. And thereafter, I met him at the Nutrition Society sessions and various other meetings at the Ministry of Health. And once he asked me to come over to his home and donated a collection of journals and the books that he had to our university. So until he passed away, he was a regular member, attended the Nutrition Society annual sessions. So remembering his always updated knowledge on nutrition issues inspired me to rethink about this dilemma of the concurrent undernutrition and overnutrition problems in this country. So as you know that there is a combination of underweight in children and overweight in adults, frequently coexisting in the same family. So this is a phenomena in the developing countries undergoing the nutrition transition. This oration addresses the causes of the nutrition paradox by analyzing the robust evidence and the data from recent studies done in Sri Lanka, especially the studies done at Waimbei University by my research group. So thank you very much for inviting me to give this oration dedicated to Professor Vikramanayake. So let me show you the current the world scenario regarding malnutrition. So today there are millions of malnourished children in the world, but the picture is now changing. While the number of stunted children is falling in all over the world, overweight and obesity are growing everywhere. Even in Africa. So globally, at least half of all children under 5 suffer from hidden hunger. That is another phase of malnutrition, micronutrient deficiencies. So this is the world scenario. And if you convert it into Sri Lankan situation, you see that in Sri Lanka, there are about 300,000 stunted children under 5 and 259,000 wasted children. And although it is 2%, there are more than 35,000 overweight children. Whether they are stunted, wasted, or overweight, most of them are suffering from micronutrient deficiencies. If we just look at our progress towards sustainable development goals, we have scored 87 out of, we have been ranked at 87th position out of 165 countries. And the most important nutrition related sustainable development goals are 1, 2, and 3. And if you look at the progress of the country, SDG 1, which is alleviation of poverty. So we are doing well. Upward trend. Poverty headcount has gone down, and the poverty headcount ratio at $3 per day, that's also improved. And let's move on to the Sustainable Development Goal 3, good health and well-being. Yes, we are doing well. Maternal mortality rate improved, or it has gone down. That means the situation improved. Neonatal mortality rate, we are on track. And all other health indices, except the tuberculosis and some other situations, the cardiovascular disease, cancer, diabetes, and chronic respiratory diseases, except those two situations, we are doing well. And let's look at the main sustainable development goal related to nutrition, zero hunger. Prevalence of undernutrition, yes, we have settled it down and we are on track. But prevalence of stunting in children, moderately improving, but the prevalence of wasting, which is a short-term nutrition problem, it still prevailed by 2016. And the prevalence of obesity is not that high in Sri Lanka, but it's increasing. I will talk about that later. Let me quickly give you an overview of the nutritional status of the country, not giving too much of details because these are available in the recent reports, and many people are talking about that. Very briefly, this slide, I want to tell you that the country, the children are suffering from stunting, that is the shorter for their age, and they are thin, and some of them are overweight and obese. And if you look at the adolescent children, 13% are stunted, 26% are thin, and another 10% is overweight and obese. That's by 2017. Adults, women are thin, some women are thin, and some women are overweight and obese. And we have nutrition transition. You see that a lot of restaurants open after this, the COVID, the pandemic, or the countries has somehow managed to control the situation. The restaurants are open, people are moving around and eating, enjoying their life. But that's in the urban areas. However, it's well known that even though the people are they have access to the food, urban people eat enough but suffer from hidden hunger. So that's the situation in the country. So in addition to that, micronutrient deficiencies are very widely prevalent among the preschool children. Iron deficiency is there. Anemia is another situation. 15% of our preschool children are suffering from anemia. Iron deficiency anemia, this is an important point. The iron deficiency anemia is 7.3. So that means everyone suffering from anemia are not iron deficient. Zinc deficiency is evident. Calcium deficiency, as reported by MRI, is 47%. But it has certain concerns. They look at the serum calcium level, which is not the best indicator of the calcium status. Vitamin A deficiency, not the deficiency serious symptoms, but the body level of serum retinol level has reduced or low levels. 30% of our preschool children have low levels of vitamin A. School children, again, the similar problems, iron deficiency, anemia, iron deficiency, anemia. But iodine deficiency, as you know, that it is not a public health problem. Adolescents, again, same situation, zinc deficiency 30%. And vitamin D deficiency has been reported. Among the pregnant women, that is very serious. although the government is providing supplementation during pregnancy, anemia is one of the major problems in the country. 31.8% of the pregnant women have anemia. And importantly, the iron deficiency anemia is only 10%. Vitamin A deficiency is low. Right? So that's the micronutrient deficiencies in the country. So some children are having growth retardation or the slow growth and micronutrient deficiencies. On the other side, the Sri Lanka has another big problem. That's the NCDs, non-communicable diseases. And it is estimated that 83% of all deaths occurred in the country is because of the non-communicable diseases. Cardiovascular disease is number one, and cancers, 14% deaths, and other diseases like diabetes, which is a main reason for many other complications. Now, yesterday also some speakers mentioned about this. We have Asian phenotype carrying more fat with the same BMI. Now, if you look at non-Asian and an Asian, the Asian has more body fat compared to the same BMI of a non-Asian. So this is widely known as toffee. So are you a toffee? That's a thin on the outside, but the fat inside. Many people in the country looks thin, but if you look at their the fat deposition in the body, lot of fat inside the body. So that might be one of the main reason for this escalating the rates of cardiovascular disease, diabetes in this country. Now, this is the situation. But my main the purpose of this presentation is to not to summarize and discuss the situation, but why this has happened. Is there any link with the diet that we are taking? We conducted large survey. So my the next part of the speech is mainly I want to concentrate on some of the results of this the large survey conducted a few years ago. So we collected the information data of the children and mothers from 3,000 households from various districts representing various ethnic groups and the sectors. And we found that there is a coexistence of the dual burden. Here I mentioned the dual burden. That's the overweight and obesity and the thinness and stunting at the same household. When we look at the mother and the child pair, fat mothers have thin children. So then at the same household, why and how it could happen? Very quickly, the nutrition status of mothers, not very good. Obesity is also prevalent. You see that the urban mothers in our sample, more than 50% are obese. Rural, it's a little bit lower, and estates, 21%. In the estate sector, the women, 21% reported as obese, centrally obese. And we look at the nutritional status of children, stunting, wasting, and underweight are very common in all three sectors. But importantly, underweight mothers have malnourished children. That is obvious. If the mother is malnourished or undernourished, their children could be stunted or wasted or underweight. But importantly, we saw overweight mothers also had stunted children, wasted children, and underweight children. So something wrong at the household food distribution or any genetic factor tend to deposit more visceral fat when the person is aging. So we'll mainly look at the dietary intake of the women and the 2 to 5-year-old children in this study. So my next part of the presentation, mainly to talk about the dietary inadequacies of the women and these children. We look at various nutrient intakes of these the children and the women. So here you see that the energy and the macronutrient intake of women in urban, rural, and the estate sectors. The pie chart shows that they eat 65% of their energy from carbohydrate. Yesterday also the speakers talked about that, and huge amount of carbohydrates we consume and relatively lesser amount of protein and relatively lesser amount of fat as well. We can increase our the dietary fat a little bit more, but you need to cut down some carbohydrates. Energy consumption is not that high compared to 1,900 kilocalories recommended RDA for energy. Urban, rural, and estate sectors, on average, they are not eating that much of energy, but the carbohydrate consumption is very high. That's the significant feature of their diet. We look at not only the macro nutrient intake, but we look at the micronutrient intake. There we see a lot of disparities compared to the recommendations and also compared to the EAR, that is the estimated average requirement, or that's the large population mean value expected in a normal population. For example, calcium 833 should be the normal population mean value, and the recommendation is 1,000. But in our sample of these mothers, they consume 380 milligrams of calcium, very, very low. The same situation for iron, 29.4 is a recommendation. They consume 12.4. These are mean values. Similar situations we found for thiamine, riboflavin, folate, vitamin C, vitamin A. The consumption is very, very low. And we look at how many women consume adequate level of their recommendation. And we found that almost all women consume less than the recommended level of calcium. You see that nearly 100% of them consume the less than the expected value, not the recommendation, but the mean population value less than that. Iron nearly 100%. Zinc, of course, about 50% of the 50% of the women. These are non-pregnant, premenopausal women. Thiamine, riboflavin, and also folate. Nearly 90 to 100% of the women did not consume adequate amount. So what it means, the overall population is shifted towards the left side and from the normal healthy population. So this is the evidence for such the micronutrient problems appeared later on as symptoms in those reported in those surveys. Then we look at the children's situation. Children also eat 60% of their energy from carbohydrate, not very bad, but 12% of energy from protein. So the balance is still not the perfect balance. Calorie intake is low. Protein intake is generally okay, but that most of the protein comes from plant sources. So not the best quality protein. And when we look at the micronutrient intake, the same situation once again, but better than mothers. Calcium consumption, somewhat okay, because we saw that the mothers give milk maybe powdered milk mainly to these the children. And we look at the nutrient inadequacy of these the children. The same situation you can see, but around 80%, 90% of the children are not getting their nutrient requirement and even below the average population intake. And again, it's a shifted population from the normal mean value. And we look at the women's compliance to food-based dietary guidelines given by the Ministry of Health. Recently, they revised, but these are old food-based dietary guidelines. Cereals and the starchy foods. Recommendation is 7 to 13, and a sedentary woman, small body size woman, should eat the servings of cereals and the starchy food. But we are doing well, of course, eating too much of cereals and the starchy food. Vegetables and green leaves, recommendation is 4 servings per day, but eat only 2 per day. Fruits, 2 to 3 per day, eat less than 1. Fresh milk and the dairy products, recommendation is 1 to 2, but our population eat around half or 0.5. Fish, meat, egg, and pulses together, the health ministry recommendations ask us to eat maybe 1 to 4 per day, combined in combination, but we eat half of that too. So if our population eat like this, you can't expect a nutritious and healthy life, nutrition well-being and healthy life of the population, and especially the women. And this shows that most of the, for example, I just take one example, the figure number 1, vegetables, majority of the population eat half a serving. 1 serving is maybe half a cup of, or the tablespoons of cooked vegetables, and they eat half of that. Maybe, but remember the potatoes, dal are not vegetables. Many people think that those are vegetables. Those are pulses. But the pulses consumption is also same. Fruit consumption worse than the vegetable consumption. And fresh milk or the milk product consumption is also not very satisfactory. We look at the dietary diversity, which is a measurement of the nutrition adequacy. If we eat a lot of the food items from different food groups, we would be able to achieve our requirements. Out of the 10 food groups that we considered, only about 5-6 food groups are consumed by these women on a particular day. So that shows that maybe due to poverty, maybe due to lack of knowledge, or there can be many other reasons for this dietary diversity. Professor Jivika in the previous symposium mentioned about the food prices. Professor Maramve mentioned about the agriculture production. And many people are talking about the safety of the food. I think the Nutrition Society is going to have another session about the food safety. Whether really are we eating vasa and visa? That will be also discussed. If you look at what kind of foods that we consume, this is a different study that we have recently conducted by IFRI. 100% of our people eat starch, but pulses are consumed by only 60% on a particular day. This is a large scale study, more than 1,000 households in the rural areas in 5 different districts. Nuts, very, very low. Dairy, again, less than half of the population consume some kind of dairy. Meat, eggs, consumption is low. Oils, everyone is eating. Right. Now, the part of the speech. My main question, or our research group's main question was, can a nutritionally adequate diet be promoted using the local foods available and following the current food patterns? If we eat the same kind of food or that kind of foods that I have mentioned, and if the local food production is similar to what is what you can find in the shops or in the country, can we achieve nutritionally adequate diet? So we did some analysis using some programming and simulations of the models, running some models. We use the OptiFood, the software, which allows us to formulate the different models and see which combination is the best combination to achieve a nutritionally adequate diet. So some questions that we try to address: to what extent can food-based recommendations are what the nutritionists are preaching, eat food to get your nutrients, and can we achieve these recommendations by currently available food in the market? Can we have a realistic diet which gives all the nutrients, including micronutrients as well as protein? And then, if such a diet is not possible, can we model a diet, a new diet, which can meet the nutrient requirement of the people? And what is the percentage of recommendation that we can achieve? And which foods and the food groups are the best sources of nutrients in these diets? And which individual recommendations are worthwhile to consider? So then, very simply, what we found in this the OptiFood modeling, it gives two best diets. One is, if we follow the current food pattern, your usual consumption, morning, lunch, and for your dinner and the snacks, if you follow that particular, you means here we consider the women in this country, if they follow the current food pattern, they can achieve the proteins, but they can't achieve fat, which is given in the blue color. They can't achieve calcium, vitamin C, and many other nutrients, but they can achieve B6, they can achieve B12, they can achieve zinc, but not any other nutrients. And then the software tried to remodel and said, if people are deviating from the normal diet, but still the same constraints, within the same constraints, same limitations, you can't eat, or you can't drink 1 liter of milk, for example, but within the same maximum and the minimum levels, can they achieve? It's a model diet. And it shows that, yes, we can achieve by little modifications, vitamin C can be achieved. You see that the orange color one. And that's the only thing that you can achieve. If you increase your fruits, you can increase the thing. Other things you can slightly increase, but you cannot reach 100% of the recommendation. So that's pathetic. So then what's the solution? I will be talking about that. Let's look at what are the foods which contribute to those nutrients. Proteins, we get proteins mainly from the grains or rice, and also from milk. Fats we get from coconut oil. Carbohydrates again from rice. And also the biscuits also provide a lot of carbohydrates because it's the cheapest snack. Calcium, of course, powdered milk. Iron, maybe some people, we saw that a lot of people are, they like to eat summer posha, 3 posha kind of things. They get from fortified products and also from lentils. So we identified these major food items which contribute to these nutrients. And we again did some kind of modeling, and we tried to have a different kind of diet and see whether we can achieve the nutrients 100% or not. Again, another model was run. The the program tried to maximum the best diet they selected. Right? That's given in the graph by orange color. You see that even the best diet that it creates, certain nutrients you can't achieve. Example, calcium. So calcium is considered as absolute problem nutrient in this country. If we follow this particular food pattern, absolute, outright problem. So something has to be done. And then again, thiamine, riboflavin, niacin, folate, and also vitamin A, and importantly, iron. This women population will not be able to achieve the recommendation, whatever the combination of the diet that they consume, they won't be able to achieve the recommendation. Those are called absolute problem nutrients. So then the same situation, I'm not going to explain everything. Similar situation was found for the children. There are, but for children, absolute problem nutrients are niacin and vitamin A. But if they modify the diet, they can go for the recommendations. So that's a good news. So the children have a chance to achieve their recommendations, but women, their requirements are high. The children, the requirement is low relatively. So we checked even some alternative diets. We model. So I asked my research students to check this kind of diet. Let's increase the milk and see whether we can achieve the recommendation. Let's increase the green leafy vegetables. Let's increase the fish, but you can't increase unrealistically. So we went for realistic levels, and we tried the best diet. You can see that at the bottom, there's an omnivore or mixed diet. No, unfortunately, we were unable to meet that requirement. So that's the best requirement we can give, the best recommendation. If you eat 9 portions of servings of grain per day, 1 serving is half a cup of rice. Legumes, nuts and seeds, 2 to 3. Vegetables, at least 2 times per day. Fruits, I can't go for 2 fruits or 3 fruits per day, because in Sri Lanka, on average, no one is eating 2 or 3 fruits per day according to our sample. 1 or 2 people might be eating. Dairy, we said, okay, once per day at least. Meat, fish, eggs, 3 times per day, you can't achieve the dietary requirements. For children also the same. We try to give the maximum diet, or the best diet achieve, but they won't be able to achieve this. And very interestingly, I'm not going to show the results. I asked my postgraduate students and the working group to model the current Sri Lankan food-based dietary guidelines. What do they say? I'm also a member of the committee. Health Ministry asks you to eat 7 to 12 portions of cereals and 1 or 2 servings of milk, etc. And 5, of course, 5 a day of fruits and vegetables. We assume that, let's say that you eat as recommended by the Health Ministry. Everything recommended by the Health Ministry, but only the foods consumed or available in the market. or commonly consumed. Only 43 foods are consumed by most of the people, right? So those are the constraints, limits in the game. You try to achieve the health ministry recommendations based on the currently available foods, not those called the superfoods or the very high price foods or the things like that, but commonly consumed foods by the people. No, you can't achieve. So then health ministry recommendations are useless unless we change the dietary patterns of the people. It is unrealistic, and you won't be able to achieve the health ministry recommendations given in the food-based dietary guidelines unless there's a huge change. For example, if the prices of the food go down and the people go for a variety of food, then they can achieve, but not with this limited number of foods. If people want to try some nutrient dense food, for example, not biscuits, but maybe some other healthy snacks, then they can achieve. But not eating rice, large quantities, but cut down the rice and have more pulses, not vegetables. Vegetables are actually not nutrient dense, even though we say it's a healthy, true, but just adding more vegetables won't give you the requirements, but you need to add animal sources of food, otherwise pulses. So I think as nutritionists as well as agriculturists, in the next decade, we should think about more nutritionally dense foods, and especially the animal sources of food and the pulses. However, the task is very, very difficult and sometimes very challenging at the current situation. To end this oration, I would like to summarize what I have said. Sri Lanka is currently facing a triple burden of malnutrition, undernutrition, micronutrient deficiencies, and the rising levels of overweight and obesity. Malnutrition in the children is very prominent. Wasting is at the high level, very high level according to the world standard. Stunting is at the medium level, public health significance. In addition, the prevalence of multiple micronutrient deficiencies was indicative of a public health problem. There is a coexistence of dual or even triple burden of malnutrition in the same household. Same household, you can find undernourished child and overnourished mother. Poor intake of nutrients, especially micronutrients, was evident among the vulnerable and the risk populations. Population-specific dietary nutrient gaps were identified, and several micronutrients are likely to remain inadequate for some individuals in the population. So if you follow this kind of diet, you won't be able to achieve the requirement, nutritional requirement. Food-based recommendations based on the locally available foods, acceptable foods. We tried to develop different recommendations, but with the current food pattern, it's very difficult to achieve. It is impossible to find the best diet. We tried in many ways to find the best diet for our population. We were unable to find the best recommendation with the current constraints, and alternative strategies are behavioral communication, the behavioral changes, and perhaps, not perhaps, definitely the country should consider about fortification as a medium-term strategy. Supplementation already is happening, but I don't think it's a best method, and it should be planned, targeted, and implemented to overcome the nutrient gaps. And for that, you need to look at the food system. So in the morning session also, we talk about the food system, the agriculture, from farm to the plate. Every step is important in nutrition. And also, I think our people's food literacy rate is not that high, even though we have general literacy rate 90%, 99%. Our food literacy situation is not satisfactory. So these days, my research concentration or the focus is mainly on the food literacy and the food systems. Once again, thank you very much for inviting me for this oration, and it's a great honor to me. And being a past president of this nutrition society, I also organize these kind of sessions, but I never thought that I would get this opportunity that soon. So I must thank the Nutrition Society Council for choosing me as the orator in 2022. And I would like to thank the backbone of my research that I have presented today. Tamilini is at the audience, the council member, and Chaturika Madhumali and Prasani Vikramasinghe. They did a lot of hard work in all this data that I have presented. Thank you very much. And also some organizations like the National Research Foundation for funding some of the work, and also the CMO, the organization in Indonesia, for training us on this the modeling. Thank you very much, and I expect that the Nutrition Society, these sessions today, you have a very successful and productive future sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Professor Renuka Silva, Professor of Nutrition, Department of Applied Nutrition, Mimba University of Sri Lanka. Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable, eye-opening research findings. It was full of knowledge and enlightenment. It was our pleasure, sir, having you with us in this grand occasion. Now it's time for a comfort break. After the comfort break, next up in the agenda, we have the oral presentations on free communication. All the presenters are expected to be online sharply at 10:45 a.m. A kind reminder, all the presenters are expected to be online sharply at 10:45 a.m. Let's, without a further delay, dive into the oral presentations. Let me kindly invite the session chairs, the conference editor, Professor Terence Madhujit, and Ms. Malika Gayatri Fernando, the council member of Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, to proceed with the oral presentations.
Good morning, everyone. So after a lot of deliberations all day yesterday and also today morning, now we are heading to the oral presentation series of the day 2. To begin with, let me remind the rules and regulations. Well, although all the presentations are pre-recorded due to uncertainties in our connectivity and also power supply, the rules that the presenters followed were the talk was limited to 8 minutes, followed by a 2 minutes discussion, question and answering session. Now, all these presenters, although these are pre-recorded, the presenters are required to present online so that they can answer the questions posed by the audience. So all the presentations are evaluated online by a 3-member panelist consisting of Professor Surekha Chakravarti, Professor O.D.A.N. Pereira, and Dr. Renuka Jayadis. So make sure that the presenters are connected with us online throughout, since they will be the best presenter would be chosen and would be declared towards the end of the day today. So please bear with us for a few moments, since allowing adequate time for the judges to get connected, because the judges are connecting from 3 different places and they come online. So at the time, the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, which is the only parliamentary approved nutrition society of the country, at the time it celebrates its 50 years of existence. The Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, or in short we call the NSSL, has initiated a number of new things. One is a repository of all nutrition related research carried out in Sri Lanka. Well, up to this point of time, we did not have all these data in one folder or at one place. So the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka has made its effort to collect all these data which are scattered at the moment in different places, different libraries, different universities, in different reports. So its whole idea is to bring them all together to one place, or at least the references, so that those who need Sri Lankan data can easily search the repository. So it's already underway under the direct leadership of Professor Chandima Vikramatilaka, who is a current president of the NSSL. The other major achievement is the launching of the dedicated journal of the NSSL, namely the Journal of Nutrition and Food Sciences. That's one of the major achievements that the NSSL has achieved at the time it celebrates 50 years of existence. I'm just wondering whether the judges have been able to connect with us. Okay, great. So to begin with, the first presentation would be on indigenous Lactobacillus acidophilus strains to combat foodborne pathogen Listeria monocytogenes, authored by Samaranayaka and Gunasena, The paper would be presented by Lanka.
Foodborne pathogen Listeria monocytogenes. I'm MSM Samaranayaka, the presenting author of this research authored by G.D.D.K. Kunsena from Department of Microbiology, Faculty of Science, University of California. The research will be discussed under these contents: introduction, methodology, results and discussion, conclusions and references. Moving on to the introduction, the objectives of the research are to determine bacterial strains which are capable of producing antagonistic compounds against the foodborne pathogen Listeria monocytogenes as an alternative solution for the developing antibiotic resistance of the pathogen, and also to determine in vitro potential biocontrol effectiveness of the Lactobacillus acidophilus, which was previously isolated and molecular biologically characterized from spontaneously fermented meat against the foodborne pathogen Listeria monocytogenes using the Agar-Well diffusion method. The background of the research: there are different types of food safety hazards like physical, chemical, and biological. Under biological food safety hazards, there are microbiological food safety hazards like bacteria, viruses, and fungi that leads to different types of foodborne diseases. Listeria monocytogenes is a bacteria under microbiological food safety hazard that causes a foodborne disease known as listeriosis. Currently, antibiotics like ampicillin in combination with gentamicin used as the treatment of choice for the listeriosis. But pathogens develop antibiotic resistance to currently existing antibiotics due to the overuse and misuse of the antibiotics. Therefore, alternative solutions for the antibiotics are in search. Lactobacillus is a key bacteria in food microbiology and human nutrition. It has a designation known as GRAS, generally recognized as safe. They produces one or more bioactive metabolites such as organic acids, ethanol, fatty acids, hydrogen peroxides, and bacteriocins. This current research is based on two Lactobacillus acidophilus strains, K1 and T4B strains, which was previously isolated and molecular biologically characterized from spontaneously fermented meat taken from Kantale, Sri Lanka area, and used to determine the antagonistic effect against the foodborne human and animal pathogen Listeria monocytogenes NTCT 11994 strain using the Agar-Well diffusion method. This research was conducted under three main methodologies: the sample enrichment, isolation and obtaining pure cultures of Lactobacillus acidophilus, then sample preparation of cell-free supernatant of the Lactobacillus acidophilus pure cultures, finally the Agar-Well diffusion method. The sample enrichment, isolation and obtaining pure cultures of Lactobacillus acidophilus, the -80 Celsius frozen Lactobacillus acidophilus samples were inoculated into sterile MRS broth. Then they were incubated at 37 Celsius, 24 to 36 hours under anaerobic conditions. Then streaked on sterile MRS agar plates and incubated the plates at 37 Celsius, 36 hours under anaerobic condition. Then well-separated colonies were selected and re-streaked on sterile MRS agar plates, incubated 37 Celsius, 2 to 3 days under anaerobic condition. Then pure cultures were obtained. The obtained pure cultures were transferred into sterile MRS broth and incubated at 37 Celsius under visible turbidity was observed. Then they were directed into centrifugation under 10,000 RPM at 4 Celsius under 10 minutes. The supernatant was obtained and filtered using 0.45 micrometers sterile syringe filters. Then filtrates were stored at 8 Celsius till further use. During the Agar-Well diffusion method, the pure cultures of Listeria monocytogenes NTCT 11994 strain were transferred into sterile TSB medium, tryptosoy broth medium, incubated at 37 Celsius overnight. Then OD was adjusted 0.1 at 600 nanometers. The loads of Listeria cultures were created on Reinhardt infusion agar plates. Finally, the uniform well was created 8 mm diameters using a cork borer. The earlier prepared cell-free supernatant of the Lactobacillus acidophilus was transferred into each well. Plates were incubated 37 Celsius for 24 hours. Then clear zone diameters was measured using a meter ruler. Moving on to the results and discussions. The clear zone diameters of Lactobacillus K1 strain against the Listeria monocytogenes. According to the results, the K1 strain produces antagonistic effects towards the Listeria monocytogenes. Getting the readings from all 9 wells, the average clear zone diameters of the K1 strain was 10.78 plus or minus 0.83 millimeters. Moving on to the T4B strain of Lactobacillus acidophilus, getting the wells reading of the 9 wells, the one plate was contaminated. So getting the remaining 6 wells, it also produces antagonistic effects towards the pathogen Listeria monocytogenes. So the average clear zone diameter of the T4B strain was 13.50 plus or minus 0.55 millimeters. The plate weave of the strains, the left side K1 strain in center T4B strain, and comparing to the control, which was used as culture uninculated sterile MRS medium. Conclusions. The both strains of Lactobacillus acidophilus, which was previously isolated and molecular biologically characterized from spontaneously fermented meat, show the antagonistic effects towards the human and animal pathogen Listeria monocytogenes. T4B strain had the maximum mean clear zone diameters of 13.50 plus or minus 0.55 millimeters, followed by the K1 strain. So the results of this research provide evidences that the antagonistic effect of the Lactobacillus acidophilus was strain specific. The Lactobacillus acidophilus strain possesses this antibacterial activity due to the synthesis of different kinds of bioactive compounds like bacteriocins, organic acids in various concentrations. The future recommendation of this research, the Lactobacillus acidophilus strains can implement as a biocontrol agent against the foodborne pathogen Listeria monocytogenes as a natural prevention of Listeria foodborne outbreaks and to establish the food safety. And also the fermented buffalo milk or buffalo curd can introduce as an antibacterial functional food towards the food. References, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samaranayaka. By the way, this is a message to the audience. You can either raise your hand and ask a question, or you can use a Q&A box to pose your questions. Questions to Ms. Samaranayaka? Well, the question, one question from the chair. Ms. Samaranayaka, are you online?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any idea about the types of cultures used in Sri Lanka in the production of this curd, either cow curd or buffalo curd?
Lactobacillus, mostly Lactobacillus strains, since they have a probiotic effect. Lactobacillus bulgaricus, Lactobacillus acidophilus, Lactobacillus plantarum, Lactobacillus fermentum strains.
Yes. So therefore, it's not just one type. So it's a mixed culture, as you rightly pointed out. And also it varies from manufacturer to manufacturer to the best of my knowledge. There's no consistency whatsoever, as in the case of yogurt. So in the curd, different manufacturers use different combinations. Now, when we use a culture, mixed culture, do you expect the same result that you observed in the laboratory in the real cow curd or buffalo curd? Because there would be some synergistic and also antagonistic effects posed by the different cultures when they are used together.
I think when I have actually conducted my research using 3 different types of Lactobacillus strains. So I think when a mixed culture was used, the antagonistic effects towards Listeria monocytogenes or any other bacterial strains, it would be higher than one particular strain, because it's a culture, it's a cocktail of different type of inhibitory substances. So the antagonistic effects, the clear zone diameters will be will be higher than expected comparing to the one single strain.
Right, that is a speculation, but have you ever done it, or have you seen it in literature?
No, not in the mixed culture. I have seen the
according to my literature review, I have mainly focused on the separated cultures used in like isolated cultures, different type of lactobacillus strains like acidophilus, fermentum, and plantarum strains. Not, but I have not considered the mixed cultures.
This is something that you can think about in your planning the research in the years to ahead. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions to Ms. Samarnayak?
Ms. Samarnayaka, this is Niranjala here. If you are using it as a biocontrol agent, and how are you going to commercially prepare this type of thing?
Commercial, ma'am, since the research need the further carry on to isolate what are the specific regions, what are the specific molecules that lead for the antagonistic effect. Since I have used the cell-free supernatant, the cell-free supernatant contains both DNA, RNA, and all other inhibited substances. There are literature that proves that most of these antagonistic effects were conducted by the acid, mostly the peptides and proteases produced by Lactobacillus acidophilus, since the Lactobacillus acidophilus is not they cannot synthesize amino acids, vitamins, and cofactors. So if the commercial synthesis, if this research is going to the commercial synthesis process, the research need to be extend, and it has to be particularly identify what are the molecules, and we have to separate it and commercially grow the Lactobacillus acidophilus and extract the specific molecules, and it has to be introduced to the food material.
Thank
Okay.
you. Samarnayaka. Yeah. Over to Ms. Malika.
Thank you. So the next presentation is on determination of fat content and fatty acid profile of selected bakery products available in Jaffna district, Sri Lanka. The authors are Vithusha Bhaskaran and Subhajini Sivakanthan. The presenting author is Vithusha Bhaskaran. Over to you.
Hello everyone. You are listening to Vidisha Bhaskaran from Faculty of Agriculture, University of Jaffna. Today I am here to present my research study on the title Assessment of Quality of Coconut Oil and Sesame Oil Available in Jaffna District, Sri Lanka. To begin with, let's take the word quality. Quality is the ultimate criterion for the desirability of any food products that we consume. Let's take a couple of minutes to think. How many of us are concerning about the quality of edible oils that we are consuming in our daily lives? So for sure, in our hectic lifestyle, most of us are not. Therefore, through my research study, I would like to create an awareness among the public about the quality of commercially available edible oils that we are using in our daily life. So without further delay, I would like to move on to my introduction part. Edible oils. These play a crucial role in human nutrition as they are providing the essential fatty acids and also the energy. While the edible oils play a major role in our nutrition, its quality also has a major impact on our overall health. Nowadays, the word adulteration increasingly seeking major attention among the public, and it has been a major threat to the quality of food. But what is the purpose of this adulteration? Adulteration has been done to gain the economical benefit. And due to this adulteration, several negative health reverberations also recorded in the past. But till now, there were no records for the studies performed to assess the quality of oils available in Jaffna district, mainly emphasizing on the fatty acid profile. Therefore, this study was aimed to determine the quality of coconut oil and sesame oil available in Jaffna district, emphasizing mainly adulteration. Let's move into the materials and methodology part. For the comparison of the commercially available samples, authentic coconut oil and sesame oil were prepared from the copra and sesame seed. And in the analytical methods, free fatty acid content, eigenvalue, and peroxide value were determined using the standard method. And in the analysis of fatty acid methyl esters were prepared first, and then FAMES analyzed by injecting 1 microliter of FAME sample into the gas chromatography equipment. Fatty acids were identified by comparing the retention time with the standard. And then let's move into the results and discussion part of my research study. For the comparison of the quality of coconut oils, Food Act number 26 under 1980 and Codex standard values were used as the standard. In the quality of coconut oils, free fatty acid content and peroxide values of all the sample evaluated were below the maximum standard value. And in case of eigenvalue, 11 samples out of 21 samples evaluated shows higher eigenvalue than the maximum standard value, which indicates possible adulteration because, as we all know, coconut oil is mainly composed of saturated fatty. But if the eigenvalue increased, the unsaturation level of the oil is also increased. From this, we may come to a conclusion: these coconut oils may be adulterated with lower quality oils, which are of higher unsaturation value. And if we see the fatty acid composition of coconut oil, here I have compared the determined values of authentic oil sample with the Codex standard value. All the fatty acids that were evaluated were below the Codex standard value in the authentic oil sample. And in the fatty acid composition of branded samples of coconut oils, if you see in brand 2 and brand 4, the lauric acid content was seen to be lower than the Codex standard value. And in case of palmitic acid, brand 2, 3, 4, and 7 shows the higher values than the Codex standard maximum value. So from this, we may come to a conclusion that these samples may be adulterated with palm oil as palmitic acid content was detected in higher. In case of fatty acid composition of non-branded coconut oils, in brand 8, 9, 10, 12, 18, 19, and 21, the palmitic acid content was seen to be higher than the Codex standard value. But here, we may come to a conclusion whether these oils are really adulterated or not, because very slight deviations, that is between 1 to 3%, were detected from the standard amount. But similar results were obtained in a study which indicates the adulteration of coconut oil with other oils, and they have concluded this by using some advanced methods also. So from this, we may come to a conclusion that 11 samples out of 21 samples may be suspected to be adulterated with some other low quality oil. We will move into the quality of sesame oils. Here, in case of free fatty acid content and peroxide value, all the samples shows the lesser value than the maximum standard value. But in case of eigenvalue, 3 samples out of 6 samples evaluated shows the higher eigenvalue than the maximum standard value. In the fatty acid composition of sesame oil, here all the fatty acids which were evaluated in the authentic oil samples were below the Codex standard value. And in the fatty acid composition of sesame oil samples, if you see in brand 4, caprylic acid, capric acid, lauric acid, and the palmitic acid contents were deviated from the Codex standard range, and particularly in brand 4 and brand 6. The lauric acid content seemed to be higher than the Codex standard range, which was not detected in Codex standard. So from this, we may come to a conclusion that these 2 brands of sesame oil samples may be adulterated with low quality coconut oil, because lauric acid is the major fatty acid in the coconut oil. As a conclusion, out of 27 samples evaluated, 13 samples may be adulterated with low quality edible oils. Therefore, based on this study, quality of all edible oils from markets in Jaffna district is not in high quality, as it may be adulterated with other low quality oils. And there is no significant differences between the quality of branded and non-branded samples available in Japanese. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Vidusha. Now the floor is open for questions.
If there are no questions, then let me ask you a question. Why do you think the coconut oil is frequently adulterated with oil such as palm oil?
Thank you so much for the question, sir. Because coconut oil is the most widely used edible oil in Sri Lanka, because before the collection of sample, I have conducted a survey. In that, 55.7% of people stated that they are using the coconut oil as the most widely used edible oil for their household activities. So that's why it may be adulterated with palm oil.
In fact, that is not the main reason why coconut oil is adulterated, because coconut oil is more expensive than palm oil. At least it was the case earlier. I'm sure it is the case now as well, because palm oil is in the international market is much cheaper than genuine coconut oil. So that is the driving force behind adulteration of coconut oil with palm oil. So having no further questions, let us move on to the third presentation on a study on perception and consumption of herbs among Sri Lankans, authored by Diyapathugama, Abenayak and Chandrasekhara. The paper will be presented by Diyapathugama.
A study on perception and consumption of herbs among Sri Lankans. Why it is important to conduct a study on herbs. Different parts of plants, including roots, stem, bark, leaves, flowers, or rhizomes, etc., contain different bioactive compounds like phenolic compounds, tannins, carotenoids, alkaloids, and saponins. They provide beneficial effects, including antioxidant, anticarcinogenic, anti-inflammatory, immunomodulatory, antibacterial, antiviral effects. They help to prevent non-communicable diseases, and also they provide other benefits such as strengthening the immunity, protecting against viruses and bacteria, and also bone strengthening and bone forming. Therefore, herbs are an important topic to conduct a study on. There is evidence for herb usage. According to World Health Organization, 80% of the world's population consume herbs and herbal beverages. In the preparation of functional and medicinal beverages out of herbs, bioactive compounds are extracted from the herbs using different methods. Herbs are used in traditional systems of medicine and also used in a combination of traditional and Western medicine in the system called integrative medicine. In the current market, we can find herbs as herbal teas and different herbal formulations, and also as nutraceuticals. I have found out through literature that for the consumption and perception of herbs, socio-demographic factors do affect. Therefore, the objectives of my research were to investigate the socio-demographic factors affecting the perception and consumption of herbs among Sri Lankans. And also I wanted to investigate the frequently and rarely utilized types of herbs in Sri Lanka. This was an online survey done through a questionnaire prepared on a Google form. Ethical clearance was obtained from Ethics Review Committee of Iowa University. The questionnaire was pre-tested using a convenient sample of experts in the field of food and nutrition. Data collection was done through social media. For this, an open invitation was posted on Facebook, and also invitations were sent through WhatsApp and emails to as many respondents as possible. After about a month of data collection, I could obtain 417 responses. They were analyzed manually, and also statistical analysis was done by SPSS and AMOS statistical software. My first objective was to find out the socio-demographic factors affecting the perception and consumption of herbs. Knowledge, attitude, and usage of herbs were divided into subcategories. This categorization was done using SPSS software. And then I have found out that these different categories show significant correlations with the 4 socio-demographic factors: gender, ethnicity, education level, and NCD presence. These percentages of correlation were found out using the AMOS statistical software. Therefore, we can see that knowledge is affected by gender and education level. Attitude is affected by gender, and usage is affected by gender, ethnicity, education level, and the NCD presence. And when the analysis was further conducted, I could find out that knowledge and attitude levels are correlated, and also attitude and usage levels are correlated. My second objective was to find out the frequently and rarely consumed herbs. For this, I questioned using a list of 39 herbs, and I have found out that ginger, garlic, curry leaves, turmeric, and lime were the top 5 herbs consumed by a majority of my respondents, while bay leaf, rasakindal, neem, hotalahimutu, and jackfruit leaves were the least consumed. Also, I questioned about their knowledge. I have questioned whether they knew that these herbs provide health benefits. So that pennyworth, curry leaves, ginger, lime, and garlic were the types of herbs whose health benefits were known by a majority of my respondents. When we look at these two, it is clear that some people do know the health benefits, but they do not consume those types of herbs, while some others do consume the herbs even without knowing their health benefits. So we have 2 different types of people: people who do consume herbs and people who do not consume herbs. Why people consume herbs? They consume herbs for different purposes, like during common cold and fever, for immunostrengthening purposes, and for promoting energy and wellness, etc. And some others, they do not consume herbs because they have faced different problems during herb consumption, such as undesirable taste, astringency, and inadequate time and ingredients for preparation. When we question on perception of herbs, a majority lack knowledge on herb nutrient interactions and herb prescribed drug interactions. When I questioned their attitudes, more than 80% of the people agreed with the statement that in Sri Lanka, we have beneficial herbs, but we lack the suitable professionals or the doctors who can identify the best types of plants for each disease and recommend it to us. These are the conclusions. Perception and consumption of herbs vary with the social demographics of the population. Curry leaves, ginger, lime, and garlic are the 4 herbs that are predominantly known and utilized by my respondents. Limitation exists in knowledge, attitude, and consumption of herbs among Sri Lankans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Depatugama. There's one question received through Q&A. Is there any role of herbs in the cure of COVID-19? Do you have any idea?
Yes, there is a role of herbs in the cure of COVID-19, but I haven't included that in this presentation, but I have found details on that. So I found that in China, there was a study conducted that they were giving herbs as well as prescribed medications, and they've observed that there are some positive effects in people getting better. And also, even though that is not in scientific literature, we found out that people were utilizing herbs even more during the COVID days. So even my research was conducted in 2020 when the COVID was at its peak. So I think these results may have subjected to some kind of bias because the people were using more herbs during the COVID days of COVID-19.
Yeah, thank you. And I noticed that lime has been identified as the one of the top 5 herbs. Do you use lime as a herb?
When we look at the definition of herbs, I have found the different definitions. So, according to what I have included in the research, they said that any part of a plant, any part, so that can be referred to as a herb. But when we take the FAO definition, that's a bit different, and they say that the plant parts, including giving aromatic leaves, are the ones that we consider as herbs.
Yeah, there can be tons of definitions, but you have to come up with a more pragmatic, more practical, usage-based definition. I don't think in lime can be categorized as a herb in Sri Lanka unless lime leaves are added to curries or whatever. Any other questions?
Yeah, you also have to give that comment because not only lime, even garlic, ginger, they cannot be considered as herbs because they are sometimes rhizomes or so the botanical these things are different. So you have to get the correct definition for the herbs.
And I
And
saw
just
coffee. Coffee was also in the list.
yes. And just one question, dear Ms. Diapathukama, if you do this study as not on a social media, what is the expectation of these results?
You mean if I have done this study in person? Is it, madam?
In person, because this is only for people who have some knowledge about who has who can go for computer usage and all those type of people. So if you go to people itself, then what will be the your expectation of this results?
Yes, the outcomes would be different because if we go in person, then we can reach people like more adult population. And since we are doing this online, we have reached more of the people of this young adult group because they are the ones who are commonly using this social media. But using social media was very inexpensive and it was easier to reach a larger population while staying at home. I think so. It has both pros and cons, and the results will be slightly different. Not slightly, maybe different if we do it in person.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So the next presentation is influence of breed and feeding system on fatty acid composition of cow's milk in Sri Lanka. The authors are MWDC Veeratunga, UGVSS Kumara, UI Ranasinghe, UMGDN Udagama, WMPB Veerasinghe, and T. Madhujit. The presenting author is MWDC Veeratunga. Over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to present the influence of breed and feeding system on fatty acid composition of cow's milk in Sri Lanka. The average annual production is around 44.6 million liters according to the last year statistics. And it's actually the milk fat contained 3 to 5%, and the fatty acid profile of cow's milk categorized into saturated fatty acids, monounsaturated fatty acids, and the polyunsaturated fatty acids. Basically, in ruminants happen in the rumen biohydrogenation process, and the mammary desaturation occurs to the variation of the fatty acids. So the majority contains the 70 to 75% of SFA, which leads to negative health effects in humans, especially cardiovascular risks. And the MUFA 20 to 25% and the PFA 2 to 5% leads to positive health effects, especially oleic and the conjugated linoleic 9-11, leads to anti-obesity, anti-cancer, anti-atherogenic effects in humans. So the fatty acid profile basically depends on the animal factors as well as environmental factors. The 95% of feed corresponding to the fatty acid profile of milk. In Sri Lanka, there are different feeding systems practicing for the cattle feed, actually the grazing, cut and fed, and total mixed ration. In grazing and cut and fed, they are giving very much less amount of concentrates, but in total mixed ration, where they give ration mixed with the concentrate and the forage ratio, different physiological status. Especially they practice in intensive farming systems. And there are limited studies conducted in the effect of feeding and breed as well as the fatty acid profile of milk. So we thought to initiate our research on the determination of fatty acid profile as evaluate the effects of breed and feeding system. So we designed our study based on the different breeds and corresponding to the different feeding methods. So here we used Bos-Taurus, which are the purebred of temperate breeds that are the Frisian, Ayrshire, or Jersey, and Bos-Taurus cross, which are crosses between the Jersey and the Frisian. And the crossbred means the cross between the tropical breeds, especially we used here Sahiwal with the Jersey. So altogether we collect 3 different feeding systems, so 32 samples, and 100 ml in the morning and evening as well from individual animals. So proportionately from morning and evening milk, we collected 40 ml for our analysis and then separate fat. After that, the fatty acid extraction was done according to standard protocols, and then methyl esters were prepared using the medium of hexane. Then the methyl esters were analyzed using the gas chromatography. The carrier gas was hydrogen and it was run for 40 minutes. The chromatogram was analyzed based on the previously analyzed standards for 37, and the data were used to differentiate the variances separately breed and feeding system using the Minitab 16th software. When we consider the overall fatty acid profile in our study, irrespective of the feeding system as well as the breed, the majority contains C16 followed by the oleic and the lauric. When we categorized into SFA, MUFA, and PUFA, the 58% around observed in the SFA, and the MUFA 17%, and the PUFA 3.87. So actually we were able to identify around 25% of the fatty acids is because of we don't have any other standards. When we consider the feeding systems, here I used only saturated fatty acids. So we observed that C16 was significant between 3 feeding systems, the highest observed in the TMR and the lowest in the grazing system. Actually, what happens here is the TMR give high amount of concentrates there, compared to the other feeding systems. So that concentrates lead to increase the propionate production as a volatile fatty acids in the rumen. Ultimately, it reduce the production of acetate and butyrate, which leads to the production in the desaturation process in the mammary gland. So that will result the high amount of palmitic production in the milk in TMR feeding animals. There in here, I showed in the MUFA and the PUFA separately. So it was significant in 18.1 oleic acid in grazing feeding system has the highest oleic acid concentration, 16%, and the least observed in the 10% TMR feeding system. When we consider the PUFA, actually all the detected fatty acids were high in grazing feeding systems, and significantly observed only the CLA 911, which is around 0.62 in grazing feeding system than TMR feeding system. And here basically what happens is the grazing system and the cut and fed, they usually depends on the forages and the pastures, so which is high around 40 to 45% of the 18.2 and 18.3 ultimately cool in the rumen by hydrogenation, and they produce the intermediate CLA, and that leads to high in this grazing feeding system. And what happens is after that, the stearic acid converted into the through the mammary desaturation process, which result with the oleic acid, and we can also find in our study as well. When we consider the breed effect, actually we were unable to detect any significant effect between the fatty acids. And when we categorized, actually the saturated fatty acid was significant in tropical crosses with the Sahiwal and Jersey. It was less compared to the other two varieties. In literature that said the breed is very much less considering the effect in fatty acid profile of milk. So we can conclude that grazing and cut and feeding system actually enhance the beneficial fatty, especially oleic and CLA 911, than feeding rations into the ruminant, as well as the milk profile from crossbred animals, especially tropical crosses with the temperate, is healthier compared to the temperate breeds in Sri Lanka milk fatty acid profiles. So with that, I would like to thank my research team as well as the veterinary surgeons, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Veeratungu. Now the floor is open for questions.
Having no questions, let's move on to the next. Effect of watermelon juice supplementation on postprandial blood pressure in prehypertensive adult men, authored by Priyashanti and Ratnayaka. The presenting author is Priyashanti. Over to Priyashanti.
My research topic is acute effect of watermelon juice consumption on blood pressure in prehypertensive adult men. I'm Devi Taraka. Hypertension is a global health challenge. There are around 1.13 billion people in the world that have hypertension. In Sri Lanka also, 24% of adults have hypertension. Hypertension is a global health challenge. Therefore, it is very crucial to find new dietetic approaches to intervene in hypertension. How watermelon can affect blood pressure? Watermelon has an amino acid called L-citrulline in high concentration. In fact, it has around 1.6 to 3.5 kilograms of L-citrulline in 1 kilogram of watermelon. In our body, it is converted into another amino acid called L-arginine. Then it is converted into nitric oxide, which is a vasodilator. Then nitric oxide can reduce our blood pressure. Watermelon is a commonly consumed fruit in Sri Lanka. If a proper evidence base is developed, it is more convenient to use watermelon as an individual dietary approach. This is how watermelon is going to reduce our blood pressure. When we eat watermelon, L-citrulline in it goes to our intestine and then into our kidney. In the kidney, L-citrulline is converted into L-arginine through the urea cycle. L-arginine then enters the endothelial cells of the arterial wall. It is then converted into nitric oxide by endothelial nitric oxide synthase. Nitric oxide then enters the smooth muscle cells of the arterial wall and relaxes them. This is when we reduce blood pressure. Watermelon has some other compounds that have antihypertensive effects. These are some of them. Potassium is a major compound in watermelon that can affect blood pressure. 1 kilogram of watermelon has around 1,120 milligrams of potassium. DASH diet recommends taking 4,700 milligrams of potassium in a day. Lycopene is another compound in watermelon that can affect our blood pressure. Taking more than 12 milligrams of lycopene supplements daily can lower systolic blood pressure more significantly. Magnesium is another mineral that can lower blood pressure, which is in watermelon. 1 kilogram of watermelon has around 100 milligrams of magnesium. Intake of 500 to 1000 milligrams of magnesium daily may reduce blood pressure as much as 5.6 to 2.8 mercury millimeters. The study design used in this research is a signal-blind, randomized, crossover, placebo-controlled study. I recruited 10 prehypertensive adult men for the study. As a test drinks, I used watermelon juice as the treatment, and as the placebo drink, I used a drink that matches in sugar composition and calorie amount to the watermelon juice. Ethical approval was obtained from the Ethics Review Committee of University of Sri Lanka. Here you can see the watermelon drink as well as the placebo drink. These are the inclusion and exclusion criteria for my study. The study treatment, watermelon juice, is prepared by blending peeled and de-seeded watermelon until a smooth puree of 1 kilogram of watermelon was obtained. The placebo drinks were prepared with glucose, fructose, and sucrose to match the watermelon sugar composition and the calorie amount. These sugars were dissolved in water, and then few red food coloring drops were added to match the watermelon color. On the postprandial study visit, participants came after fasting for 12 hours overnight. Then baseline measurements such as blood glucose, blood pressure, heart rate, and anthropometric measurements were taken. The subjects were asked to consume the test drinks. Postprandial blood pressure, heart rate, and blood glucose levels were measured in several time points. These are general characteristics of my study population. This graph shows the postprandial systolic blood pressure response after consuming the test drink. You can see there is a decreasing trend of blood pressure after consuming the watermelon juice compared to the placebo. There's a significant watermelon juice time interaction for systolic blood pressure. This graph shows the postprandial diastolic blood pressure response after consuming the test drinks. There was no significant effect on diastolic blood pressure. This graph shows the postprandial pulse pressure response after consuming the test drinks. There was a significant watermelon juice and time interaction for pulse pressure. This graph also shows a decreasing trend of pulse pressure after consuming the watermelon juice. This might be because pulse pressure is affected more by systolic blood pressure than diastolic blood pressure. This graph shows the incremental blood pressure responses after consuming the test drinks. There was no significant effect on test drinks on incremental area under the curve for the postprandial blood pressure. However, you can see a favorable trend in decreasing postprandial responses after consuming the watermelon juice. This graph shows the postprandial heart rate response after consuming the test drinks. There was no significant effect on heart rate. This graph shows the postprandial blood glucose response after consuming the test drinks. There was no effect on blood glucose. This might be because I prepared the placebo drink to measure exact sugar composition of watermelon juice, including the same amount of sugar as in watermelon, such as glucose, sucrose, and fructose. This indicates that effect of watermelon juice and the placebo on postprandial blood glucose was almost same. In conclusion, this study showed an acute reduction in systolic blood pressure and pulse pressure in prehypertensive adult men after consuming watermelon juice. In the future studies, we can focus on finding the effect of high dose of watermelon, effect of longer supplementation periods of watermelon, effect of watermelon consumption on plasma nitric oxide levels. Watermelon is an attractive dietary approach for prehypertensive population. I would like to thank the Astrom Private Limited for providing fructose sugar for the placebo drink free of charge. And I would like to thank the participants of this research, staff at Diabetic and Clinical Laboratories of Point Institute of Sri Lanka, and my colleagues and family members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Priyashanti. Floor is open for questions.
Ms. Priyashanti, since there are other sources rich in arginine, so why do you select this watermelon especially?
Thank you for asking the question, madam. Arginine, when we consume arginine, it will be catabolized in our kidneys. So if we consume L-citrulline in watermelon, it won't be catabolized in the urea cycle. That's why I used L-citrulline in this research. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh.
And the study is confined only to men. Any particular
Yes,
reason?
madam. Yeah, madam. I wanted the prehypertensive population. So in that age range, the blood pressure is higher in men in that age range. That's why I used men for the study. In women, we cannot find, it is hard to find prehypertensive women in that age range. So my convenience, I choose men for this study.
Thank you.
So moving on to the next presentation, study on the use of artificial sweeteners and total sugars for non-alcoholic beverages available in the Sri Lankan market. The authors are PSF Pereira, KVT Gunawardana, KRR Mahanama, and HPPS Somasiri. The presenting author is PSF Pereira. Over to you.
Title of my presentation for today is Market Study on Sugar and Non-Nutritive Sweeteners Usage in Non-Alcoholic Beverages in Sri Lanka. So this is the content of this presentation, and now we move to the introduction. What is sugar? It's a type of carbohydrate and generic term for any monosaccharide and disaccharide. It supplies no nutritive value other than energy. So it's used in food and beverages to sweeten or to enhance the texture and flavor. So this is the classification of carbohydrate. Simple types of sugar can be categorized further into natural sources of sugar and added sugars. And sugar in sugary drinks are known as added sugars. However, excessive consumption of added sugar foods and sugar sweetened beverages has been strongly associated with weight gain, chronic diseases development, and dental caries. So World Health Organization guideline recommends adults and children to reduce their daily intake of free sugars to less than 10% or further reduction of 5% of total energy intake. That's about 25 grams or 6 teaspoons per day. Many countries have taken steps to regulate the levels of added sugars. Hence, the Ministry of Health in Sri Lanka instructed to display the sugar levels on the label with color coding system in sugar-based beverages as well as in solid and semi-solid food items. As a result, most of food producers are using non-caloric high-intensity sugar alternative to achieve required sweetness or sugar-like taste with the aim of producing healthier products. As such, they occupy large portions of commercial space on supermarket shelves globally as well as locally. However, according to the Food Act, sweetness has been regulated with the maximum usable dosages in various food groups. Hence, the identification of quantifications available sweeteners producers items are important in order to ensure the healthier food choice. So this is the classification of sweeteners. And now we move to the objective of the study. It is to identify the present status of used sugar substitutes available in non-nutritious sweeteners in Sri Lankan market as sugar sweeteners beverages, and to evaluate the concentration of sugar, total sugar by analyzing the sugar profile of non-alcoholic sugar sweetened beverages products taken to the above study. So now we move to the materials and methods. 73 sweetened products were purchased from Colombo and suburb supermarkets between October 2019 to February 2020 in the range of categorized food groups as ready-to-serve carbonated beverages from different brands and different companies or manufacturers. According to the Codex Alimentarius International Food Standard, this picture shows. So when we move to the methodology, initially the label survey was done to identify the sweeteners used, and the total sugar profile was analyzed using high performance liquid chromatography techniques, that is HPLC, RIT. Initially we prepared the standards. 1% of standard solutions were prepared by using sucrose, glucose, and fructose, and standards which were purchased from Sigma neat chemicals with the purity of more than 98% with ultra pure water. And the sample preparation was done with 1 gram or 1 ml homogenized samples, also with ultra pure water, followed by vortex and sonication, and sample was filtered through number 54 filter papers, and finally with the 0.45 micron cellulose membrane prior to HPLC injections. So these are the chromatographic conditions. And methodologically, we got the limit of detection as 0.1 gram per 100 gram. That is the detection limit of this method. So now we'll move to the results and discussion. So the chemically analyzed samples were statistically analyzed by using the software SPSS version 20 method one-way ANOVA with 30 post-hoc analysis. So here we can see the total sugar content of carbonized RTS beverages. There you can see no variation with the company. Here they have mentioned, we have mentioned about 5 companies with 5 average concentration of sugar. And here, here this slide shows the sugar content of non-alcoholic beverages, especially with the water-based beverages. Also, you can see the average of total sugar is about 10 grams per 100 ml. When we look at the carbonated beverages, with the even for both variation with the company and with the pack size, there's a significant variation. And we'll look at the summary of classification based on the total sugar content. We can see most of the carbonated beverages and food drinks having percentage within 2 to 11 grams, that is come under amber color. And there's a significant value with the food drinks. You can see that there are no products can be found less than 2 grams per 100 ml. That is, no sugar products were not found. So this is the presence of sweeteners versus number of carbonated beverages brand. You can see we found both sugar and sweetener together in carbonated beverages, and also we found sugar only products and also no sugar products. That is, they have only sweeteners. So, but in non-carbonated beverages, we found no products with only sweetener. So when we look at the sweetener, the various sweeteners, we found many sweeteners in carbonated beverages like stevia, sucralose, asalpam K as single, like this bar shows that you can see most of products were found with stereoglycoside, that is as single sweetener, but with a blended sweetener they have found as asalpam K and aspartame and sucrose and asalpam K, and also stevia versus with sucralose. But in non-carbonated beverages we found only stevia and sucralose other than sugar. So this is the figure as percentages. So when we'll come to the conclusion, it is evident that the manufacturers are using the artificial sweeteners in non-alcoholic beverages to maintain their sweetness in amber and green color coded carbonated beverages. So stevia has been used in carbonated beverages abundantly as a non-nutrient sweetener, while sucrose, sugar and sucralose and stevia have jointly performed the role in non-carbonated food drinks. There was no variation of the total sugar content of non-carbonated food drinks, non-carbonated and food drinks products of different companies. However, showed a significant variation among different brands. So total sugar content of the carbonated beverages exhibits significant differences among different companies as well as within the different packages size. So these are the references of the study. So I got the financial assistance from Finance Ministry, Treasury granted TG 1850. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Pereira. Now the floor is open for the questions.
I have a question. Now, in your study, did you observe a discrepancy between what was found on the label and the your estimate? I'm not sure whether I got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The question is, did you find any discrepancy between the your estimate and what is expressed on the label?
No, sorry, my something going with the, sorry.
I think, yeah.
You hear me now?
No, you are okay.
Sure. Sorry, something happened. I can't. Can you, sir?
Yeah.
Sorry, I
Go on,
didn't
please.
hear.
Now you are perfectly okay. Go on, please.
Hello.
Yeah, the technical matter is resolved now.
Yeah. Sorry. Can I come to the phone?
No, you are perfectly okay now.
I think yes. Can you?
Yeah.
Is it clear now?
Yes, very much clear.
Yeah. So now, can you ask the question again, please?
Okay. Did you find a difference between your estimate and what was found on the label?
Yes, total sugar content a bit, not a vast, big difference, but a slight difference only I found.
So towards this traffic light system,
yes,
the non-nutritional sweetness have also been counted towards the value.
Of course. Yeah, we found that. Did you see when look at that previous slide? You can see the various sweetness can be found. In carbonated beverages, basically to come to bring the level to the amber color or to the green color, they use sweeteners, especially stevia. We found stevia the most used sweetener, but we found sucralose, even asalpam K and aspartame also.
But the traffic light system is purely based on natural sugar in the sense, not non-nutritional sweetness.
Yeah, yes. There I concern only about the sugar. Sugar level is there. I am saying that they have used sugar only between less than 10 grams actually, but earlier days they had spent more than that amount. We found more than 11, 12, 14, even 14 grams of sugar we found in earlier, before they have introduced the color coding system.
Thank you. So moving on to the next presentation, addressing unhealthy dietary practices to reduce the risk of non-communicable diseases by using health promotion approach in semi-urban village, Anuradhapura district, authored by Jayasinghe, Saturthika, Patirana, Ranavira, Alhana, Sirigamapala, Makaluarachi, Karunaratna, and Guruge. The paper would be presented by Jayasinghe.
Good day to everyone. I am Manojika Jasana, Undergraduate Health Promotion at Kathmandu Institute of Sri Lanka. This is the presentation on the study of addressing unhealthy dietary practices and improper lifestyle to reduce the risk of non-communicable diseases by using health promotion approach in semi-urban village and rural districts. Let's move to the introduction. NCDs are responsible for 41 million deaths each year around the world. When considering in Sri Lankan situation, over 80% of deaths was reported due to NCDs in year 2020. We can identify several risk factors for NCDs. Unhealthy dietary practices and improper lifestyle play a major role among those risk factors. The objective of the study was to reduce the risk of NCDs using health promotion efforts by addressing unhealthy dietary practices and improper lifestyle. This is the methodology of the study. The study was conducted with the voluntary participation of 20 mothers for a 1 year time period. The initial discussion was conducted about NCDs. After that, determinants were identified and prioritized by mothers with the certification. To address prioritized determinants, activities were designed and implemented by mothers such as tasting water scales on connected bottles, starting to use small spoons of sugar and salt, collecting junk food packets, changing dead plates into flat plates, and etc. After implementing activities, the progress was measured using indicators and interviewer administrated questionnaire. Collected quantitative and qualitative data were analyzed using descriptive statistics and thematic analysis respectively. According to the results, 70% of mothers were able to reduce fancy coconut oil, sugar, and salt consumption. The reduction of the frequency of junk food consumption was reported at 60%. 40% of mothers initiated home gardening and they were able to increase the vegetable consumption in their households by 30%. 15% of mothers were able to maintain healthy BMI levels by reducing their weight. According to above results, we can conclude that health promotion approach is an appropriate method to reduce the risk of NCDs by addressing unhealthy dietary practices and improper lifestyle among communities. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jayasinghe. Now paper is open for questions. Any questions?
So the next presentation is changes in dietary patterns and substance use behaviors among office workers in Mathura district during the lockdown due to COVID-19 pandemic. The authors are MC Jayalath, HMDD Herath, KG Hettiarachchi, PP Hettiarachchi, CS Hikaduage, JHY Jayashantika, ASK Jayasinghe, and CJ Vijayasinghe. The presenting author is KG Hettiarachchi. Over to you.
Good day, dear madams, dear sirs, and my dear colleagues. Our topic for discussion is perceived changes in dietary and substance use related behavior among office workers in Mathura district during the lockdown period due to COVID-19 pandemic. Introduction. Social restrictions imposed during the COVID-19 pandemic led to changes in lifestyle and behavior among the working population, which is the sample we use for our study. with the lockdown and travel restrictions, the risk for unhealthy lifestyle behavior is considerably high. So understanding the changes in dietary patterns and substance use during a period of social restrictions is important in developing health interventions to optimize population health. So, as we know, COVID-19 is the first major pandemic in the digital era. So, many office workers in Sri Lanka had to change their diet and substance usage, which could directly affect their physical, mental, and social well-being. So, by identifying these changes, authorities can raise public awareness about adopting healthy dietary habits and about adverse effects of substance use. Also can develop interventions to prevent diet and substance use related health problems. So our objectives was to describe the perceived changes in dietary and substance use related behavior among the office workers and to assess the factors associated with adaptation of healthy and unhealthy lifestyle behaviors among this population. So our study design was a descriptive cross-sectional study. Study setting was a government as well as private sector officers in Matara district. Study sample, a sample of 270 office workers working in government and private offices. Inclusion criteria was office workers who are in Matara district and office workers who have internet access, which was a key point since we did it as an online questionnaire. And exclusion criteria, retired office workers. Sampling procedure was a convenience sampling. And data collection, as I said, was a self-administered online questionnaire sent to all participants as an email or via social media like WhatsApp. Data analysis was done via SPSS software, and this is a key point we considered. We considered unhealthy changes as an increase in unhealthy behavior or decrease in healthy behavior. It was used for building of associations, and chi-square test was used to assess the associations between variables. And ethical approval for the study was obtained from the ethics review committee, faculty of medicine. So, a bit of summary of our study population, study sample. So, gender-wise, the male predominance was there, and age-wise, less than 30 was the majority, and less than more than 50 were very few. And coming to the changes in food habits among the study sample, we considered various variables like snacking, number of different food groups consumed, consumption of homemade meals, etc. for the changes, and I have highlighted them in red, which had more than 50% change among the population. So as you can see, majority of them had 50% change, which were either increased or decreased. So we can say that there were considerable changes in food habits among the study sample during that COVID lockdown period. So coming to changes in smoking and alcohol consumption, majority were already not smoking or not taking alcohol, and only minority were taking smoking and consuming alcohol. It is mentioned here. And then about the associations we developed. So first, association of dietary changes with the social demographic factors like gender, residency, highest educational qualification, job category, income category, and working time during the lockdown. So as you can see, we took the level of significance as less than 0.05, and there were no significant association detected among these social demographic factors with dietary changes. And association of smoking with social demographic factors, there was a significant association in gender, job category, and income category. Gender-wise, males had had reduced smoking in a considerable percentage, in 58%, and when comparing to females. And in job category, we divided it as senior officials and professionals, and to technicians, associate professionals, and clerks. So from that, lower rank people had more smoking changes of smoking towards healthy, which means a reduction of smoking was detected more in them, 78% 9 comparing to the senior officials and professionals. And in income category, we divided it as more than 100,000 and less than 100,000. And in the less than 100,000 category, we detected more change towards healthy, reduction of smoking. That's 53.7 comparing to the above 100,000 category. And coming to alcohol consumption association with social demographic factors, again, gender was associated. Again, males, that was 63.1 has reduced consumption of alcohol during that period comparing to the females. And in highest education qualification, we consider it in two groups. Those were above GCA level and below GCA level. And there was a 68.4 change towards healthy, which was reduction of alcohol consumption in in the people educated above GCA level. So, as a summary, there were considerable changes in dietary patterns and substance use among office workers in Mahatara during this lockdown period, and no significant association was detected in the changes of diet with social demographic factors considered. And in smoking, it significantly associated with gender, job category, and income category. Alcohol consumption was significantly associated with gender, highest educational qualification. And as the recommendations, the health educational interventions are recommended to sustain healthy and correct unhealthy dietary patterns and to promote reduction of substance usage in high-risk groups. So these are the limitations of our study: limited access to selected sample of population, since they were located in Mahatara district and our faculty is involved. And since the study was conducted online, targeted number of responses could not be achieved. Possible underreporting of unhealthy behavior and overreporting of health behavior, which could have affected to our findings, and also recall bias, since data collection sometimes was done after the exit from the lockdown. So recall bias could have been there. So these are our references and acknowledgement. So thank you very much for your attention. Good day, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Hettiarachi. Now the floor is open for the questions.
Mr. Hettiarachi, in your conclusion, you mentioned that the alcohol consumption was found to be associated with the gender and the level of education. So how was it related to level of education? The higher the level of education, the higher the consumption, or the other?
Yes, I mentioned it in the chart in the presentation. As we got our results, it was higher in the consumption was higher in the highly paid population. Like we took it as more than 1 lakh and less than 1 lakh.
So that means because it's more affordable to them. Is that the reason?
Could be, sir.
Poor people don't drink because it's not affordable to them.
So there was a limited access to the those places to buy alcohol during the restrictions. So I think that could be the reason for that.
So more affluent people had access to alcohol even during the shutdown.
We think so, sir.
Any other questions? Okay, the audience might be feeling hungry. I don't see very many questions coming from the audience. Okay.
Why physical exercise is important during this COVID-19 pandemic?
Madam, during these, are you regarding to the lockdown period or throughout the COVID for the disease wise? Are you asking?
I think it's referring to the shutdown period, perhaps.
Sir, madam, so during the restrictions, people were confined to their houses. So many people didn't went out. The ones who used to go for jogging like things and swimming, most pools and gymnasiums were closed during the period. So home workouts were very important during the period, and that's why.
Thank you. Moving on. The next presentation is on dietary intake and prevalence of inadequacy of preschool children in urban, rural, and estate sectors in Sri Lanka, authored by Thamilini, Silva KDRR, and Jayasinghe Mudalige. The paper would be presented by Thamilini.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to present about the dietary intake and the prevalence of inadequacy of preschool children in urban, rural, and estate sectors in Sri Lanka. The double burden of malnutrition coupled with micronutrient deficiencies are more prevalent in developing countries which are undergoing nutrition transition, including Sri Lanka. This problem mainly causes due to inadequate or unhealthy diet and leads to health problems, especially in children. Children can reach their growth and development potential if their nutritional needs are met in a healthy environment. Unfortunately, Sri Lanka is one of the countries in the world where a significant number of children remain malnourished despite the economic growth and development in the country over the past decade. When considered the children under 5 years of age, the prevalence of wasting is around 15.1, stunting 17.3, and overweight around 2%. Not only that, micronutrient deficiency remains one of the more serious nutritional concerns in children, especially iron and zinc deficiency. Even though we know about the prevalence and the problems related to malnutrition, they literally know about what they eat and how well their nutrient intake meets the recommendation. Therefore, we study to determine the energy and nutrient intake and the prevalence of inadequacy of 3 to 5-year-old children in urban, rural, and estate sector in Sri Lanka. And this is a large-scale dietary study, and we have selected 3,000 dietary intake from the households in urban, rural, and estate sector. And the interview-administered questionnaire used to collect the socioeconomic and demographic characteristics. Nutritional status was assessed using anthropometric measurements. And 224 records were used to take the dietary intake, and dietary diversity score also determined using 7 food groups: cereals and starchy roots, nuts and legumes, meats, poultry and fish, eggs, vitamin A rich vegetables, milk and milk products, and other vegetables and fruits. The dietary energy and nutrient intake was calculated using Foodbase 2000. And then the prevalence of inadequacy and mean and usual intake distributions were calculated using PC-site intake software. In this table, we see the socio-demographic characteristics of households, and here mean age of the child and mean household size is more or less similar in all 3 sectors. Ethnicity significantly differ among the sectors. Education level and the household income is significantly higher in urban sector. And here you can see the nutritional status of the children. The prevalence of stunting and underweight was higher in estate sector, while the prevalence of wasting is higher in rural sector. Altogether, the prevalence of undernutrition in this population higher than the national level prevalence. When consider the energy and macronutrient intake of the children, the mean energy intake in the study population was around 1,000 kilocalories, and children in urban and estate sector showed significantly higher intake than the children in rural sector. But the energy intake was inadequate compared to the recommended intake, which is around 1,450 kilocalories. With regard to the percentage energy distribution of carbohydrates, protein, and fat, it was seen that the children intake of these macronutrients within the acceptable macronutrient distribution, except for the saturated fat, which exceeded the acceptable range. And nearly 60% of daily dietary energy was obtained from carbohydrates in almost all the children. This table represents the micronutrient intake based on the sector and total study population. There was significant difference in sectors, and urban sector showed significantly higher intake of most of the nutrients except thiamine. And when we move to the prevalence of nutrient inadequacy, a high prevalence of inadequate intake was found In more than 75% of the population didn't achieve the vitamin C, vitamin A, calcium, folate, thiamine, and energy. And more than 50% was found in iron, zinc, riboflavin, and vitamin B6 and vitamin B12. The prevalence of inadequacy means the proportion of the children whose intake is below than the recommended level of their age, that is known as EAR. And our studied population showed the EAR or the adequacy below the EAR level, and the graph is shifted to left-hand side. So the prevalence of inadequacy is higher among our population. But interestingly, the protein intake, around 30% of the population showed the inadequacy of the protein, but it should be noted that the majority of proteins mainly come from cereals, and we need to think about the quality of the protein. The inadequate intakes can be explained through the variety and the quality of food consumed in this population. Here you can see the dietary diversity score, and here the range of the dietary diversity from 3.8 to 4.5. In this graph, shows the number of food groups consumed by this population, and the estate sector specially consumed only 1 to 3 within the 1 to 3 food groups, and some urban households show some 5 to 6 food groups. So main for the diet of these children were made of maize, few foods such as rice and other non-nutrient dense foods, and also the starchy roots, legumes, and pig. So the very few dietary intake or diet variety of this population. Only 50% of the study sample achieved the minimum dietary diversity, and it's around in estate sector, around 48% achieved the minimum dietary diversity. The less variety and poor quality of food intake is reflected in the high prevalence of nutrient inadequacy. This could be one of the factors contributing to the high prevalence of undernutrition in this population, especially in rural and estate sectors. Extremely high micronutrient deficiencies may predispose this population to higher risk of infection and NCDs in later life. This study also suggests the need for population-based intervention, and it is important to promote the multidimensional intervention to tackle these nutrition-related problems. And I want to acknowledge my team and data collectors, enumerators, supervisors, and participants, and the National Science Foundation for funding. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Tamilini. I wonder why she came online. She is in front of me in this auditorium. Anyway, okay. Any questions to either online or on-site, Tamilini?
So there is a question in the Q&A.
Okay, then you go ahead and first read out the question, then give the answer as well.
Yeah, the question is, do you think that food insecurity is also a reason for malnutrition? So I'm telling the answer because this dietary study is part of the food security study. So we have analyzed about the food security also, insecurity also, and we found that some relationship with the food insecurity and their dietary inadequacy. Other than that, mother's education level and other socio factors also, socio and demographic factors also affect this malnutrition status.
Ms. Tamilini, do you think that the one of the reasons for this nutrition inadequacy is driven by the lack of income?
We couldn't find the relationship between the income, sir, but we found the relationship between the mother's education levels. Maybe that one of the reason, but we didn't find any relationship between the income, because that is subjective matter, because most of the participants not giving the correct income.
Yeah, but in generally estate sector, they really don't know how to manage the income.
Yes.
So it could be one of the leading cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we need to analyze about the income distribution or how they manage with the income. So I will go through that. Thank you, sir.
So moving to the next presentation, association of major dietary constituents and glycemic load with body mass index of newly diagnosed patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus. The authors are KGP Vasana, AP Attanayaka, TP Veeraratna, and KAPW Jayatilaka. The presenting author is KGP Vasana. Over to you.
Hello everyone. Here I'm presenting on association of major dietary constituents and glycemic load with body mass index of newly diagnosed patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus. First of all, I'm going to a brief introduction. The emerging epidemic of type 2 diabetes mellitus has become a major health burden in the world. Do you know, in 2019, 463 million were suffering from diabetes mellitus, and this value is projected to reach up to 700 million by the year of 2045. So management of diabetes mellitus is very important. One of the key measures for the management of type 2 diabetes mellitus is BMI. Dietary intake, including carbohydrate, fat, protein, fiber, and glycemic load is non-determinant of body mass index. Controlling dietary intake could be a useful component in managing an appropriate BMI. Data focusing on dietary intake and its association with body mass index, particularly in newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes subjects, are scarce in Sri Lanka. This is the significance of the present study. Therefore, this study was aimed to assess the association of dietary carbohydrate, fat, protein, fiber intake, and glycemic load with body mass index in patients with newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes mellitus. Actually, this study is carried out of patients with newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes mellitus who were recruited for the clinical trial. So this study was designed as a cross-sectional study with quantitative approaches. A total number of 158 patients with newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes mellitus who belonging to the age group of 30 to 60 years were enrolled for the present study. This study was carried out in one southern province, Sri Lanka. Depending on the fasting plasma glucose concentration and or percentage of glycated hemoglobin, the patients were enrolled for the present study. Ethical clearance for the study was granted from the Ethics Review Committee Faculty of Medicine, University of London. It was obtained from all the study subjects prior to the commencement of the present study. Subjects who are on any type of activity with antihypertensive therapy, patients with non-renal, cardiac, liver, thyroid, psychiatric, and any other chronic coactive diseases, pregnant women, and patients having history of allergic conditions were excluded from the present study. Under the data collection, several socio-demographic data and anthropometric data, including age, body mass, height, waist circumference, and blood pressure were recorded. Based on the measured body mass and height, body mass index of all the patients were calculated. Clinical data including fasting plasma glucose concentration and percentage of glycated hemoglobin were estimated based on the glucose oxidation method and the resin exchange method respectively. To collect the data on dietary intake, a pre-tested semi-structured 24-hour dietary recall questionnaire was utilized. Sri Lankan Food Composition Table, Indian Food Composition Table, and the United States Department of Agricultural Nutrient databases were utilized in the calculations of food portions into nutrients. Glycemic load of the food was calculated by multiplying the reported glycemic index of the food items by its carbohydrate intake in grams.
or the statistical analysis were carried out using SPSS software 25.0 version. Categorical data were represented and frequencies of percentage. Normality of the data sets was checked, and after checking the normality of the data sets, the normally distributed data was represented as mean plus or minus a standard deviation. This full data sets were represented as median linear range. Patients were divided into quartiles of dietary intake to establish the association of dietary intake with body mass index. Multiple linear regression and high confidence interval was utilized to determine the differences in average BMI with the quartiles of dietary intake. At each of the cases, BMI was considered as a dependent variable. Intake of carbohydrate, protein, fat, fiber, and glycemic load were the independent variable. Demographic, lifestyle, family state of diabetes considered as the confounding factors. At each of the cases, p-value is less than 0.05 was considered as statistically significant. This table shows us the baseline characteristics of the entire population. Their mean age was 49 years. Of 158 patients, 96 were female. The average BMI was 24.2 kilograms per square meter. Their mean fasting glucose concentration was 7.12 millimoles per liter. Percentage of glycated hemoglobin was 6.34. When the daily dietary intake was considered, the mean energy intake was 2,725.74. Daily carbohydrate intake was 565.54 grams. Daily protein intake was 85.11 grams. Daily fat and fiber intake were 28.58 and 3.43 respectively. Importantly, their daily glycemic load was 282.65. As you can shown in this table, daily carbohydrate intake, fat intake, and glycemic load were significantly associated with the body mass index. So it could be concluded as high intake of carbohydrate, fat, and glycemic load are associated with higher BMI in patients with newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes mellitus. This is the extent of the presenting study. In here, previously healthy newly diagnosed patients who are clinically having type 2 diabetes mellitus were enrolled for the presenting study. So their dietary intake hasn't been affected by any lifestyle modifications or pharmacological interventions. This study accepts some limitations as well. 24-hour dietary requiring inherited some limitations as recall bias, interviewer bias, and the selection bias. The study sample was made up in here using newly diagnosed patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus in small southern Sri Lanka. So these results cannot be generalized to the entire Sri Lankan population. So the present is planning to carry out the same study to a larger study sample with geographically wider representation as a future. Finally, I would like to thank all the study subjects who participated voluntarily and for the National Research Council in Sri Lanka for their financial assistance. Here are some references I have used in here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vasana. Now the floor is open for questions.
There is a question from the Q&A session. What BMI range in the study has been taken as healthy weight, as there is different BMI range for Europeans and Asians?
Actually, here BMI range was not considered. Actually, in here, just newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes mellitus patients were enrolled for this. Their mean BMI was actually 24.2 kilogram per square meter. No specific range was considered in here.
Ms. Vasana, I'm not sure whether I got it correct. On the slide number 18, you mentioned that neither dietary changes nor the pharmacological interventions
Yes.
didn't control type 2 diabetes. Was that?
No, sir. Here, newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes mellitus patients were enrolled, sir. They diagnosed, they have diabetes at very first time in here.
Okay. Moving on to the, thank you, Ms. Vasana. Moving on to the last presentation in this session on serum vitamin D concentration and body composition among patients with CKD, a hospital-based comparative study authored by Silva, Vikramatilaka, Lekam Vasan, LKB Muttua, RA Obesity. The paper would be presented by E.H. Silva.
I'm Lanka Silva, lecturer attached to Department of Medical Laboratory Science, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, University of London. I'm here to present the study titled Serum Vitamin D Concentration and Body Composition among Patients with Chronic Kidney Disease, a hospital-based comparative study. Prevalence of chronic kidney disease is increasing due to obesity, increased prevalence of obesity, hypertension, and type 2 diabetes. Complications of CKD includes progression to end-stage renal disease and need for costly dialysis or renal transplantation, bone disease, and premature cardiovascular disease morbidity and mortality. Strategies to manage CKD are thus a high priority clinically as well as public health perspective. Vitamin D concentration may play a key role in the disease management of CKD. Vitamin D is integral not only for its classical effects on the skeletal system, but also for its extraskeletal benefits like cardiovascular health and immune function. Body composition parameters also significantly affect the quality of life of CKD patients. However, we were unable to find studies conducted locally about vitamin D concentration and body composition parameters of CKD patients. Thus, the objective of this study was to compare the serum vitamin D concentration and body composition parameters. That means total body bone mineral content, total body bone mineral density, total body fat mass, truncal fat mass, and total body lean mass between patients with CKD and healthy control subjects. Moving on to the materials and method, we recruited 50 patients with CKD awaiting kidney transplant at teaching hospitals Karapiti and Kandy. And also we recruited a group of healthy age and sex matched controls from the community of the patients. And their serum vitamin D concentration was assessed using an ELISA technique, and body composition was measured using dual energy X-ray absorptiometry scan. So data analysis was done using SPSS software. Basically, ANOVA was used to for the data analysis. Ethical approval for the study was obtained from Ethics Review Committee, Faculty of Medicine, University of Ruhuna. Moving on to the results, comparison of age and anthropometry between patients with CKD and controls. So we observed that mean weight is significantly lower among CKD patients compared to controls. And also we observed that bone body mass index is also significantly lower among patients compared to controls. And also hip circumference is also significantly lower among CKD patients compared to controls. However, waist to hip ratio was significantly higher among CKD patients compared to controls. When compared the vitamin D concentration between the groups, we observed that among CKD patients, vitamin D concentration was significantly low compared to controls. Comparison of body composition parameters between the groups, we observed that total body lean mass, total body bone mineral content, total body bone mineral density was significantly lower among CKD patients compared to controls. However, total body fat mass and truncal fat mass was not different between the groups. Moving on to the discussion. So first I will summarize my findings. Mean SD weight, body mass index and hip circumference were significantly lower, and waist to hip ratio was significantly higher among patients with CKD. Median interquartile ratio serum vitamin D concentration was significantly lower among patients with CKD. However, no statistically significant difference was observed between patients with CKD and controls with regard to total body fat mass and truncal fat mass. Total body lean mass and bone masses, that means total body bone mineral content and total body bone mineral density, was significantly lower among patients with CKD compared to controls. The previous studies have found out that higher circulating vitamin D concentrations are associated with lower all-cause mortality risk in all stages of CKD. So, the low vitamin D concentrations observed in our patients are a concern. And also, reduced bone mass is common among patients with end-stage renal disease, especially undergoing hemodialysis. There's a special kind of bone disorder identified among CKD patients, which is called as CKD mineral and bone disorder. Renal osteodystrophy is one of the components of CKD-MBD, which is a disorder of bone strength and the quality. So with the deterioration of kidney functions, when CKD patients, when they are progressing, when the disease is, with the progression of the disease, metabolic and hormonal changes occur. Those include hypophosphatemia, hypocalcemia, secondary hypoparathyroidism, 25-hydroxyvitamin D deficiency, decreased renal synthesis of 1,25-dihydroxyvitamin D, chronic metabolic acidosis, chronic inflammation, and premature hypogonadism. So as a result of those hormonal and metabolic changes, impairment of bone turnover and mineralization and collagen structure, as well as cortical and trabecular microarchitecture occur. So these alterations reduce bone mass and the quality. So in the present study, total body bone mineral density and total body bone mineral content are significantly lower among patients with CKD compared to age and sex-matched healthy controls, which is in line with the existing literature. Studies moving on to the fat mass and lean mass. Studies have assessed whether fat or lean mass contributes more towards the survival of patients on dialysis. According to some studies, survival is dependent more on fat mass than lean mass. However, some studies have revealed that both lean and fat mass together contribute for the survival. So in the current study, total body lean mass was significantly lower among patients with CKD compared to age and sex matched controls, which is in par with some of the previous studies. So this low lean body mass among patients with end-stage renal disease on hemodialysis is largely attributable to the protein energy wasting, which is common among these patients. In conclusion, compared to age and sex match controls, patients with CKD showed significantly lower serum vitamin D concentration, total body lean mass, total body bone mineral content, and total body bone mineral density. So nutritional as well as therapeutic interventions are required to maintain the musculoskeletal health of CKD patients. So these are my references. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Eranga. Again, I can see the physical version here in front of me. So any questions?
So if there's a remedial measure, this vitamin D can be given as a supplement, Miss? Dr. Silva?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, vitamin D can be given as a supplement, but the studies actually done, actually it is practically happening now. For some patients, vitamin D supplementation is going on, but there are controversies between this supplementation as well when it comes to CKD patients.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions to Eranga? Okay. So having no questions, let me conclude the session for today morning. And there were 11 high quality papers presented by different presenters from various parts of the country. Let me congratulate all the authors and also the presenters for undertaking this research, and I'm sure you will take this whatever you presented to another level, and finally I'm sure at least few of them will end up with our official journal, which was launched yesterday. And let me express my sincere gratitude on behalf of the NSSL to the panelists, Professor Odien Pereira, Professor Sureka Chakravarti, and Dr. Renuka Jayatissa, who spent more than 2 hours online evaluating all these presentations. So that basically concludes the morning session. There may be a few announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, session chairs. I would love to thank and congratulate all the presenters for coming up with such hard works. And thank you, sir and madam, for chairing the session. I cordially invite Professor Renuka Silva to present the certificates to the session chairs. We are now breaking for the lunch. Join us again at 1 o'clock for the last symposium.
The afternoon session now begins with the Symposium 4 on Safe Food for Healthy Future. Let me invite the session chair, Dr. Janaki Gunaratna, one of the past presidents of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, former head, Senior Deputy Director, Food Technology Section of Industrial Technology Institute, to the head table. And the speakers, Dr. Senaka Ranadira, Dr. Laura Prevail, and the Emeritus Professor Upali Samaravira will be joining online. And also Dr. Nenad Nomoski from Japan will be joining online.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I wish to thank the Nutrition Society, Sri Lanka Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka, for inviting me to chair this session on safe food for healthy future. Moreover, I must also congratulate the President, Professor Chandima Vikramatilaka, and the council members for the excellent work done to celebrate the 50 years of the society, and all their warmth was felt right throughout the year. And I believe for the next 50 years, we have to work a little more harder with all this goodness and warm heart, so that even the children, the vulnerable children, feel the same, and they overcome the nutritional problems. So today on the symposium, we have 4 speakers. And the first speaker, I would like to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Senaka Ranadira, who would speak on food safety in the era of COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Senaka Ranadira is a senior lecturer at the School of Agriculture and Food, Faculty of Veterinary and Agricultural Sciences at the University of Melbourne, Australia. He leads the Probiotic Food Applications Research Group, and his research interests focus on probiotics, prebiotics, postbiotics, and food safety. Dr. Senaka teaches a number of subjects and is also the coordinator for the postgraduate subject of food safety and quality. In addition, he coordinates the honors degree program in the faculty. He also bachelor's degree with honors in agriculture from the University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka, and a PhD food science from the University of Newcastle, Australia. Along with his research and training, Dr. Senanayaka is passionate about science communication. So over to you, Dr. Senaka Ranadira. Is he online?
Without a doubt, every aspect of our lives has been affected by COVID-19 pandemic since its emergence in 2019. Especially COVID-19 is a large economic burden and also a serious threat to the human health globally. The food industry has been facing a number of unique challenges because of COVID-19 as well. And I'm going to discuss some of the important aspects of food safety and COVID-19. And this is very much of a developing story yet, and we do not know much about food safety and COVID-19 so far. And clearly this is an area that deserves more research as well. Broadly speaking, the influence of COVID-19 on our food systems can be categorized into 4 different categories. Number 1, the influence on food safety. Number 2, food security. Number 3, food sustainability. And number 4, the availability of bioactive ingredients of food and functional foods. It's because these days health conscious consumers are quite interested in these bioactive ingredients and functional foods, because these products, these foods contain health promoting properties, therapeutic properties. And in a pandemic like that, obviously there's more demand for such food ingredients. However, demand for such ingredients is very high and supply is not meeting the demand at the moment. Let's forget about COVID for a moment, and let's see if food safety or food safety management is important or critical in any given time period. According to the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, they estimate that each year 48 million people get sick from foodborne illnesses, and around 120,000 are hospitalized and 3,000 people die. In Australia, food poisoning results on average in 5.4 million cases a year. This includes 120 deaths, 1.2 million visits to doctors, 300,000 prescriptions for antibiotics, and 2.1 million days of loss of work each year. And the estimated annual cost of food poisoning in Australia is 1.25 billion. So obviously, food safety management is an enormous burden on our economy and also a strain on our health systems. So food safety programs are important and critical to minimize these costs and losses. Basically, food safety programs. This can be a bridge between science and human behavior, and it provides clear, carefully validated and communicated standards for management. And this effective management of food safety requires understanding of both scientific methods and how to motivate people away from the discipline of science. What I am trying to emphasize in here is food safety is everyone's business. We all are involved in food safety in some way. When we talk about food safety, maybe we think, that's the government's or regulatory body, or maybe the food industry's responsibility. But it is not. Everyone in the production lines, production chains, food supply chains, from the basic food production, growing, processing, distribution, preparation, storage, consumption, every one of us are involved in this system. And we need to take the responsibility and minimize the food safety issues in our food systems. So food safety and food safety management is very important in any given time period. Now, our food systems are complex, and this complex food chain increases the food safety risks. Our food chains are much longer than ever before now, and also more complex. And demographic, cultural, economic, environmental developments, such as globalized trade, travel and migration, and aging population, one of the vulnerable population segments, and changing consumer trends and habits, new technologies, emergencies, climate change, extreme weather events are also increasing foodborne health risks. And also food and agriculture trades are becoming very prominent, becoming very bigger, and very massive in recent years. Another threat for the food safety. That is why we need these international food standard setting bodies, such as Codex Alimentarius Commission, and national and local food standard organizations need to look into food standards, guidelines, and code of practices, and contribute to the production of high quality and safe food for the growing population. Complex food chain systems are very challenging for the food safety because it is driven by the consumer demand. Now we do have a great access to a wider variety of foods. Foods are produced out of season as well and transported very easily across continents or countries. Foods produced in one part of the world can be easily found, would be easily transported to another part of the world within a very short period of time, maybe weeks or few days. And our lifestyles become very complex and we always look for convenience. And processed food is one of the major convenience products. And we go for those things. And increasingly eating outside of the home because of our life become complex. We need to work, we need to go for outside. So there's a higher risk for food safety because of these consumer driven demands. Next one is contamination from a single source can become widespread very easily and can cause serious health and economic consequences within a very short period of time. We have observed this in last few years with the COVID-19. But one particular good example for this is this E. coli outbreak in Germany and France in 2011, which was linked to imported contaminated fungric seeds, led to almost 4,000 cases of infection in 16 countries, including 55 deaths. And the estimated loss for farmers and industries was 1.3 billion US dollars. So enormous losses again. The next one is changes in animal food production are leading to an increases in the emergence and spread of zoonotic diseases. We know that at the beginning of COVID-19 pandemic, there was some discussion on zoonotic relationship with this COVID-19 pandemic. So because of that, managing food safety issues or food safety management is a very critical issue. Let's move to COVID now. SARS-CoV-2 or the COVID virus or any major respiratory viruses, the transmission modes can be listed as respiratory droplets, respiratory aerosols, direct contacts, and indirect contacts. That is why it's because of this direct and indirect contact, it automatically puts some risks on food safety. SARS-CoV-2 can remain viable in the environment much longer than most of other viruses transmitted through respiratory droplets. SARS-CoV-2 was recently shown to remain viable on average for about 6.8 hours on plastic surfaces. When it comes with this indirect or direct contact, plastic surfaces can be, most of our food packaging materials, plastic surfaces, or even food itself, right? They can stay alive in these surfaces for longer time period, automatically posing a risk towards food safety. And about 5.6 hours on stainless steel surfaces. Most of food processing environments, the containers, equipments are stainless steel containers. So there's another risk. And the viable viron was detected up to 72 hours post-exposure in some of these surfaces as well. So because of that, there's a high risk, COVID-19 and food safety. Indirect contact of viruses contaminated surfaces, including food, can also be considered as a possible transmission mode. However, respiratory droplets and aerosol particles are the major transmission modes when it comes to SARS-CoV-2. This virus survives in lower temperatures and very high or very low relative humidity. These are the ideal conditions that we use in food processing environment. Food processing factories, for example, lower temperatures, so they can prolong the survival of these viruses in these surfaces. Generally, coronaviruses have poor survivability on surfaces, such as food products or packaging. But the metallic surfaces, as we explained earlier, in food processing facilities, especially, may retain these live virus for longer time periods. So that's the risk. However, much research have not done on this area, and we need more data to explain this phenomenon in detail. SARS-CoV-2 transmission can be possible along the food supply chains if an infected individual touches food during production, maybe pre-harvest or post-harvest stages, including processing, manufacturing, distribution, storage, consumption, and shortly afterward, another individual collects it and touches its eyes or mucous membranes. Obviously, there's a higher risk of transmission. Currently, as I mentioned earlier, very limited published literature on the length of time that SARS-CoV-2 can remain viable on food, beverage, or food contact surfaces. That's why we need more research. Another important factor we need to consider is the fecal-oral route when it comes to SARS-CoV-2. It's because fecal-oral route is considered as a common pathway for transmission of foodborne viral infection. How the gut is involved in COVID-19 is still less understood. But the presence of SARS-CoV-2 RNA in feces of some patients have been reported. And finding of live virus in fecal cultures have also been. So obviously, it can be risky. And also, allium, or the large part of the small intestine, contains ACE2 receptors, and SARS-CoV-2 is able to bind to intestinal cells directly and infect them, leading to acute inflammation. This SARS-CoV-2 is spread from the lungs to the gut via mechanisms such as gut-lung axis, blood circulation, and the lymphatic systems as well. And there are some gastrointestinal symptoms related to COVID-19 as well. As we all know, respiratory symptoms are the main symptoms of COVID-19, but diarrhea, nausea, and vomiting have been recognized as COVID-19 symptoms, especially the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the US has included these symptoms in their list of recognized COVID-19 symptoms. So again, it emphasized some relationship between gut viral in this situation. Presence of SARS-CoV-2 in RNA in sewage is not necessarily indicative of an active infection, but sewage testing is very important public health measures. Currently, fecal-oral route is not considered as a route of spread of COVID-19 for this moment, but this can be changed in future. We need to do more research, as I mentioned earlier. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, there's no evidence to suggest that handling of food or consuming food or transmission of COVID-19 through drinking water. COVID-19 and food safety is very important, however, and also a complex issue. And we need to minimize all the risk associated with food safety and COVID-19. That is why World Health Organization developed these guidance documents. They developed two guidance documents. Number one is focusing on food businesses. The number two is focusing on authorities responsible for national food safety control systems. By adhering these guidelines, we can minimize food safety risk and COVID-19. So what we need to do at the moment, all precautions should be taken into consideration in ensuring the prevention of the human-to-human transmission of SARS-CoV-2 via food systems. And targeted workplace interventions and prevention efforts are mandatory, necessary. We need to go for those steps. And the best what we can do is adhering to public health guidelines. So the instructions from authorities should be followed very strictly. And food safety education is very important. Conferences like this, maybe social media, newspaper articles, especially social media is becoming very prominent among the young generation. So we can use these modes to educate people, general public, for food safety. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, food safety is everyone's business. So we all are responsible in minimizing any effect of COVID-19 on food safety in our food systems. Just want to mention that because of this COVID-19 and food safety issues, there are some innovations and opportunities as well. Scientists have been working on some smart and active packaging recently, quite a lot, and other methods and techniques such as advanced traceability system. Traceability is very important when we talk about food safety again. And new biosecurity arrangements, and also technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, and sensor technologies are also becoming very prominent in this era, especially in terms of controlling food safety issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ranadira, for that very informative and educative lecture. And I believe you will be with us in panel discussion. And we now move on to the symposium lectures on technology and food safety, facts and myths of genetically modified food and organic food. We have organic food. We have two speakers. Firstly, Dr. Laura Preble from the USA, and we have Dr. Nenand Nomosky from University of Canberra. I hope I pronounced your name correct. Okay, and first I call upon Dr. Laura Preble, and I would like to introduce her. Dr. Laura Preble received her BSc in biochemistry and MSc in botany from Virginia Technology. She received her PhD in biochemistry from the University of Wisconsin. Following a postdoctorate at Duke University, she joined Ciba Gregg in the Agriculture Biotechnology Research Unit, currently known as Synergeta Biotechnology Incorporated. Dr. Preble headed the Regulatory Science Laboratory, which has the responsibility for generating much of the data used in the safety assessment of transgenic products for global regulatory dossiers. She was part of the effort in registering the first transgenic maize product, BT Event 176. In 2003, Dr. Preble joined BASF Plant Science LP, where she served as the head of the regulatory service. In 2013, she joined the Bayer's Crop Science as the global head of regulatory field sciences. In 2008, she again became associated with BASF as the head of product safety. She has also participated in many industry committees, including the International Food Biotechnology Steering Committee of the International Life Sciences Institute, the Protein Allergenicity Technology Committee for Health and Environmental Sciences Institute, and the Environmental Risk Assessment Project Team of Crop Life International. Over to you, Dr. Laura Preble. It'll be nice to listen to you today.
I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk to you all about the facts and myths of genetically modified foods and organic foods. This slide basically summarizes what I'm going to be talking about today, but I thought I'd present it at the beginning and at the end. The first myth that I've listed there, organic means no chemicals are used. This is the only part I'm going to address about organic, but that is not true. The fact is no synthetic chemicals are used, but chemicals are allowed in the production of organically grown food. The rest of the presentation is going to be focusing on biotech or genetically engineered products. And the first myth that I wanted to address was the fact that there's a feeling that insufficient safety assessment for biotech products. This is not true. Extensive safety studies are done, and we're going to discuss many of them in the remainder of the talk today. Some people also feel that long-term effects of biotech products are unknown. Reality is that after 25 years, there have been no impact or safety issues found for livestock, humans, or the environment associated with biotech products. There is a myth that the unintended effects are unknown. Do we know what really is going to happen besides thinking what we thought should happen? I guess that's very convoluted. The fact is very few unintended effects have been found, and those that have been found are beneficial. For example, in insect-resistant biotech products, there are fewer wound holes, so fungi actually can't infest those products as much. As a result, there has been reported a reduced level of mycotoxins associated with these products. This was an unintended effect that happens to be beneficial. The last myth was that biotech products cause an increased use of pesticides. Reality is overall use of pesticides has decreased since the introduction of biotech products. Biotech products, especially when they're commodity crops, are exchanged globally around the world. So the production countries indicated in green on the left side of this slide may be different than the importing countries in gray on the right side of the slide. Regardless, all of these countries evaluate these products for safety. So many eyes look at the safety assessments and all the studies that are conducted and have determined that these products are indeed safe for consumption and for the environment. These safety assessments for biotech products are mandatory worldwide, and they look at both the safety with respect to food and feed, as well as the environment. And approval is granted only if the authorities conclude that biotech products are as safe as conventionally bred plants. The safety of biotech products are evaluated in many levels. We look at the safety of the gene and the source of the gene. We look at where the insertion site in the recipient genome is. We look at the safety of the gene product. This is the protein in most cases and is the active ingredient that would be comparable to a chemical for doing safety assessment or for safety assessment purposes. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about what's done for the safety assessment of the protein. We also look at the overall crop performance. Does the corn plant still look like corn, taste like corn, perform like corn? Is the corn still valuable for its normal nutrient composition? So does it serve as a similar food and feed source as the conventional corn would be? And then lastly, what is the environmental impact of growing these crops? So all of these aspects are considered part of the safety assessment. I'd like to make a very big point here that proteins do not typically represent a hazard. They're relatively large and labile. They happen to be an essential part of our diet. And our digestive systems have evolved to convert the protein to the amino acids, which are the building blocks of the protein, so that we can absorb them and create our own proteins. So proteins are essential for human life. And it's a single class of chemistry. There are, however, some bad guys, some bad proteins. They may be toxins and allergens. Examples would be botulinum toxin or cholera toxin. These most known protein toxins have an acute mechanism of action. In other words, they act quickly within hours or days. Some proteins, such as allergens or anti-nutrients, may be slower acting. And we also, of course, try to avoid those kinds of proteins. So the initial safety assessment ensures that the protein that's going to be introduced into the crop is not a toxin or allergen or cross-reactive with known allergens. A safety assessment is generally risk-based, and a risk assessment is a function of both the hazard and exposure. So we look at both, is there anything inherently hazardous about the protein that we're asking the new crop to express? And then what is the exposure to humans or animals or the environment that might be exposed to this protein? This is a cartoon that describes this a little more visually. If the hazard happens to be a lion, I think everybody can agree that's pretty well-known hazard. And these zoo goers, if there was no fence in the way, would have exposure to this lion. However, if you put the fence there, exposure is reduced. The hazard is still there, but the exposure is not. However, if you're talking about a cat, there is no hazard. There's still exposure in this case. If there's a fence there, there's no hazard or exposure. Biotech products fall into this category. There's no hazard and there's very low exposure. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about how we make these determinations. In the case of the protein or the active ingredient, we use a weight of evidence approach to determine the safety of that protein. This is divided into two tiers, a tier 1, which is basically hazard identification, and tier 2, if there is any hazard identified, can we characterize it? The tier 1 is composed of an information section. What about the history? What do we know about that protein and the source of the gene, the mode of action of the protein? This is basically bookwork. We also would do in silico analysis called bioinformatics, where we ensure that the sequence of that protein does not share homology or identity with toxins or allergens. Again, this is done without hands-on to the protein and can be done very early in the development of the biotech product. So the company does not invest a lot of time in producing a product that would not be able to be commercialized. We also monitor the expression of the protein throughout the growing season and across generations of the plant. This goes to exposure. If there's nothing in the part that's consumed, there's no exposure. Furthermore, we look at the stability of the protein in the digestive tract and after processing conditions. Those are all tier 1. And if there is no flag raised by any of these studies or analyses, then typically you would not move on to tier 2 because there would be no hazard to characterize. However, in the biotech world, we are obligated to do several tier 2 type studies, regardless of whether there were any flags raised in tier 1. These kinds of studies would include an acute oral mouse toxicity study, single dose, or a subchronic 28-day repeat dose study. If there was a flag raised in bioinformatics, for instance, we could do a hypothesis-driven human sera screen to see if it really is cross-reactive to sera from patients that are known to have sensitivity to that allergen. I just wanted to emphasize that the proteins that are tested, these are levels equivalent to a 75 kilogram man, for instance, eating 50 tons of corn at one sitting. So if there was a safety issue associated with that protein, we would know about it rapidly because what I said earlier, protein toxins tend to work rapidly. Now, I would like to introduce a concept of substantial equivalence here. And in this case, this is when we're trying to confirm that the genetically modified product or biotech product is equivalent to its conventional counterpart, except for the trait or the phenotype that we've introduced purposefully. Now, today I don't have time to go through the entire substantial equivalence argument, and I thought I'd focus instead on food and feed composition due to the nature of this audience. This slide shows the kinds of analytes that would be considered for the different crops that are the main biotech products on the market. The analytes listed above the line are the nutrients, and you see that they're basically the same for all crops, although the relative amounts within each crop would be different and are well known and well established. The components listed below the line are the anti-nutrients, and these would be different across the crops. Oh, earlier I said that a product is not considered safe. It needs to be considered as safe as the conventional counterpart. So the conventional crops all have anti-nutrients that would impact human consumption if they were consumed in too high quantities. So we are not, for the most part, attempting to change those levels, and we need to confirm that the composition of the biotech product is similar. It's going to be, again, as safe as. We will also conduct wholesomeness feeding studies to ensure that the crop is can be consumed in the same way as its conventional counterpart. These are usually done with broilers or catfish, or even in rat, a 90-day rat study would also be considered a wholesomeness study. These studies also address unintended effects, because these are not done at the protein level. These are done using the grain of the crop itself. Broilers are I think, very informative because they gain so much weight within the course of the study that it would be easy to distinguish if there was something less wholesome about your biotech product in comparison to the control. Now, the catfish studies are done mostly to satisfy requirements for a particular regulatory agency in Korea. They don't gain weight to the same extent, and not all commodities that are the main biotech crops are actually used in catfish study, but nevertheless, these studies are conducted. We also look at the fate of the protein in processed fractions, as well as the composition of processed fractions. And I've listed here the fractions that are produced during processing of cotton, canola, or soybean. So you would not think there would be any difference in the composition of these fractions if the composition of the overall grain was the same. But understanding the fate of the protein also allows you to make some decisions about exposure. So processed fractions are analyzed. That completes the time that I was going to allocate towards what goes into a safety assessment. And that was really only a fraction of what is examined, but within a short time frame of this presentation, I cannot dwell on all of the other components. However, I wanted to make a couple of additional points. And for those, I borrowed 2 slides from Crop Life too. And these emphasize the fact that many countries in the world look at the safety assessments. The same product can be assessed 12 times in the case of soybean, for example. All products, the average is about 8 times. If you take it even further, you look, for example, at some of the commonly used genes or proteins that are in many different biotech products. For instance, if you look at the PAT gene, it's in 36 different events. It's received 253 different approvals. So these regulatory agencies around the world are saying, do I need to review the same product over and over and over again just to say it's safe? So something to consider. The biotech products were rapidly adopted in the last 25, not quite 30 years. Over 70 countries have approved safety assessments. They've been planted in 26, as many as 28 different countries on almost 200 million acres every year. And these are by both large growers and many resource poor small holders. Over 90% of the growers are small stakeholders. This slide says their pesticide was reduced by 37%, and productivity has increased. We've also conserved many acres of land because productivity has increased. And very important as well is that CO2 emissions have been greatly decreased just by growers not needing to go into the field as often because no-till agriculture or cultivation conditions can be applied. And I think in the next slide, it shows in a little more detail how they've made some of these conclusions. Yield has increased 22%, farmer profit has increased considerably, and pesticide quantity is actually decreased. So that was to support that final myth. And I've summarized again here on the slide those myths that I wanted to talk about originally. I won't say anything more about the organic growers. But I hope you can see by now that extensive safety studies are conducted for each project, for each product, and these are reviewed by many eyes all over the world. There have been no long-term effects or impact for livestock, humans, or the environment in all of the years that these products have been grown. Unintended effects have not been identified. The few that have been identified have been found to actually be beneficial. And biotech products have resulted in a decrease in pesticide use. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and I'm extremely sorry that this is done virtually, so we cannot actually answer questions, but thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Laura Prevel. It was nice to listen to you. It was very illustrating or also explanatory type of lecture, and thank you again. Thank you for being with us. And now I take the opportunity to invite Dr. Nenad Navasmaki from the University of Canberra, and I would like to introduce Dr. Nenad. Is actually, he holds a PhD. He's a food scientist and a molecular nutritionist, and works at the University of Canberra, Australia, as an associate professor in food science and human nutrition. He leads a functional foods and nutrition research laboratory and holds academic conjoint positions as the visiting professor of Harkopio University of Athens, Greece, Abertay University of Scotland, and University of Newcastle, Australia. Dr. Nenad has a strong research interest in the development of functional foods and the effect of food and nutrients on psychocardiological and cardiometabolic markers associated with healthy aging. And over to you, Dr. Nenad.
Hi there. Let me begin with thanking the organizers of this wonderful conference for inviting me to present to you. It is an absolute honor to present a plenary lecture at the 50th Anniversary Society of Sri Lanka. My name is Nenad Navasmaki, and I work as an associate professor of food science and human nutrition at the University of Canberra. What I'm bringing you today are two concerns and an idea. The two concerns revolve around the information in general public about the genetically modified food sources and organic foods. These two concerns are entangled in two opposite extremes of the perceived healthiness, and quite often both of the sides are riddled with misinformation. At the University of Canberra, we have a research group and a research cluster that primarily focuses on different dietary patterns, food sustainability, development of new foods, and their interactions with the human health and the population health overall. As we always do at the University of Canberra, before I begin with the plenary presentation, I would like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal people, traditional custodians of the lands where Bruce campus is situated. We wish to acknowledge and respect their continuing culture and the contribution they make to the life of Canberra and the region. We also acknowledge all other First Nations people on whose lands we gather today. To start the presentation off, I will begin with a summary of the population growth since the dawn of time. It has taken a global population to reach its first billion of people in the early 1800s, and with the brief interruptions, such as the ones of the Black Death in the mid-14th century, that has killed over 200 million of people, this was an unstoppable event. With the rapid increases in industrialization and enormous leaps in the scientific development, our population is on a rapid growth trajectory. Last year alone, we have only reached just under 7.9 billion people on the planet. And by the year 2050, the projections are around 9 billion people living on the planet. What is interesting about this population growth is that we have got two very polarized world extremes related to the population growth and the health outcomes. On the one side of the spectrum, we are faced with increased share of the populations that is undernourished and consequently resulting in hunger, increased infection disease, lower immunity, and early mortality. Last year alone, in addition to the global pandemic situation, it was proclaimed to be one of the worst years for the world hunger, with nearly 1 billion people across the 93 countries who do not have enough food to eat. On the other side of the spectrum, we are faced with increased rates of obesity, with nearly 2 billion adults worldwide categorized as overweight and more than 35% of this population being obese. In saying this, we do have to acknowledge that obesity is a multifactorial and a complex issue caused by genetic, environmental, and behavioral factors. However, the underlying cause of obesity is increased caloric consumption and reduction in energy expenditure. Therefore, it is plausible to propose that there will be an increase in adverse cardiometabolic and psychocardiological health effects associated with obesity and overweight itself. A relatively recent report of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations has emphasized that the concept of a business as usual is definitely no longer an option for the future of food and agriculture. If the food and agriculture systems that are currently implemented remain unchanged, the future will remain rather bleak. It will be characterized by the persistent food insecurity and unsustainable economic growth. With this in mind, several countries have already implemented and committed to the increase in sustainability of their food and agricultural systems. More sustainable future is very much attainable, and producing more is unavoidable. However, this must be performed in a carefully crafted strategic options that are considering sustainability. In addition to the World Health Organization report, the relatively recent advances in the area of agricultural biotechnology has seen a tremendous and absolutely tremendous potential for the implementation of these new strategies and the novel technologies in this field. The agricultural biotechnology enterprise is comprised or composed of enormous and rather intricate network of scientists, industry, and institutions from both perspectives, whether that is industry and academic. And it is so widespread that covers plant breeding and seed scientists, multicultural corporations, regulatory agencies, policymakers, farmers of traditional crops and livestock, and also the non-traditional stocks such as insects and the seaweed, for example, that all pose a significant impact for food systems overall. The widespread use of biotechnological advancements is also seen in utilization of genetically modified crops. In 2018, genetically modified crops occupied well over 190 million hectares, providing improvement for the key of the traits of yield, as well as a disease and a pest resistance management across the cereals, vegetables, oil, and the fiber crops themselves. Nevertheless, genetically modified crops have always been a hot topic of debate, and in particular over the several decades. Some countries have even a fierce regulatory frameworks over the genetically modified crops, such as the regulations of the European Union, that have been subjected to a rather strong criticism, whether this is from the on-farm perspective or a consumer perspective, in order to maintain the key and underlying concepts of consumer and agricultural food safety. In contrast to genetically modified crops, the rise and a potential soon dominance on the market, there is also an exponential increased interest in the developed and developing countries on the consumption of foods that are grown organically. This interest is fundamentally supported by the concerns about environment, food safety, animal welfare, and human health. Furthermore, the main driver of the organic food consumption is environmental benefit. The perception that organic foods are healthier than their counterparts are also increased demand for a growth in the consumption. Interestingly, this association between the organic foods and health is not necessarily and ultimately supported by the food and nutritional science, despite a consumer belief that organic food is healthier. Indeed, the findings of several large cohort studies have also supported the association that the frequency of organic food consumption is associated with the beneficial health outcomes, such as lower risk of cancer and lower incidence of a metabolic syndrome, among other beneficial health effects. These findings are attributed to the non-existing and the non-existing use of synthetic fertilizers and pesticides that indeed can be very harmful to the human health, that is without a doubt. But however, this is also increasingly one of the main concepts for the use of genetically modified food products as well, where genetically modified food products are also trying to reduce the use of pesticides and fertilizers in order to sustain the economical and sustainable production of the food produce. In the light of both aspects, the genetically modified foods and organically grown foods, it appears that despite the safety and the beneficial outcomes of the technologies that were employed along the supply chain and the benefits that have raised, such as improvements in the safety, nutritional value, and sustainability of the foods, the agri-food technologies are not always perceived in a positive way by a consumer. In many domains, technological progress is perceived positively. For example, development of medicinal tools and diagnostics, pharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals, advancements in artificial intelligence, among many of the other applications. However, the food domain has always been shown to be rather different in their respect. For example, some of the novel food technologies, such as the gene technologies, have received enormous resistance by a considerable number of consumers. In this domain, the technological advancements are often seen with the negative attributes, while in contrast, the food naturalness or the food produced with minimum, obviously human intervention is viewed as inherently positive attribute. This in particular is also exemplified with the current negative image of the highly processed food as well, which is definitely a new and emerging topic of further debates. The fundamental reason for these two polar opposites in a food selection is that the humans by nature tend to be very conservative in regards to the unfamiliar novel foods and consequently resulting in the novel food technologies unfamiliarity. As an example of humans being rather conservative towards the food consumption and culturally defined dietary behavior is that even the non-traditional foods, they can become accepted. In this case, the plant-based meat substitutes in Europe, US, and Australia are becoming rather popular. But this does not essentially change populations' established diet, but rather provides an increase in the individual's food variety. Consumer beliefs about a potential food technologies are mainly driven by the limited nutritional knowledge and incorrect perception of the environmental impact of a food products and relatively scarce knowledge about the food production itself. Consequently, the layperson's assessment of a food technology is often based on a heuristic approach or a problem solving by using the shortcuts approach rather than the use of elaborate and informative processing. Of course, that heuristic approach is very important during the selection of a food hazards as to what we should consume and maybe what we should not consume, whether the particular food products or ingredient is poisonous, or in the smaller doses, does it have any beneficial outcomes? And in this context, people have tendency to utilize several heuristic approaches when making decisions. And one of these is also the trust, and that natural is a better approach, which is often used to explain consumers' risk perception or acceptance of the novel food technologies and the food hazards themselves. The natural is a better heuristic approach with a concept is relatively limited, and the natural is almost exclusively positive emotion in the Western societies. This consequently reads in the naturalness of the food products being perceived automatically as a healthier and a tastier and better for the environment. This preference for natural foods can be driven by instrumentals such as health or idealization reasons such as moral reasons. And again, in this case, the absence of a human processing is a key for a food being perceived as a healthier. The type of a processing is also important to how consumers perceive the current food products. For example, chemical changes more often reduce the way perceived naturalness than the physical changes of the food products themselves. Domesticated animals and plants are perceived as more natural than their genetically modified counterparts. That further provides the suggestions that technological changes are a harm to purity and obviously negatively influence the perceived naturalness of the product itself. Despite the fact that a number of scientific associations have reported a wide agreement among the scientists that genetically modified food product is safe for human consumption. Nevertheless, public general opinion mainly reports that the scientists do not fully understand the health effects of genetically modified foods. And I will repeat this again. Public's general opinion mainly reports that the scientists do not fully understand the health effects of genetically modified foods. The major contributor to the public skepticism and a lack of support towards the GM food products is proposed to be a consumer scientific illiteracy towards the GM foods and the perceived risk, unnaturalness, the lack of perceived benefits of the GM food products overall. Furthermore, the concerns over the safety and environmental sustainability of the GM foods are extremely heightened by the public's social media activism, political agendas, and misconception aired by some of the mainstream media and some of the political parties as well. Despite the increasing evidence on the potential health benefits of organic food consumption, some of these foods have also been linked to the foodborne illnesses outbreaks, and quite severe one. In particular, E. coli 0157H7 and Salmonella species are being reported as the major pathogens associated with organic foods. These two pathogens are also economically damaging, with the significant costs of the overall food and health industry reported to have massive problems in obtaining these type of information and obtaining economical sustainability. So where do we get where to from now? It is evident that biotechnology products circulate within an enormous web of political, economic, and societal relationship with the multiple stakeholders that can potentially make conflicting claims about the nature and the consequences associated with the application of these new technologies. These dynamics that are added to the history of the public perception of genetically modified foods only further provide source of a confusion and how particular use of technology can be perceived as a bad for a health and for the environment. Nevertheless, from the verge of a rational perspective, both of the concerns that one of the food production aspects are best can be seen as a mirage of the overall food needs and requirements to meet the population growth. Both food paradigms have the main point of reducing the use of insecticides, pesticides, and increasing the yield of the crop while reducing the environmental impact. However, only one of them is seen as being the natural and the healthier by the consumers. Despite the fact that locally grown and seasonal foods have reportedly shown to be the better for the environment and overall health, such as an example associated with the Mediterranean diets, the increase in the global population and current emerging health consequences directly associated with the population increase, they do require more involvement of the new and novel food technologies and the food applications. This is in addition to the more transparent and the better information provided to the public and general so-called lay consumer, as they are the ones that drive the current market. Therefore, we do need to pose a massive emphasis on the information provided to the general consumer about the safety of and applicability of both of the food aspects and both of the ways of growing food. If we as a food scientists and a food technologists are implementing this further, it is really important that we actually are very vocal in the social media and also very vocal with presentations of the lectures to the general public, and also working with the government and closely relating information and translating the research from the bench to the field to the government and the policies institutions. I would also like to use this opportunity to thank you for your invitation to present on this very dear, fascinating and interesting topic, and also for your time and attendance to this presentation. On a final note, I would like to end this talk with the images of the state-of-the-art rehabilitation at the University of Canberra Hospital, where our laboratory is located, and some of the images of the regular residents, as you can see, are kangaroos on our campus. Once again, I would just like to say thanks very much for this opportunity to present the 50th anniversary of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka Symposium. Take care.
Thank you, Dr. Nedad. It was really food for thought, and I'm sure there will be many would have found it very interesting to listen to you. And with that, the symposium lecture on technology and food safety comes to a close. And it is now time for the symposium lecture on National Food Control System, Food Safety and Quality Assurance in Sri Lanka by Emeritus Professor Upali Samarajiva. Upali Samarajiva is not new to us, but let me take the opportunity to introduce him to everybody. Professor Samarajiva is the founder head of the Department of Food Science and Technology at the University of Peradeniya, and the live wire behind developing a 4-year degree dedicated food science and technology, degree on food science and technology. He introduced the diploma course on nutrition policy planning to administrators under Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya in 1985. He was instrumental in setting up the City Analysts Laboratory in Kandy under UNICEF assistance and microbiology testing laboratory in Health Ministry at Anuradhapura under FAO assistance. He has received national awards for his food safety research on aflatoxins, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and histamine in fish. He has more than 200 research publications to his credit in international and local journals, several review articles, and book chapters internationally. He has served in 30 countries as an international consultant for several UN organizations, World Bank, Asia Development Bank, and International Bank for Reconstruction and Development on laboratory accreditation, food safety, and curriculum development. He strengthened testing laboratories in the area of plant health, animal health, and food testing in many countries. He continues to work as a remote international consultant due to COVID travel restrictions. Professor Samarajiva resides in Canada, and I'm so glad that you are able to join with us, ignoring all the time schedule differences. And over to you, Professor Upali Samarajiva.
Dear nutritionists, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure today to speak to you on your annual scientific sessions of the Nutrition Society on subject of National Food Quality Control System with special reference to food safety and quality assurance in Sri Lanka. Now, when we think about the food quality control system, there are a lot of things we need to talk about, but at the same time, we need to look at what has been happening. So what I like to do today, right now, is to take you through the following 4 areas. Firstly, a brief review of the Sri Lankan food control system, followed by a summary of our food safety problems detected outside Sri Lanka when we export our foods, a proposed solution to improve the current food control system, and finally, what has been done so far to make this proposal a reality. So let me get into the subject. And before I enter into the deep areas of the subject, I would like to take you through the difference between food quality and food safety, because this is not very well understood by many people. When we talk about food quality, We are talking about various sensory characteristics like appearance and acceptance and so on. Also, we talk in more scientific terms about the composition of the food, which appears in the label of a food today. When it comes to food safety, we are talking about things which we don't see, which we don't know, which are present in very minute quantities in the food and which are harmful to Sri Lankans. So the food safety touches on pathogenic microorganisms, mycotoxins, pesticide residues, antibiotic residues, and so many other things. So the pictures in your right-hand side shows the examples of aflatoxin producing fungi, the problems with the antibiotics, and also the problems arising when you are drying your grains by the roadside, allowing polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons to come in. So we have a whole lot of things which you don't see, which we cannot find till it gives a problem to us. Now with that background, let me tell you something about the historical development of the food control system in Sri Lanka. It starts with somewhere in 1949 with the interest to do food testing and bring about some regulatory activities by the Department of the Government Analyst at that time. It followed, there was a Food and Drugs Act that came in 1958, which was later split into two acts, the Food Act number 26 of 1980 and the Drugs Act number 27 of 1980. Of this, our interest is on the Food Act 1926. Now, in this act has gone through 3 amendments. First one in 1991, where there was a change in the composition of the Food Advisory Council and also new definitions on various terms in the act. Then there was a second one in 2011, which again changed the composition of the Food Advisory Committee. There were changes in in-house activities, but there was nothing to address the food quality or safety in both these amendments. Then when we look back to find what has been happening from 1980 to 2021, 44 years, we find that there are only 27 food regulations. Why did I put 26 plus 1? The 1 is down here. That is 101 standards of the Sri Lanka Standards Institution was adopted as food regulations. The problem here is when there's a regulation, it should be available to the public. But these documents are not available to the public. It's not in the Gazette. So we have to go and buy those things. The industry and the people will have to buy those standards from SLSI, which is not the norm for a regulatory system. Then more recently, there are 2 drafts right now available in the web, which are described as drafts of 2020. One of them is on fisheries, and about the fish, it describes a limit for total arsenic. Now, when you look at the arsenic in different foods, the amount of arsenic in fish is mainly organic arsenic, which is non-toxic, whereas the arsenic in rice is inorganic arsenic, 90% is inorganic arsenic, which is toxic. So now we cannot have a regulation where we talk about total arsenic and give a limit for fish. Then if you do that, the Sri Lankans will never be able to eat the fish that is available in the country or that is imported, because it is arsenic about high level, but it's totally non-toxic. So we need to take that kind of aspects into consideration when we are running a food control system in the country. So likewise, there are other regulations which I see appearing in the web, disappearing, and so on. So we wait and see what's going to happen with time. Then when we look at the Sri Lanka Standards Institution, it was established as the Bureau of Standards in 1964, converted to the Standards Institution in 1984, and it is involved in a lot of activities related to food quality and food safety. So they produce voluntary standards for the food industry. They conduct trainings on good manufacturing practices, good hygienic practices, hazard analysis, critical control point, ISO 22000, all of which are contributing to the systems that are supposed to handle the quality and safety of the foods along the food chain. They also provide product certification, which the customers love to look at and find before they buy a food item. Then they also provide accredited certification services to the food industries on those 4 areas I mentioned earlier. They maintain a chemical testing lab and a microbiological testing lab. They carry out food testing for import clearance under Customs Act. They provide training on laboratory accreditation. They conduct certificate courses and diplomas on food quality management. And they also conduct workshops on HACCP and ISO 22000. So all these acts contribute a lot for the development of food quality and food safety in the country, which finally leads to better foods for the human health. Then apart from those 2 organizations, there are a lot of acts. There are 12 acts actually, which are related to food activities, but they are not linked to the main Food Control Act. These acts are the Consumer Affairs Authority Act, Animal Act, Animal Disease Act and Animal Feed Act, Plant Protection Act, Bureau Standards Act and the Sri Lanka Standards Institution Act, Pesticides Act, Fisheries and Aquatic Resources Act with 7 amendments over the last few years because there is pressure from the European Commission for us to maintain high standards. Atomic Energy Board Act, Coconut Development Authority Act, Sri Lanka Tea Board Act, and Import and Export Control Act with amendments in 1985 and 1987 under the Sri Lanka Customs. So we have 12 acts which are not linked to the main Food Control Act of the Health Ministry. As a result, there are 12 institutions which are operating independent of each other, and there are conflicts between the institutions. There are conflicts between the decisions. You know the 2 types of standards we talked about for aflatoxins in coconut oil, 30 ppm by the Health Ministry and 10 ppm by the SLIs. So this is the way things happen when the control is not under one place, but it's by so many people. So let's now get into the subject of food safety problems in Sri Lanka. Now this report comes from Canada for the period 2017 to 2019, given to the Department of Commerce. There are 30 non-compliances of Sri Lankan products exported to Canada. Now, when you group them, there are 16, a big bulk of products which are having vitamins and minerals at high levels, which are not permitted in Canada because Canadian government doesn't believe in overloading the people with vitamins and minerals. But I don't know whether there's a regulation like that in Sri Lanka to control or check the amounts of vitamins and minerals in the foods. Second one, food colors. There are 10 unpermitted food color cases. Now, all these food colors are permitted in Sri Lanka, but not permitted in Canada. So we are not in line with what is happening globally. We are going with very old regulations. Then the next 2 talks about the allergens, which are expected to be declared in the foods when they are exporting. One is the sulfite in biscuits. The other one is the use of wheat flour. In this case, it's alua with wheat flour on it. So all these were getting rejected in this country. If you look at the situation in Europe, if you just look at the last 3 years again, the main problems are with E. coli and Salmonella, with various kinds of green leaves we are exporting, and the black pepper, which is again due to poor handling practices. Then we have spoiled swordfish due to improper cold storage. We have frozen tuna with excessive carbon monoxide, probably used as a preservative. Then we have cases of fish being exported without proper identification, and they are given a health certificate for the wrong identification. And also a more recent case of glycidyl ester, which arise from the palm oil and which was appearing in the biscuits in the cream. I don't know whether it is happening with coconut oil. Somebody has to find it. Then we look at what has been happening in last year in again EU. You could see there is fish with cadmium and mercury, and also possible incidents of poisoning due to histamines in tuna. Then we have tricyclazole in motta, karup and rice, which is said to be from Jaffna. It may even be coming through Jaffna, but perhaps from India. Then we have carbofurans and ethylene oxide, which are pesticides, which are used in rice. Then we have the ethylene oxide used in organic cinnamon as a preservative, glycidol in bakery product, the same case as what I said earlier, undeclared sulfite in cinnamon, aflatoxins in rice and chili products, and again the incomplete nutrition labeling addressing the vitamin and mineral issues, excess pesticides in gotukola and mukunuenna, and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons in black pepper. So these are the things which were reported last year. So most of these things arise in the food production chain. Therefore, these things need to be addressed at the food production chain and not at the end point, because there's no point you address it at the end point. Then we have this question of allergens. You could see there are main 8 allergens accepted by all countries, and they should be labeled in their food items. When it comes to England, the last column, you could see there are 14 allergens which should be indicated. It comes to Sri Lanka, there are no regulations regarding allergens. Therefore, people don't know about allergens. They export products with allergens without declaring it. And we see in Sri Lanka doesn't seem to be worried about the presence of allergens in our food, although we talk about nutritional food and the health of the people. Why do we have this problem? This table tells you the story. Look at the countries in the left column, all these countries, and look at the year in the second column. Between 2002 to 2017, they all changed their food regulations. And in every regulation, you get a new term that has come in, the safety, sanitation, and import. Look at our situation from 1980. We are having the old act and we don't talk about food safety. Sometimes people say about food safety, but there is no practice about food safety. So this is the difference, that we have failed to keep up with the rest of the world when it comes to food control activities. What's the solution? You may ask me, what shall we do now? The solution is we have to go for a food safety management system applicable along the food chain. Along the food chain. How are we going to do it? There is a lot of contributions by food scientists between 2017 and today to make this a reality. I will take you through some of those. Now, this proposal, which I started in 2017, which was discussed through many stages, has 3 layers of development in the food control structure. The first layer represented here indicates that there should be a common body where Ministry of Health and Ministry of Agriculture work together. That's the same situation in any country in the world producing food. Then we have the Consumer Affairs Ministry and the Ministry of Fisheries. They should also work together. And these 4 bodies should form an apex body, which may meet even once a year, but they are the policy deciding body, the body which decides the policy for food safety in the country. And that has not been happening right now. Then we have to have a second body, which I'll be discussing later. And the third body, which is called the Food Safety Secretariat, which is an expanded version of the Food Control Administration Unit of currently. Now, there are many ministries who will get the benefits of it. I have identified 3. These names of the ministries keep on changing. So we come back to this second layer. I am talking about expanding the Food Advisory Committee into a National Food Safety Council with a wider representation on this subject. So when this was presented to the Health Ministry, to the Food Advisory Committee, we were expecting responses from the committee. There was only one lady who responded. We respect her because she pointed out some of the things that were missing, and we have corrected those things. but we are not getting cooperation, we are not getting response, and people are not interested in doing anything live. So this is the second layer body that has to be there. And the third layer is a body which is under the Director Food Safety Secretariat. So there should be a Food Safety Secretariat, and there should be a director, and his commitment is only for food safety and not occupational health and other kinds of activities. So if you have a person committed like that, and you may have a Deputy Director General of Food Safety, but the most important thing is we need to have another tier of people, food safety officers, addressing legislation and regulations, inspection and enforcement, surveillance and monitoring, education, communication, and training. All these things has to happen under 4 people. And for those 4 people, the functions I have identified, 3 or 4 for each. And also for those 4 people, we have identified who should be the next level staff working under those people. Unless we have this group of people, who should be graduates? Who should be graduates in the different areas? Veterinary science, medical, food science, agricultural science. We cannot get this system moving unless we get all these people to work together. So this is the plan we have, and this is what we should expect to happen in the country. And this is not easy. It might take about 2 years. Well, Azerbaijan had a plan like this. The initial plan drafted by EU was for 3 years, but the president of Azerbaijan, he said not 3 years, but 3 months. And they put it right in 3 months. I went and worked in that place. They had 22 labs in the periphery, and they have more than 18 laboratories in the city, which is in one complex, a massive complex addressing different aspects of food safety. And they were managing it very well. So we need to start thinking about that kind of approach if you want to go ahead. So then comes the question, yes, it's easy to make a proposal, but what has happened? How are you going to do it? What have you done so far? Let me tell you what I have done. 2016, we submitted a proposal by a FAO team. I was one of the members. There are 3 foreigners working with me, which developed the background, studied the whole situation in Sri Lanka, and explained to the health ministry what they should be doing. Then I started working 2016 to 2017, the background work to make this report, the content of the report, the reality. 2018 to 2020, we had meetings with stakeholders and we got the consensus. We had a series of meetings in Colombo and Kandy. Then in 2021, Professor Iresha Mendes, who is a member of the Food Advisory Committee, prepared a food safety policy. It's a massive document, 150 pages, which was submitted to the Health Ministry and presented to them, and it's there. 2021, we submitted suggestions to improve food safety aspects of food regulations whenever there were requests for public comments on the web. Sometimes when you reply them, the letter doesn't go to the ministry because the web doesn't allow me to send it. And if I send it by email, very rarely I get a reply. So that is the way the system operates. Then in 2020, I prepared a book about 140 pages, submitted. It's on food safety, written in Sinhala, meant for the food inspectorate. It was given free to the Ministry of Health. I think it is still in the press. It's 2 years now. In 2021, we continue to work. We are preparing the horizontal food standards for food safety and also food safety responsibilities of stakeholder organizations. So we are doing all the groundwork, and hopefully someday we may be able to get our system in line with the international system. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Samarajiva, for your contribution to our country and yours too. So with that, we finished the symposium lecture series. And now we move on to the panel discussion. In the panel discussion, I believe Dr. Senaka Randhira is with us. And who else? And Professor Upali Samarajiva. Do we have the questions there? Okay. Actually, while we wait for the questions, can I please ask Dr. Senekar, now what do you think of the local industries? Because you have mentioned about the COVID-19, the virus being able to retain on the stainless steel. Do you have any kind of safety measures for that or any instructions other than what is given by the health authority? I'm talking about the industry, food industry. Any special regulations for them?
In my understanding, there's no any specific regulations so far. It's just, the public health measures, adhering to public health measures, basic, whatever the measures they ask you to, masks, sanitation, things like that. These are the one they adhere at the moment. But they do have, the staff roasting and having less number of staff at a time in the processing facility and things like that as well. But not much has been developed because so far it is very less risky. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much for your answer. Yes. So you they have reduced the number of people and they have control. They have some form of control. They're having
Yes, they do have different.
the same kind of system here also. So we look forward. Please share with us any more of the new research that comes in regarding this virus and food safety, especially about industry, so that we could educate them. And
yes, definitely, sure.
Professor Samarajiva, I would like to ask you about, all about the food safety, very true. What is your view on the genetically modified food and the organic food?
Well, genetically modified food, maybe 25 years back, when it came to Sri Lanka, we had a meeting organized by the Food Advisory Committee, chaired by the Director General of Health Services. At that point, I said, we have to wait for 20 years to see whether it is safe or not. And there are a lot of arguments, and I was told by some foreign dignitaries, if you talk like that, Sri Lanka will not have any food to eat. Of course, after 25 years, still we have food to eat. Not because of GM, we have problems some other way. So current thinking is, now we have stayed for 25 years. We have not seen any big calamities associated with GMO. So in that situation, to my mind, I think it's quite safe to allow it to come in, but we have a right to inform, and it's the right of the consumer to get informed whether it is GMO or not. So in the same way as we label the organic as organic food in the store, we have to label the GMO as GMO food. But then the problem I see is when irradiation was introduced in the world, irradiated food were labeled as irradiated food, and from the shelves they never moved down, because the moment the people see the word irradiated, they didn't want to buy. So if you label a GMO and put it there, then there will be a problem. So this is the major issue we have, and this is the one which Americans were fighting, because they were talking about the equivalent. They say the GMO is equivalent to the others, so don't worry. But to the general public, to the consumer, this will become an issue. So that's how I see it. Coming to the other question about organic, I was in fact thinking about, from what I heard today, it said very clearly, when we talk about organic, we are talking about the material which is not synthesized. Now, if we apply that argument for our current problem, which we are talking about this today in your session, starting from morning, I was listening. If we are to go for urea developed by the Haber process, then by this definition, that's a synthetic product. Then we cannot have any urea, we cannot have any nitrogen. Take the other two, the phosphates and muriate of potash. By this definition, they are not synthetic. They are natural products extracted from the soil. So in that case, we can have phosphorus and potassium, but we can't have nitrogen. Where are we going to stand? So this kind of things is in a way dangerous because our people or the top people can interpret these things in very, very different ways instead of understanding what is really needed for the food industry and for the agriculture. So that's how I see it. So organic food, yes, it's good. If the people want, let them have it. But let us not believe that it is 100% safe. It can also have its own problems. It is a matter of judgment by the consumer. Thank you.
Professor Samarajiva, I would ask you one more question. Is regarding the organic food itself. Do you think our country, what are the sort of food safety issues that are being related if we go in for organic foods? I think E. coli becomes a major issue, and what other?
Well, E. coli will become an issue. On the other hand, there were reports, I don't know whether the same thing happens in Sri Lanka, but I have seen reports of organics having heavy contents of heavy metals.
Heavy metals.
High content of heavy metals. In fact, a few years back, I remember there was a radio program in Sri Lanka where somebody was requesting people to dig a hole near your lemon plant and bury the batteries. And they said the lemon plant will start producing more lemon. Now that kind of thinking can lead to a lot of problems with organic also. So we need to be more scientific. This is why we talk about the science-based activities in this activity. So therefore, again, coming back to your direct question, there could be problems because what we are going to use as fertilizer for the organic production may not be that pure stuff. Yeah. Because if we are going to use some of the waste material discarded from homes, we don't separate the plastics, we don't separate the metals, we don't separate the things, we put everything together. In this country, there are 3 bins at our home. We have to put the 3 bins put things into the 3 bins separately and put it by the roadside for them to pick up on a given day. But all those 3 bins are not picked by the same vehicle. It's picked by 3 vehicles, therefore they are separating. So in Sri Lanka, that's not happening. So in such a situation, organic becomes a problem because we don't know what we are going to do at the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Since we have no other any other questions coming up, I thank both Dr. Senaka Randhira and Professor Upali Samarajiva for staying with us for the discussion. Thank you very much. This session comes to a close.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that thought-provoking symposium. Now, I would like to cordially invite Professor Chandima Vikramatilaka to present the certificate and the token of appreciation to the session chair. Now, I cordially invite Dr. Ananda Chandrasekhara and Mrs. Thamilini Joseph Kumar to chair the session on the flash presentations.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now we are going to start the next session, flash presentation in day 2. Yesterday also we had flash presentation, and all these presentations were recorded, pre-recorded, with 3 minutes of presentation and 2 minutes of discussion or the answering questions. And to judge the presentation, we have got 3 elite academics from the field of nutrition. Physically here with us, Senior Professor Pujita Vikramasinghe, and connecting online, Dr. Buddhika Perumpuli and Dr. Lanka Ranatunga. I thank them on behalf of the NSSL to be here or connect with us with their despite of their commitment. To start with the presentation, first one, development of database management system for the tabulation of nutritional and sensory quality and safety related information of culinary products used in the food service industry. The authors are Chandimal ASJ, Somaratna GM, Bandara YDMCD CY, Samarasekara MA, Tuduwe Vatta ND. The presenter is Chandimal ASJ. Over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Daniel Chandimal. My research was development of database management system for the tabulation of nutritional and sensory quality and safety related information of culinary products used in the cinnamon hotels and resorts. Well-established large-scale food service industries utilizes around 2,000 to 3,000 different types of food ingredients daily to cater to the demand of their customers. In the catering industry, new food packages are opened daily to prepare food cuisines, and the remaining part of the food ingredients related to quality and safety issues after pack opening, which are mainly related to the biochemical changes and its exposure to spoilage and pathogenic microorganisms. The nutritional quality of the food is also affected during food deterioration. Thus, this research aims to systematically tabulate the shelf life, secondary shelf life, storage conditions to preserve the sensory and nutritional quality of the foods, modes of spoilage, and allergen information of the food ingredients that are used in the cinnamon hotels and resorts. In the methodology part, first I collected information from chefs about normal shelf life of the product, secondary shelf life of the product, storage conditions, and allergenic information. With the same time, I collected information from the literature as well about shelf life of the unopened product, shelf life of the open products, perishability, modes of spoilage, storage conditions, biological hazards, and allergenicity information. And I compare the both information and come up with a guidebook and electronic database management system about this information, and also develop a simplified version for the convenience of the chefs. The research results comprise of a guidebook and a custom-built electronic database. Both the guidebook and the e-database assist to give a realistic guide of handling food ingredients for the chefs within the catering sector. This research concludes with the overall summary of information for each food category, which provides convenience for use this guidebook software for the chefs. The outcome of the research generated a standardized procedure among the chefs to manage the storage of culinary products and to preserve their nutrition and safe sensory quality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chandimal, for the presentation. Now, floor is open for the questions.
Chandimal. I'm Dr. Lanka here. Can you hear me?
Yes, madam.
Yes. May I ask a question? Could you please give me an example? Which kind of data that you have included in this booklet? It means you have mentioned that you included the way of handling food ingredients. Is that so? Give me an example.
For example, let's take a milk product like it's a milk product likewise in the normal shops market have product like vanilla milk product. Then in this product the expiry normal shelf life without opening the package, and the shelf life of after opening the package, and storage condition. This package should stored in the storeroom, and the mode of spoilage. This if there is spoilage, how to get the get idea for the chef to if this is spoilage or not. Is there any allergens of this milk product? This is information also mentioned in this guidebook and the software.
Okay, thank you very much, Chandimal. It's very clear for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Santimal. We'll move to the next presentation. Assessment of nutritional composition and functional properties of arrowroot and artichoke flour. The authored by Disanayaka AUW Vikramasinghe. The presenter is Disanayaka.
Very good day to all of you. I'm Arunidhi Sanayaka, and today I'm going to present our research findings on the topic Assessment of Nutritional Composition and Functional Properties of Arrowroot and Artichoke Flower. We live in a country with a rich ecosystem which is abundant with numerous number of fruit and tuber crops grown throughout the country. Among them, I have selected two underutilized tuber crops available in Sri Lanka, namely arrowroot and artichoke for my current study. They are considered as excellent sources of carbohydrates, vitamins, and minerals and possesses several medicinal benefits. But research based on them within Sri Lanka is rare. Therefore, during this study, I have evaluated the nutritional composition in terms of proximate analysis, mineral profile analysis, and fatty acid composition analysis, and also functional property evaluation of arrowroot and artichoke flower using the methods mentioned in this slide. According to the proximate composition evaluation of these two varieties, carbohydrate can be identified as the major macronutrient, and crude protein level of artichoke flower is higher than that of arrowroot flower and cassava flower mentioned in recent literature. Crude fat contents were considerably low, while the crude ash contents were considerably high than the values reported in literature for other tuber crops available in Sri Lanka. Having high magnesium, potassium, and calcium contents can be considered as a health benefit, while having a ratio of sodium to potassium which is less than 1 implies their ability to decrease high blood pressure. And also, both of them contain a high amount of iron and zinc, but heavy metals like arsenic, cadmium, mercury, and chromium were absent in both varieties. Palmitic acid, lauric acid, and linoleic acid can be considered as the predominant fatty acids present in both varieties, and having a higher polyunsaturated fatty acids makes the tubers nutritionally desirable. High water holding capacities can be identified in both varieties and can be attributed to the high carbohydrate content and fiber content in both varieties and can be useful in bakery industry. High oil holding capacity of artichoke flour will be desirable in sausage manufacturing industry. Water solubility and water absorption indices of two varieties evaluated at 60 degrees Celsius were inclined with the values reported in literature. These are the major conclusions. Higher nutritional value were observed in both two varieties, which contains carbohydrate as the major macronutrient. Higher protein and mineral content also present with lower fat content in both varieties. Significant high amount of crude protein was available in artichoke flour. Potassium, magnesium, and calcium present in significant quantities, while palmitic, lauric, and linoleic are present as the predominant fatty acids. Finally, underutilized tubers investigated showed a higher potential in terms of nutritional and functional properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Disanayaka. Is there any questions from the audience? No.
Ms. Disanayaka?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Buddhika. So I just have a small question. I want to know what kind of uses that we can have with using these underutilized crops.
Okay, basically when we are talking about arrowroot flour, so it is nowadays available in supermarkets also in the flour form. So it is in Sinhalese it is known as Hulankiria. I think majority of you have known that tuber in that name. So it is basically used as a thickening agent, as a used in gluten-free product formulations and also in infant formula, since it contains easily digestible starch, and also artichoke is also used in manufacturing industry like sausage manufacturing industry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I have one question.
Yes.
When we are talking about the arrowroot and artichoke, there's one more thing comes to my mind is resistant starch. Usually these root crops contain resistant starch. Did you think about anything, I mean, have you done any analysis or anything on the import, or have you considered the importance of having a resistant starch of this kind of food?
No, sir, I didn't consider that, but I have read that fact in recent literature also. They contain some inulin-like fructans and also resistant starch. So I think we can further quantify the amount and also uh, get into that fact also in near future.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Since there is no other question, I will move to the next presenter. Is spontaneously fermented buffalo curd as a natural functional food with probiotic antagonistic Lactobacillus acidophilus. The authors are SAS Kumar and GDDK Gunasena. Presenter is SAS Kumar. Over to you.
I'm S.S. Kumar from Department of Microbiology, University of Canada, Sri Lanka. I'm here to explain about the titles study spontaneously fermented buffalo curd as a natural functional with lactobacillus acidophilus 7 probiotic and antagonistic properties. The main objective of the study was to determine the antagonistic ability of wild lactobacillus acidophilus strains against selected fungal strains. The Lactobacillus acidophilus strain was isolated from spontaneously fermented buffalo milk, and the species were Aspergillus spotidus, Aspergillus flavus, Aspergillus oryzon, Aspergillus elegans, isolated from pasteurized fruit syrup. When considered about the methodology, lactobacillus strains were incubated for 48 hours at 37 degrees in mandibles sharp modified broth. Then each the lactobacillus strain was streaked as a perpendicular line to the plate diameter on man was a sharp modified agar broth, then incubated for 48 hours and 37 degrees in anaerobic conditions. Then agar block of each fungal strain were inoculated onto the center of the center of the mandibles sharp modified broth, which contain lactobacillus streak, then incubated at 30 degrees in aerobic conditions. Then results were taken after 2 days, 4 days, and 7 days. You can see the picture. This is the fungal agar block, and this is the lactobacillus streak. Then the mycelial growth were taken as photographs measured, and the growth area was compared with the control samples. These are the results obtained from this study. According to the results, there's a positive antagonistic effect against all tested fungal strains. As conclusions, the lactobacillus acidophilus strain reveals potential and antagonistic ability against all tested fungal strains, and the one character assigned to the probiotic potential was successfully investigated in lactobacillus acidophilus tested strain. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, floor is open for the questions from the audience or the judges. I have a question, Kumar. Can you please tell me what is the practical application of this your study? How you are going to practically apply to the buffalo curd industry?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, this is a final level research, so we have to develop furthermore additional step to go through the applications because we have to check whether what is the main timeline. I just mean what is the main time that antagonistic ability of them have occurred, and we can see that after 4 days or 5 days, the ability goes a bit of low because of counter reactions can be happen. So there may be a resistance also can be happen. So we have to develop further steps to identify characters which cause the antagonistic ability. I mean, any protein, any protein, lipids, glycoproteins, or any other chemical matter, the responsible matter with the selected spoilage organisms.
Thank you. Since no more questions, we'll move to the next presenter.
Dietary diversity, its determinants and associations with malnutrition, analysis across the children in the resettlement areas in Jaffna district. Authors are Jayatissa Veerasuriya SA, Nithusa ES, and Korle Kedera PM. The presenter is Nithusa.
Good morning all. It's a pleasure to introduce research, dietary diversity, its determinants, and association with malnutrition, analysis across the children in the resettlement areas in the Jaffna district. I am Nidusha from Faculty of Agriculture. Nutritional status is one of the most important indicators of quality of life in children. Child under age of 5 years is more prone to nutritional deficiencies. Globally, at least 1 in 3 children under 5 is not growing well due to malnutrition. Around 45% of the death among children under 5 years of age linked to undernutrition. It is higher among the resettled compared to the resident group in the Jaffna. A single food item cannot fulfill all the nutrient requirements of individual. Eating wide variety of food is likely to increase the nutrient adequacy. Thus, a study was conducted to measure the individual dietary diversity and nutritional status of children in the study area and to explore the determinants of dietary diversity and its association with child malnutrition in the study area. A cross-sectional survey was carried out in the Wallingham North region of the Jaffna district involving 60 children with their mothers as respondents. A multi-stage random sampling procedure was to select the sample to eliminate the systemic bias from sampling procedure. Dietary diversity was measured using dietary diversity scores, and dietary diversity scores less than and equal 4 between 4 to 8 and more than 8 fell in the low, medium, and high dietary diversity categories, respectively. Malnourished child was identified using WHO child growth standard charts. Multinomial logistic regression and child square analysis were used to analyze the collected data. Descriptive data analysis result revealed that children consumed 2 to 9 food groups out of 12 food groups over 24 hours, and the consumption of animal products such as milk, meat, eggs was low compared to plant-based products. And the majority of the children consumed a diet that was in the median dietary diversity category, and the prevalence of stunning, underweight, and fasting in the study sample was respectively 38.34, 25, and 8.34 percentages. Under economic data analysis, multinomial logistic regression research showed that the sex of the household head, material education, and the caregiver's age have positive significant effect on dietary diversity, while cultural taboos have negative significant effect on dietary diversity. And child-square test research showed that there was no association between dietary diversity and malnutrition status of children in the study area, while government intervention, unavailability of safe water, and improper sanitation are associated with the malnutrition status of children. Thus, the study recommends having a new policy or program which target improving the knowledge of mothers and availability of safe water and sanitation in this area to improve the nutritional status of children. And midwives or healthcare workers need to encourage the mothers to feed more animal-based products to their children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And floor is open for the questions.
Nitusha, I am Lanka here.
Yes, madam.
Which kind of food taboos you identified that showed negative impact on dietary diversity?
Food taboos for the meat of for particular animals such as beef, pork, and food taboos during the certain religious period such as Passover, Sivaratri Puja, and
they follow the food taboos such as fasting during the weekdays.
Okay, thank you, Nitusha.
Thank you, madam.
Nitusha, I want to just have a comment on that same question. Do you think that those practices will affect on their nutritional status significantly? So what you have mentioned about the fasting on the certain days and some religious taboos on the certain food items.
These food taboos determine the dietary diversity, not nutritional status.
Okay, so my question is, do you think that it will affect the malnutrition status? I mean, you were talking about stunting rates and all higher levels. Do you think that they will affect or not?
Sometimes they will affect. They can't get essential protein from animal meat.
Okay. One more comment from me. Actually, your presentation slides were, I think you had to rethink about how you are going to make a presentation on this kind of a main, because it's overcrowded and it is very difficult to grab the material what you have presented. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Our next presenter is presentation title is Development of an Information Resource of Drug-Nutrient Interaction to Healthcare Professionals for Facilitating Management of Drug-Nutrient Interactions. Authors are WGN Vijay Singh, AMNG Adhikari. Presenter is WGN Vijay Singh. Over to you.
I'm Nirmini Vijay Singh from Waima University of Sri Lanka. My topic is Development of an Information Resource on Drug-Nutrient Interactions for Healthcare Professionals. I think you all have heard about drug-nutrient interaction, but did you concern it when you are taking any medication? Sometimes, may not, but you have to concern it because it can cause adverse effects on our health, especially elderly people and people who are taking long-term medication for chronic diseases have a higher risk of adverse effect associated with drug-nutrient interaction. So, awareness of healthcare professionals is needed to manage drug-nutrient interaction. But collected and updated information resources are the major barrier with healthcare professionals for managing drug-nutrient interaction. Therefore, the study was conducted to develop a guide booklet on drug-nutrient interactions for healthcare professionals with the view of improving their knowledge and awareness about drug-nutrient interaction. So that the study was conducted with 4 phases. Under the first phase, I reviewed literature in previous 15 years to collect information about drug-nutrient interaction. Then, a preliminary survey was conducted with healthcare professionals, doctors, dietitians, and pharmacists, and also with adults to understand their awareness and knowledge about drug-nutrient interaction. It was done by using a pre-tested interviewer administrative questionnaire. Then, a guide was developed with using the collected information from preliminary survey and literature review to as a color pictorial A5 size booklet. Then the evaluation of the developed guide was done by using an online questionnaire with healthcare professionals. Then the guide was included around 145 potential drug-nutrient interactions under 95 different drugs or drug categories. Majority of those drugs are taken to cardiovascular disease, GI disorders, and infectious disease. Those diseases were included in the guide with different color themes for easy identification. Then, drug-nutrient interactions were presented in a tabulated format, and those tables were included drug names, their generic names, their interactions, their effect, available their risk factors, and available prevention strategies. Additionally, the guide was included mechanisms of drug-nutrient interactions, guideline for counseling patients on drug-nutrient interaction, and medical nutrition therapy for medication side effect and also micronutrient food sources. So I think this guide will be a helpful information resource for healthcare professionals as the updated and collected information resource for managing drug-nutrient interaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay Singh. Is there any questions from the audience? As there are no questions, so you mentioned about the adults. So is there any target population to do the survey, or what is the age category of the people you use for the participants use for the preliminary survey?
Thank you, madam, for your protection. Mainly, I'm selected age between 18 to 55. Since I'm doing the research to collect only their awareness about those interactions, and these are the person who can conveniently selected and can meet during the COVID-19 pandemic situation. I select this adult group.
How you are going to practically apply this one to the patients? What you have findings? What is the way?
Yes, yes, this guide was prepared by specially for the healthcare professionals who are dealing with drugs and also food, like doctors, dietitian, pharmacists, and also can use for the nurses also. So I think the knowledge regarding this issue with healthcare professionals is help to give the advices when prescribing drugs or diet plans or anything.
How do you know that how credible they are? Because we know that certain drug nutrient interactions are already established, like certain statins and the certain food items. In here you have finds you get new findings, and how do you know that they are I mean tested enough to make a publication like that?
Yes, there are a lot of interactions published in the research articles, but they are scattered. They are not collected and updated. That's why I prepared a booklet by compiling all the details, by collecting details in one point for the easy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next presenter is development of herbal biscuit and evaluation of its proximate and the antioxidant properties. Authors are Nayanajit RP, DN, S. Vasanta Ruba, Dharmasiri PGNH. The presenter is Nayanajit. Over to you.
Have a nice day to you all. Today I am going to present one of my abstract presentation on the title Comparison of Proximate and Antioxidant Properties of the Developed Herbal Biscuit. Let's move to the introduction. Biscuit is a common baked snack in Sri Lanka. Fortification of the biscuit dough was done with coriander, cinnamon, curry leaves, ginger, and licorice in here. Those fortification is done with the treatment mixture, and it was made based on the therapeutic, nutritional characters and safe consumption level of those herbs. In this study, objective is to compare the proximate and antioxidant properties of the fortified and non-fortified biscuits. Let's move to the material and methodology. First, raw herbs preparation. But both raw herbs was washed and dried and then ground and sieved 3 times and kept in the desiccator for further use. In here, I was made 2 treatment recipes mentioned as T1 and T2. T2 is made with the taking same quantity from each herb, and T1 is in T1 reduced the liquorized amount from 20 to 9.09 while increasing the others quantity with the same amount with the same time. T1 was accepted after being incorporated with the biscuits by conducting the sensor evaluation with 30 untrained panel. In here, the chart mentioned the ingredients which are used for making the biscuit, and the highlighted column show the amounts of those ingredients which are used for the prepared the selected herbal biscuit. The 10% herbal biscuit was selected through the sensory evaluation from the prepared samples. Then proximate analysis. All the proximate analysis was conducted under AOAC 2000 method. And the antioxidant properties was evaluated in here. First, after the sample extraction, I was done the total phenolic content, total flavonoid contents, antioxidant capacity, and the DBPH test in here. Let's move to the results and discussion. In here, I mentioned all 6 characters of the proximate values as moisture, ash, crude fiber, crude protein, crude fat, and the total carbohydrate. After the fortified with those ingredients, you can observe the moisture, ash, crude fiber, crude protein are highly increased in the 10% biscuit than the control one. In the moisture content, it is still in acceptable maximum moisture content because that mentioned in the SLS 251 in 2010, the 4% by mass is the maximum moisture content can be occurred in the biscuits, and other crude fat and the total carbohydrate slightly higher in the control biscuit. The crude fat is highly determine the product quality, packing quality also in the product. Fortunately, the crude fat content in the 10% herbal biscuit is lower than the control biscuit. And then I was analyzed the total phenolic content, total flavonoid content, and the antioxidant capacity. All 3 is higher in the 10% herbal biscuit than the control biscuit. That can conclude that after the fortification with those herbs, that may allow to increase their antioxidant properties in the biscuit dough than the control one. In the DBPH, you can observe the IC50 value in the control biscuit is higher than the 10% herbal biscuit. That mentioned the DBPH scavenging, radical scavenging activity is lower in the control biscuit than the 10% herbal biscuit. Let's move to the conclusion. Biscuits fortified with the herbs have higher nutritional value than the control biscuits, indicating the herbs provide more nutrients as well as the health benefits. The ethanol extracts of the herbal biscuit is rich source of the antioxidant than the control biscuit, as I mentioned earlier. As the pre-explanation of this research, total phenolic content, total flavonoid, and antioxidant capacity of the herbal biscuit significantly different from the control sample. Higher IC50 value of the control biscuit concludes its low DBPH radical scavenging activity in the control biscuit than 10% herbal biscuit. Those are the references which are used for this presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, Nayanajit. And the floor is open for the questions and discussion.
Thank you, Nayanajit. I'm Lanka here.
Yes, madam.
What is the sugar content of this biscuit?
Here I check the total sugar content also, madam. but I didn't add in here as the proximate. But it is slightly higher in the herbal biscuit than the control one also. I only mentioned the total carbohydrate content in here than the other than the reducing sugar content.
Okay, okay, thank you, Nanjit.
Okay.
Nanajit, I have one question because the thing is, I mean, when you are tasting the herbal biscuits all the time, it's not very, I mean, it's not going, most of these herbal biscuits were not popular because of their unfavorable the flavor, and sometimes you get the certain rancid like I mean the taste when you are tasting. So my first question is, have you done any sensory evaluation? And second thing is, what do you think about that one? How do you minimize these unfavorable conditions?
Yes, sir. In my undergraduate research, I did that two sensory evaluation. One for that, as I mentioned in earlier, for the treatment mixture, and other one is the after the making the product. That's why I selected as the 10% herbal biscuit as the best one, with using the 30 untrained panel. And I also checked that product quality through the 3-month period, their microbial quality as well as their textural properties also. I didn't check that actually rancidity, but uh, I used that several packing materials to store that product by using the vacuum packing as well as the nitrogen packing too. That nitrogen packing one, it is a best quality that given the best quality products without any unflavored one.
Okay, there's another question from Fatima Sirasa. Did you use 5 herbs to make these biscuits? Why did you select specific 5 herbs?
Yes, miss. Here I use that 5 herbs and make that my own treatment mixture. With that, I mentioned two types of ratios. Because I did this research during the COVID-19 pandemic situation period. That's why these herbs are mostly used in the Ayurvedic as well as the home remedies to boost their immunity in our local villages. And those are the most commonly used herbs in the Sri Lanka. That's why I tend to use these herbs and spices to fortify this biscuit.
Thank you, Nainajit.
Welcome.
So we will move to the next presentation. Improving healthy food practices within families during COVID-19 pandemic using the health promotion approach. Authors M.A.H. Kaushani, JPMS Jayasinghe, R.L. Samarasinghe, Nadika Ratnayaka, and Duminda Kurge. The presenter is M.A.H. Kaushani.
Good day, everyone. I am Hansika Kaushani, an undergraduate of health promotion in Rajaratnam University of Sri Lanka. I worked on improving healthy food practices within families during COVID-19 pandemic using the health promotion approach. Family food practices play a major role in determining the well-being of its members. COVID-19 pandemic changed the everyday life of people, and also it affected family food practices. The objective of this study is to improve healthy food practices within a group of families during the pandemic period using health promotion approach. A health promotion process was implemented with the voluntary participation of 21 members in 5 families in Dolahena village for 6 months using distant mode communication methods. Interviewer administered questionnaires were used at pre and post phases of the study to assess changes in their family food practices. Quantitative data were analyzed using descriptive statistics, and comments of the participants were analyzed thematically. First, a discussion was initiated on family food practices during the pandemic period. Then, determinants for unhealthy family food practices were identified. Some determinants identified by them were family members having different food choices, preference for junk food, adding more sugar, salt, and oil as a habit, eating a big portion, less availability of healthy food, and neglecting the nutritional value. Then, activities to address the determinants were planned and implemented by the families. Here you can see some pictures of the implemented activities. Preparing a balanced food menu for the family, preparing snacks at home, increasing variety of vegetables and fruits available in the garden, changing the size of spoons and containers to get sugar, salt, and oil, and measuring the amounts of sugar, salt, and oil. Results show that all families have reduced average monthly amount of sugar they consume by 50%, salt by 66%, oil by 20%, and junk food consumption by 70%. 6 out of the 21 participants have changed their plate sizes. They have consumed green leaves from their gardens at least 3 times a week. They have improved the number of vegetables and fruits in their garden. Family members' satisfactory level and perceived family relationships also have been increased with this intervention. According to the results, I would like to conclude that this health promotion intervention carried out through distant mode communication was effective in improving healthy food practices within families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haushani. The presentation is open for the discussion.
I'm Buddhika. Just a small clarification. So by considering, I think you have considered 21 families. Am I correct?
No, madam. It's 5 families at the beginning in August 2020. I started this. Then I initiated this work with 5 families. Now it has reached 23 families.
23. So finally 23.
Yes, madam.
So I just want to know, with using such a limited number, so is that reliable to come into a such conclusion? Just to clarify.
Yes, madam. I also agree with you. The sample size is not that much enough, but if we want to move the knowledge that researchers found, recommendations given into the community, so this is a effort to that. So in even the health promotion process is growing, developing process. So in the community, starting with the little number and then it grows and spread. So that's why I was interested to put it here.
Okay.
And there is a question from Dr. Sirasa. How did you measure the family members' relationship?
Yes, madam. I didn't have a measure for that, but through the comments, I got that they have improved their family relationships. They said most of the participants had said that they have improved their family relationships with this process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Our next presenter is title is Development of and Validation of a Tool to Evaluate Food Literacy of Adolescents in Secondary School in Sri Lanka. Authors are Ratnayaka MPS, Nanayakara J, Pereira T, Wosley T, Booth A, Silva KD RR. The presenter is Ratnayaka MPS. Over to you.
Good afternoon, I am Purnima Ratnayaka. Adolescents' food literacy. Is it important? If they are not adequately food literate, how they become informed consumers? Isn't it badly affect even for their children in future? Well, is this child food literate? We can't say it by looking at them. For that, we need a food literacy evaluation tool. Our research team is currently working on secondary school food literacy education, and we developed a food literacy evaluation tool to measure food literacy level of adolescents in Sri Lanka. Our tool is actually a questionnaire. We initially formulated an item pool by extracting items through literature and developing items by our own. Then we wanted to extract the ideal items that can be used in our tool through a screening process. Actually, the screening process is a filtering process. There are 4 steps in this filtering process. This is the input and this is the output. We use the output of the first step as the input of the second step. Likewise, we conducted the screening process. In the first step, we conducted a brainstorming session with university academics in food and nutrition field. Then we could reduce the number of items to 74. Then we wanted to examine the opinions of experts. For that, we used in-service advisors attached to Ministry of Education and food and nutrition experts in Sri Lanka. Then we could reduce the number of items to 55. Then we wanted to check whether these items are understandable and clear to the students. For that, we conducted 4 focus group discussions with students selected from the target group. Then we could further reduce the number of items to 47. Then we carried out the pilot study using this tool. There were 282 students in the pilot study. We analyzed the results statistically and extracted 24 ideal items for our tool. We are not going to assess only knowledge of the students through this tool. Going beyond, we are assessing knowledge, skills, food choices, emotions, food culture, environmental concern, and eating habits of students through this tool. This is a validated tool that can be used to assess food literacy level of adolescents between 13 to 15 years old in Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Okay, floor is open for the discussion. Before anyone's getting question, I have a question. When you are filtering process, what is the rationale you applied to eliminate the certain items? You said that you started with, I can't remember exactly, 47, then it reduced to 25 or something. What kind of rationale you applied to?
Actually, sir, there are, thank you, sir, your question. There was a filtering process throughout the filtering, sir. In the first step, we considered the opinions of experts, and considering their opinions, we calculated content validity of the of each item. Then, using the low share score, we dropped the items that were below the cutoff point. Then we conducted the focus group discussion. According to that qualitative study, we removed some more questions, and then we conducted our pilot test. When we after conducting the pilot test, we statistically analyzed the results, and we calculated exploratory factor. We extracted items through exploratory factor analysis and confirmatory factor analysis mainly. Then we could reduce the number of items to 24. That is how we reduce the number of items gradually throughout this screening process.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? Or since there is no other questions, we'll move to the next presenter. Empowering a rural community to address selected determinants of non-communicable diseases during the COVID-19 pandemic using the health promotion approach. The authors are Liana Patirana, DSP, Ranasinghe D, Veeratunga MMR P, Dinesh Kumar P, Pereira P, PN, Komala Devi M, Fernando M, Fernando WMS, and Guruge GGN. The presenter is Liana Patirana. Over to you.
Hello everyone, I am Shashini Lianapathirana, an undergraduate in Department of Health Promotion in Rajarata University of Sri Lanka. My topic is empowering a rural community to identify and address determinants of non-communicable diseases during COVID-19 pandemic using the health promotion approach. According to Pan American Health Organization reported in 2020, people who have non-communicable diseases are more vulnerable to severe outcomes of COVID-19. The objective of this study was to describe the identifying and addressing determinants of non-communicable diseases during COVID-19 pandemic. This is the methodology. The study was done with 30 families in a rural village in Monragal district for 6 months. Individual and group discussions were conducted using distant mode communication methods and improved their knowledge on importance of identifying and addressing determinants of NCDs. Then participants were facilitated to identify the determinants of NCDs and prioritize the high consumption of sugar, salt, and oil as major determinants of NCDs in their community. After that, improve their enthusiasm by sharing success stories of health promotion interventions and facilitated to design and implementation of activities to address the prioritized determinants. Distance mode communication methods like telephone interviews were used to assess the changes, and the data was analyzed by using thematic analysis and descriptive statistics. Now we move into results part. All the participants improved the ability of identifying determinants of NCDs. Among them, 70% engaged in activities to reduce the consumption of salt, oil, and sugar. Their implemented activities are making kitchen calendar, allocate salt powder spoons according to family members, using oil meter, using oil spray bottles, minimizing eating sweet products. According to mothers, most of them could reduce the junk food consumption from preparing food items using home garden items, starting money collection method, which they spend to buy junk food. In conclusion, I emphasize that the chosen health promotion approach through distant mode to empower a rural community to address the selected determinants of non-communicable diseases during pandemic situation was successful. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Now, floor is open for questions.
Thank you, Shashini. I am Tilanka here. Can you briefly explain about the promotion activities that you did, health promotion activities that you did for them?
Thank you for the question, madam. Yes, madam. Thank you for the question. Firstly, we took knowledge sharing sessions through the focus group discussions through the Zoom and conference call. In here, we show success stories previously done in health promotion. In kitchen calendar, they mark the consumption of sugar, salt, and oil according to in color code. In high, when they consume high, they mark it as red color. Then they try to minimize that consumption from that. After the intervention, they get that skill. Sometimes they use oil spray bottles to minimize the oil amounts. Likewise, madam.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Shashini.
Thank you, madam.
Any questions? No. So we will move to the next presentation. The presentation is Association between Shift Work and Body Composition in Healthcare Workers. Authors are P. Suryarachi, R. Jayavarthana, T. Peve, N. King. So the presenter is P. Suryarachi.
Hello everyone. My presentation is on the topic of association between shift work and body composition in health workers. Shift work, which is defined as work occurring outside typical daytime working hours, is increasing in the modern society to cater for the complexity and flexibility of different work operations. Shift work plays an integral role in service and manufacturing industries such as food, safety, transportation, and especially in the healthcare sector. But due to the disruption of the normal sleep-wake cycle and other behavioral changes, shift workers are known to be associated with a number of health disorders, including altered body composition. Therefore, in this study, we aim to compare the body composition parameters between shift workers and non-shift workers in the healthcare sector. Moving on to methodology, the study was carried out in comparative cross-sectional design among sample of female shift and non-shift health workers aged equal or more than 18 years at Navaloka Hospital, Colombo, Sri Lanka. The sample was recruited by stratified random sampling technique. A sample of 19 day-working females and 21 shift-working females were included in this study. All subjects underwent anthropometric measurements and bioimpedance analysis for body composition parameters. Skin fold thickness was measured at 2 sites using the half-pendant skin fold caliper. Data were analyzed using the SPSS statistical software. Between group comparisons were performed using the chi-square test and independent sample t-test. According to the analysis, there was no statistically significant difference in age between shift and non-shift working groups. As you can see from the table, the overall prevalence of obesity and abdominal obesity was higher among shift workers when compared to non-shift workers. Shift working females had significantly higher mean body fat percentage, BMI, and fat mass index compared to non-shift working females. When adjusted for age and work years, the odds of having obesity was more than 5 times higher in shift workers, which was statistically significant. In conclusion, the overall prevalence of obesity and abdominal obesity and body fat percentage was higher among shift workers in this hospital setting. Since our sample size was limited, large-scale future studies are recommended for stronger evidence. Also, health interventions for shift workers need to be developed, mainly focusing on overall weight management. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Suryarachi. The presentation for the discussion. Is there any questions from the audience?
Yes, I'm Buddhika. So,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, do you have any idea what could be the reason for having a prevalence of obesity, abdominal obesity, and those things in shift workers? Do you have any idea for this reason?
Yes, madam. Actually, there could be several reasons. The main reason is since they are working shifts, their sleep-wake cycle is oftenly disturbed. Sleep-wake cycle is usually associated with many metabolisms in our body, such as thermoregulation, secretion of appetite hormones, like that. So in literature also, there are evidence to show that in shift workers, secretion of appetite hormones such as leptin and ghrelin is in high concentrations, leading them to have an increased appetite than the typical day workers. That could be one reason. Another reason could be since they are working night shifts, they have very bad food habits, like they often take snacks to munch during their night shifts. So that also could be one reason. Those snacks are usually high in lipids, saturated fats, and that kind of bad nutrition. That also could be one reason, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. So the next presentation, empowering selected families of a rural community to provide proper nutrition for children, a health promotion intervention, authored by mentees Ratnayaka, Ranasinghe, Veeratunga, Dinesh Kumar, Pereira, Komala Devi, Fernando MG, Fernando WMS, Guruge, and Guruge. The presenter is Mendes.
Hello everyone, I'm Diniti Mendes and I'll be presenting the abstract Empowering Selected Families of a Rural Community to Provide Proper Nutrition for Children, a Health Promotion Intervention. Moving on to the introduction, meeting proper nutritional requirements during childhood can impact better health and well-being of a child by reducing the future health risks and morbidities in the latter part of his or her life. So the families should be empowered to provide proper nutrition for their children. The aim of this study was to empower selected families to provide proper nutrition for their children using health promotion approach. Moving on to the methodology, the study sample was 33 randomly selected families in Kottakeramangala Gramanidari division in Monrangala district of Sri Lanka. And the study period was 6 months and the online mode discussions were conducted to get the study participants contacted. Continuing the methodology, the randomly selected families were engaged through discussions done in a distance mode and improved their knowledge and awareness about the importance of having proper nutrition during the younger age. And the main determinants of poor nutrition were identified in partnership with the community, and the success stories were shared to maintain the enthusiasm of the community members. And also they were facilitated to design and implement activities to address the identified determinants in order to improve the proper nutrition for their children. And also the families were contacted through feasible online modes to maintain the continuous engagement, especially through WhatsApp chats, WhatsApp calls, individual phone calls, Zoom discussions taken as groups, and also WhatsApp group calls. Data was collected through focus group discussions done in a distance mode, and changes were assessed through group discussions with those families. Finally, the arrived conclusions to analyze changes, and the results were calculated. Participants improved the knowledge on the importance of providing proper nutrition to children. And 87.9% of the total population reduced the junk food use, and 39.4% of the total population introduced the powder called Vibhaga Pohara in the study population. Mothers prepared nutrition food by cereals like Rappan in an attractive way, and also the bakery product were reduced among the community. Moving on to the conclusion, community members could design and implement activities to provide proper nutrition to their children with a minimal facilitation from the facilitators. And also we can conclude that implemented health promotion intervention was successful in empowering selected families to provide proper nutrition to children. So this is the end of my presentation, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Ms. Mendes. Any questions?
In this study, you found that there was a success in your intervention program, but do you think that it's a sustainable success, or it is because soon after your intervention, you did the analysis and responses were collected, but do you think how sustainable these changes are?
Sorry, sir, but can you repeat the question? I was disconnected and joined back.
Okay, how sustainable these changes? You found some positive changes. How sustainable these changes?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. And even after doing that intervention, we had contacts with those families that we selected as a study population, and those community members reported their perceived changes, and they are still continuing those habits. Since we can say that depending on the community perceived changes, the feedbacks, those interventions are sustaining. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next next presentation is a health promotion intervention to empower the community for reducing the risk of being overweight in semi-urban area. authors are Dedunupitiya, Ranasinghe, Pemakumar, Godakumbura, Ratnayaka, and Guruge. Presenter is Dedunupitiya. What do you?
How good day all of you. I'm Sabuni Dedupiti from Rajat University of Sri Lanka. I'm here to present my abstract on empowering an adult group to reduce the risk of being overweight by using addressing selected determinants in hotspot the semi-urban area by using health promotion intervention. As we all know, NCDs become responsible for over 75% annual deaths in Sri Lanka. Being overweight increases the risk of non-communicable diseases. Therefore, it's important to empower communities to reduce the risk of being overweight. The objective of my intervention is to empower communities to reduce the risk of being overweight by addressing selected determinants by using health promotion approach. The methodology first randomly selected 25 adult group in 20 to 65 years old in Harrisburg area in Central Province and then initiated the process by improving adults' enthusiasm by an activity and then improved their knowledge on obesity risk factors and importance of addressing the individual and family level risk factors and then guided to identify risk factors. Then unhealthy diet practices and lack of physical exercises were identified as main prioritized determinants to be addressed. Then guided to develop suitable indicators and design activities during the success stories in previous health promotion intervention and then changes were assessed through the group discussions with adult groups via mobile phones and Zoom sessions and finally collected the quantitative and qualitative data were analyzed using descriptive statistics and mathematic analysis respectively. According to the research, 92% of the participants mentioned that their sports involvement and number of minutes of exercises than 20 minutes has increased. 88% of the participants reported that they reduced the level of household oil, sugar, and salt consumption than before. 92% of the participants reported that they reduced the waist circumference by following the intervention. All participants follow different strategies to reduce salt, sugar, and oil consumption, like labeling sugar, salt, oil bottles, and changing the bottle sizes. All participants improved their knowledge on risk factors on obesity. And finally, we can conclude that the implemented health promotion intervention was effective in empowering the selected community group to reduce the risk of being overweight by addressing selected determinants. Thank you for hearing my presentation. Have a good day to all.
Thank you, Ms. Dedunupitiya. Any questions? Dedunupitiya, how did you inform that that obesity reduced and they said their waist circumference reduced? Did you measure or you get idea from the participants? How did you say that you can conclude that their obesity risk is reduced?
Yes, madam, thank you for the question. Actually, I guided my participants to measure their waist circumference themselves and also extract the oil in their stomach areas. It can be a cause to increase their overweight risk according to the literature reviews I used. That's why I mentioned that reducing waist circumference is effective to the reduce risk of being overweight.
Thank you, but I want to comment that waist circumference measurement is a skillful thing. I don't think that the person, the unskilled, participant can measure their waist circumference very, because it's a change you can't see several inches, but it's a very small change.
Yes.
Then that can be a problem. Anyway, thank you for your presentation. Then move to the next presenter. A health promotion intervention to reduce non-communicable disease risk in a rural village. Authors are Hettiarachchi Ranasinghe, Veeratunga, Dinesh Kumar, Komala Devi, Fernando and Guruge. Presenter is Hettiarachchi.
Hello everyone, welcome to my presentation. I'm Lakshani Nityarachi. I'm the graduate of Health Promotion, Rajarati University. Here I'm going to take a look at the health promotion intervention I have done in a rural village. As you all know, NCDs causes many deaths globally and locally, and unhealthy dietary practices has become the major risk factors for NCDs. Therefore, it's very important to address unhealthy dietary practices. So, the objective of this intervention was to empower mothers to reduce NCDs risk by addressing unhealthy dietary practices using the health promotion approach. Let's move to the methodology of this intervention. This intervention was done with 25 mothers in Kilaladu village for 6 months. As you can see on the screen, these are the steps of the intervention. Started by improving mothers' knowledge about the family level risk factors for NCDs, then identified and prioritized unhealthy dietary patterns as one of the major risk factors for NCDs, then improved mothers' enthusiasm using success stories of health promotion interventions, then facilitated to develop suitable indicators and design activities, and finally collected quantitative and qualitative data for analysis. Let's move to the results of this intervention. At the end of the intervention, 80% mothers could reduce the level of sugar, salt, and oil consumption using oil meter and maintaining kitchen calendar. And 10 mothers reported that they reduced starchy food and junk food consumption while increasing consumptions of nutritious food prepared by grains. And 7 mothers could reduce their waist circumference. All participants improved their knowledge and their ability to identify risk factors. In conclusion, I emphasize that implemented health promotion intervention was successful in empowering mothers to change unhealthy dietary practices. Eventually, I would like to thank all study participants, group members of the World Food Program, the Department of Health Promotion, Hajarati University of Sri Lanka, for their great contribution to complete this study successfully. And that's the end of the presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Now, floor is open for questions. I'll ask a question. This data collected in this study was self-reported, or you have collected these things? You went to these participants and you measure them.
Actually, sir, this is a community-based intervention. So the community members measured their measurements and measurement by themselves. So I only facilitated them. So they were.
You were there when then they measuring these things, so you asked them to do this and send it to the report.
Sir, when we took the discussions, actually in the initial process, we physically reached them and we got the baseline measurements, and on ongoing process, they measured themselves and sent the measurements to
Okay,
us.
thank you.
Okay, sir, thank you. Thank you for the question.
We'll move to the next presentation. Socio-demographic and maternal factors influencing the level of knowledge of nutrition during pregnancy among antenatal mothers in the Chankanai MOH area in the Jaffna district. The presenter is Appuhami, PADSP, co-authors are ST Kumar, KMB Dharmasen, S. Sivakantan, R. Kesavan, and T. Peranandaraja. Over to you, Appuhami.
Hi everyone, this is Shivakantan from University of Jaffna. So I would like to present the findings on socio-demographic and maternal factors influencing the level of knowledge of nutrition during pregnancy among the antenatal mothers in the Changane MOH area in the Jaffna district. Pregnancy is unique, exciting, and significant in the life cycle of a woman. So nutrition plays a vital role in the well-being of a pregnant mothers. Prevalence of nutritional deficiencies are more common among the pregnant mothers in Sri Lanka. Knowledge, attitude, practice on nutrition affect the nutritional well-being of pregnant mothers and the development of fetus. The prime objective of this study is to assess the influence of socio-demographic and maternal factors on knowledge of nutrition during pregnancy among the antenatal mothers in the Changane MOH area in the Jaffna district. This is a descriptive cross-sectional institutionally based study conducted at the antenatal clinics in the MOH area. All 281 pregnant mothers attending to the antenatal clinics in Changane were participated in this study. Data were collected through an interviewer-administered questionnaire. Quantitative data was analyzed by using statistical package for social sciences. Inferential and bivariate statistical analysis were used. Chi-square test was also used to determine the association. The findings of the studies reveals that more than 60% of the pregnant mothers belong to the age category of 20 to 30 years old. Majority of the pregnant mothers belong to Hinduism. Majority of the pregnant mothers had completed their secondary educations only. Over majority of the pregnant mothers were unemployed. More than 90% of the pregnant mothers' total monthly income was less than 40,000 Sri Lankan rupees. When we talk about the socio-demographic factors and the level of knowledge on nutrition, the level of knowledge has been categorized in 3 categories: good, satisfactory, and poor. 18.9% of the women had good knowledge, and 73.3% of the women had satisfactory knowledge on nutrition, while only 7.8% of the women had poor knowledge on nutrition. When we talk about the socio-demographic factors associated with level of knowledge on nutrition, the education has a significant influence on the level of knowledge on nutrition. We talk about correlation between total family monthly income and skip of any meals during pregnancy towards the practice of women. There was a close correlations observed between the total family monthly income and skip of any meals during pregnancy. So when we talk about the maternal factors and the level of knowledge on nutrition, there was no any association found between parity and knowledge on nutrition among the antenatal mothers. At the same time, there was no any association found between the gestational week and knowledge on nutrition among the antenatal mothers in the Changane MOH area. When we conclude the findings of the study, majority of the pregnant mothers had satisfactory knowledge on nutrition during pregnancy. The level of education was found to be significant with the level of knowledge on nutrition. And also there was a significant correlations between the total family monthly income and the attitude of the participants towards nutrition. Thank you.
Again, the floor is open for questions, please. You didn't find any relationship between there's a question. Okay, there's one question from the audience. Dr. Fatima Sirasa, how did you calculate the nutrition knowledge score? Any standard questionnaire did you use?
Yeah, so we are given, so in order to assess the level of knowledge on nutrition, we are given a questionnaire which consisted of 6 multiple questions. The first 4 questions were regarding the nutrition of food item, iron, vitamin A, vitamin D, and folic acid. The 5th question regarding the health risk under nutrition, and the last question about the general knowledge regarding nutrition. So it was pre-tested and pilot study.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We come our end of our flash presentation today. This is the last one. Comparison of blood glucose response of cane sugar versus coconut jaggery in type 2 diabetes patients, authored by Heva Patirana, Vijaysekhara, Harusingha, Jalegama, Jayasingha, and Vaidyaratna. The presenter is Heva Patirana.
People more concerned on healthy sweetness than the table sugar, especially for the diabetic patient. The topic of this research is comparison of blood glucose responses of cane sugar versus coconut jaggery in type 2 diabetic patient. Low insulin regulation is a main cause of type 2 diabetes. Dietary habits, change of lifestyle, physical activities, significant effect for the development of type 2 diabetic fetus. Therefore, people more concerned on health sweeteners than cane sugar. And there is a misconception of jaggery, which is healthier than table sugar. Thus, aim of this research is evaluate blood glucose responses of coconut jaggery and table sugar through in vivo method using diabetic patients. Moving to the methodology, approximate conversion of coconut jaggery and cane sugar were analyzed. In here, we selected 43 number of type 2 diabetic patients from Endocrinology Unit, National Hospital, Colombo. First, we done initial health screening test. After serving food samples of cane sugar, coconut jaggery, and standard food of glucose, blood samples were collected at 30-minute intervals for a period of 2 hours. Average blood glucose responses of subjects were plotted against the time. The area under the curve was calculated. Go to the results and discussion section. In here, table 1 clearly showed that the approximate composition of table sugar versus coconut jaggery. The moisture as protein, fat, fiber content of coconut jaggery is significantly higher than the cane sugar, whereas high concentration of total sugar content could be observed in table sugar. Table 2 clearly show that characteristic of controlled diabetic patients. The figure 1 show that glucose response curve of coconut jaggery, table sugar with standard food of glucose. In here you can see there was no significant difference between table sugar and cane sugar throughout the experiment periods, whereas glucose concentration significantly differ after 9 minutes and 120 minutes. Table 3 clearly show that area under the curve, peak reduction and peak packing rates of 2 test food with the standard food of glucose. In here you can see there is no significant difference between each other for the area under the curve, but the standard food significantly deviate from 2 test food. Finally, we can conclude that coconut jaggery cannot be considered as the healthy substitute for the cane sugar for the type 2 diabetes patients. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Forum is, floor is open for the questions. My question is, when you're comparing table sugar and the jaggery, one of the difference we can see is their fructose content. Do you think that it's important to measure the fructose content of this kind of study? No. Presenter is not available.
No, sir, I am here, sir.
Yeah.
So actually we analyzed the fructose content. The coconut jaggery has high amount of fructose content. The glycemic index of fructose is low. But in here, I didn't add that results for this abstract. Actually measuring fructose content is very well to identify the glycemic index. But this results confirmed that there was no significant difference even though the coconut jaggery has high amount of fructose. There was no significant difference between cane sugar and coconut jaggery in this experiment when you use diabetic patients for this experiment.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. And that concludes
Thank you, sir.
that concludes the long list of flash presentation today. And thank you, judges, panel of judges, for presence this whole period to listen and help us to judge the best presenter out of these total presentations. I must thank Senior Professor Pujita Vikramasinghe, Dr. Buddhika Perumpuli, and Dr. Tilanka Ranatunga for their time and the support extended towards the National Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. Thank you, and thank you the listeners and the participants, presenters for their, their collaboration work with Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka sessions. Thank you very much. It will be great if the judges can email us their decision today now itself. Then we can, yes, we can announce the best presenter. Thank you very much.
Our sincere appreciation to all the presenters for sharing your valuable research findings here at the NSSL Forum. Our sincere gratitude for the session chairs and the judge panel as well. Now, I would like to cordially invite Dr. Dhammika Senanayake to present the certificates to the session chairs. Dr. Dhammika Senanayake will also present the certificates and the token of appreciation to Professor Pujita Vikramasinghe for judging the flash presentations.
We are now moving on to the most awaited moment of the sessions. Let me invite the President of the Society to announce the awardees of the NSSL Research Award and Professor Priyani Zoisar Research Award 2022.
Thank you, Ashad. The Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka decided to introduce 2 awards for the life members to encourage them to do high quality research. This was initiated in 2020, and this time also we are offering the 2 awards. One of those awards is Professor Priyani Zoisar Research Award 2022. Deshamani Priyani Elizabeth Zoisar, the Emeritus Professor of Pediatrics, the University of Colombo. Professor Priyani Zoisar was the first woman in Sri Lanka to be appointed to professional chair. She held the chair in pediatrics for 25 years at the Department of Pediatrics of the University of Colombo. She is widely known for her pioneering research in nutrition and infectious diseases. She was committed in imposing regulations to restrict advertising of infant formula milk and informating the national policy on breastfeeding. She was among the founder members of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka and was a past president of the NSSL. Therefore, Council of NSSL decided to introduce an award in her name to appreciate her services in the field and to encourage the research in the field of childhood nutrition in Sri Lanka. Applications were invited from NSSL life members for the research publication in the field of childhood nutrition during 2020 and 2021. Submissions were evaluated by an independent panel of reviewers. I'm happy to announce that this time it is awarded to Dr. Fatima Sirasa for the manuscript title Dietary Diversity and Food Intake of Urban Preschool Children in Northwestern Sri Lanka. I congratulate Dr. Ziraza and I kindly request her to continue her good work in the field of childhood nutrition. She has informed that she is unable to attend to accept the award because of unavoidable reasons. Then I would like to announce the next award winner, that is the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka Research Award 2022. This was introduced in the opinion of promoting the engagement of life members in high quality research, which are useful to upgrade the health and the nutritional well-being of Sri Lankans. Applications were invited from the life members of NSSL for the best research publication in the nutrition or allied fields published during 2020 and 2021. And these submissions were also evaluated by a panel of independent reviewers. It is awarded to Mrs. Joseph Kumar Tamlani for the paper titled Organized Home Gardens Contribute to Micronutrient Intake and Dietary Diversity of Rural Households in Sri Lanka. Congratulations, Tamlani. Please accept your award, medal and the certificate. I cordially invite Senior Professor Pojita Silva, I cordially invite Professor Pojita Wickramasinghe to kindly accept the award or the certificate offered by NSSL in appreciation of evaluating the submissions for the Professor Priyani Soisa Research Award. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable time and the dedication.
Now it's time to appreciate the individuals who exceptionally supported in the activities organized in the calendar year 2021. Let me call upon the Vice President of the NSSL and the conference chairperson of 2022, Dr. Dhammika Senanayake, to present the certificates and the token of appreciation to the 3 life members who contributed immensely and put in the hard yards for the annual activities of the society during the year 2021. And the 3 life members who are assigned for these awards are Ms. Vishaka Tilakaratna, Professor Renuka Silva, and Mr. Roshan Dalabandara. We'd like to also extend our sincere gratitude to 3 other personnel who, with their untiring efforts, if not for which this wouldn't have been a success, who contributed for the NSSL activities during the year 2021. And in their absence, it's still our duty to mention them. Mrs. Nadika Jayasingha, Senior Manager, Atlas Auxilia Private Limited, and Mrs. Kamani Gunaratna, Director of Education, School Health and Nutrition at the Ministry of Education, and Dr. La Lekhanayaka, Director General, Institute of Sports Medicine. Now it's time for the next set of awards to be handed over. Research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think of what nobody else has thought. Now time has come to announce the winners of the research presentations. The NSSL offers 4 awards, one for the best oral presenter, the best flash presenter, and the second and third places for flash presentations and the Young Researcher Awards. Now, let me respectfully call upon the conference editor, Professor Terence Madhujit, to announce the winners of those 4 respective awards.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an exciting moment after 2 long days celebrating 50 years of existence of the NSSL plus the annual sessions. which were held yesterday and today. So there were, in fact, 68 submissions, of which we selected only 54 presentations as full-length presentations plus flash presentations. And both full-length presentations and the flash presentations were held in 4 sessions yesterday and today. And all these sessions were separately evaluated by a panel of eminent judges. So first of all, on behalf of NSSL, let me thank the judges who had an Herculean task over the last 2 days, including today and yesterday, in evaluating these very good presentations. So I do have the results in front of me of 2. So this year, the council decided to award the best overall award for best oral presentation, and also overall best flash presentation award, plus best young researcher award based on full-length presentations. So I do have the results of the best young researcher award, which goes to the paper titled Indigenous Lactobacillus acidophilus Strains to Combat Foodborne Pathogen Listeria monocytogenes. Okay, so it is received by MSN Samaranayaka. I guess Miss MSN Samaranayaka. Let's give a big round of applause to the other author of the paper is GDDK Gunasena. Congratulations. The certificate will be mailed to the young researcher. Unfortunately, given the circumstances, the awardees won't be here physically, so we will mail them shortly. And I do have the results of the best oral presenter here. The title of the presentation is Development of Self-Management Education Materials for Individuals with Type 2 Diabetes Mellitus, authored by H.P. Gunawardena, P.P. Jayavikrama, B.M. Samaravira, N.V.S. Darshika, and A. Chandrasekhara. Let's give a big round of applause. The presenter is H.P. Gunawardena. Am I right? Yes. Congratulations once again. And the certificate will be mailed by the NSSL soon. Okay. By the way, let me correct myself. For flash presentations, the NSSL Council decided to have not 1 award, but 3 awards. So let me go ahead with the 3rd place, which has been secured by 2 authors. The title of the paper is Evaluation of Fat Content and Fatty Acid Profile of Selected Bakery Products Available in Jaffna District, Sri Lanka, authored by S. Divya and S. Sivakanthan. The presenter was S. Divya. Let's give a big round of applause for the 3rd. And the 2nd position, 2nd award goes to, that's runner-up. The title, paper title, Production of Green Banana Powder Source from Ambul and Pualu varieties and Evaluate their Physicochemical, Antioxidant Properties and Shelf Life, authored by G.M. Sanduni Niwantika Galagedara, R. Sartha Devi, and S. Vasantaruba. And the best flash presentation award goes to the paper titled Assessment of Nutritional Composition and Functional Properties of Arrowroot and Artichoke Flour, authored by Disanayaka AUW and Vikramasinghe I. So all the certificates will be mailed to the respective authors shortly by the NSSL. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And congratulations to all the winners. Hope you'll share your valuable research findings in the future as well. Now, I'd like to call you the invite Madam Chandima Vikramatilaka to present 3 other main awards for 3 life members who put in the hard yards to making this year's conference a success. We've been celebrating the people who worked tirelessly for the calendar year 2021. So for this year's conference, we have 3 main people to be awarded. The conference chair, Dr. Dhammika Senanayaka. The conference editor, Professor Terence Madhujit. And the conference coordinator, Ms. Tamilini Joseph Kumar.
Now I cordially invite Professor Chandima Vikramatilaka and Professor Terence Madhujit to present the token of appreciations and certificates to the comparers. Dear comparers, your comparing was splendid and it made the annual Scientific Sessions 2022 a glamorous event. Today's comparers are the first-year medical students of Faculty of Medicine, University of Ruhuna. Dear Arshad, Amna, and Madhushi, please accept your certificates and the token of appreciations. Thank you very much for the wonderful job.
Thank you, madam, and thank you, sir. Now I'd like to cordially invite Dr. Dhammika Senanayaka, the conference chair, to mark the closing remarks.
President, council members, ladies and gentlemen. After a successful 2 days with lectures, symposia, discussions, oral presentations, and flash presentations, now we have come to the closure of the scientific session 2022. We all aware this is very much important year for the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka because we are celebrating the 50th anniversary in this year. As we are aware, scientific sessions of the Nutrition Society provides an ideal platform for the medical professionals, nutritionists, and all scientists to discuss the research findings and the latest advancement of nutrition science. Because of the COVID pandemic, NSSL Council decided to conduct the sessions in virtual platform. Success of these scientific sessions depend on the dedication and the hard work of many people. First, I would like to thank the President NSSL, all council members for their dedication to success of these sessions. Not only to the council members, special thanks go to the family members of the council members because they were even helping us for last few months. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the chief guest, Dr. Francisca Brackner, Director, Department of Nutrition for Health and Development, World Health Organization. Many thanks go to the keynote speaker, Senior Professor Narada Varnasuriya, and the senior member of NSSL. Thank you very much, sir. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to all speakers, especially for the Professor Renuka Silva, for his Professor T.W. Vikramanayaka oration. Thank you very much. Not only for the speakers, the judges, and even the young researchers who shared the abstract with us. Thank you very much. I am grateful to the Dr. Lal Lekanayaka, Director General, Institute of Sports Medicine, for giving us this venue free of charge. So Dr. Lal Lekanayaka, thank you very much, sir. Many special thanks go to the Mr. Sanjeev and his team for organizing our arrangement. Mr. Kapila Bandara and his team made the sessions colorful with all technical activities. Thank you very much, Kapila. Finally, I would like to thank all our sponsors and well-wishers who help us to become success in this year in virtual platform. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd like to respectfully invite Professor Terence Madhujit, our conference editor for this conference, to mark the closing remarks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, once again. In fact, over the yesterday and today, we had a very long 2 days while celebrating 50 years of existence of the NSSL. We initiated many new things and many additions to the NSSL family. Now, this year again was a very challenging year for the NSSL. Anyway, the challenge is globally there for all countries, including to Sri Lanka. And the same challenge was faced by the NSSL. So therefore, the council had to take very serious decision whether to have the sessions or not initially. Then, well, if we are going to have the sessions, in what mode? So we couldn't predict what would happen in January 22, but the council took the risk that, okay, we will go ahead with the hybrid mode. So as a response to the call for abstracts, we received 68 abstracts. That was a very huge number. I would say a record high number over the recent past, as I remember, of which we had to choose only 54 based on the reviewers' comments. So I should appreciate and thank the reviewers who did a great job within a very short period of time and helped us selecting through a rigorous process the best papers. And due to time limitations, we had to split the sessions into, in fact, 4 as full-length presentations as well as flash presentations. We had 2 sessions yesterday and 2 sessions today. And in addition, so I should really appreciate the work handled by the Herculean task, in fact, handled by Ms. Thamalini Joseph Kumar, because she had to deal with basically a large volume of work, acknowledging the authors, then sending over to reviewers, then getting the feedback, again contacting the authors, getting the reviewer comments done, and finalizing the proceedings. It was, in fact, a massive task for her. Without her support, we wouldn't have been able to have this, the sessions. Then also the latest addition to the NSSL was to initiate this dedicated journal. And it has been, I would say, a coincidence. After 50 years, we introduced this journal to the world, in fact. That is the Journal of Nutrition and Food Science by the NSSL. The first issue was released yesterday, symbolically. Then it was supported by Ms. Malika Fernando. She spent a lot of time in gathering articles and getting them reviewed. Again, I should thank all the reviewers who supported us in selecting the best of best papers. And I should appreciate all the authors who decided to submit their very precious work to the NSSL proceedings as well as to the journal. So I congratulate all the presenters, all the authors of this work. I hope that this work will be continued in the years to come, and they will be really fruitful. So thanks, authors, once again for your greatest contributions. And in the end, I should thank all the organizers, council members, and all the others who supported us in staging this, the 50th celebrations and the annual sessions in the best possible way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And we have now come to the end of the annual scientific sessions 2022, commemorating the 50-year-long journey of the Nutrition Society of Sri Lanka. I'd like to thank everyone who joined this event physically and also the others who joined online. And we'll wish to meet every single one of you in 2023 in a physical meeting free of COVID-19, hoping for a pleasant year ahead. And for the rest of the week, have a pleasant week. So now we'll be moving to the annual general meeting of the NSSL. All the life members are requested to join the meeting using a separate link. Thank you.